Yo, what's good, gamers? What is the freaking word? Holy smokes. Why does it feel like this is the first stream this week? I know it's not, but like, what's really going on here? Hold on. Let's see. All right, cool. Shy, why am I by? It is for sure. There's no way. There's no way. What's going on, Ari? Okay, sorry, the sounds don't play on this scene. But I mean, hey, he did it, chat. What did I do? Hi, Tim. What's going on, brother? Hold on, I gotta look at this. Or I gotta listen to this, rather. Yo, Tati is one of the funniest freaking people I've ever met in my life. Holy smokes. Nah, I don't even think I can share this. This shit is crazy. Yeah, Tim. Yeah, if you're talking about Cold Steel 4, yeah, we knocked it out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Expose it? Nah, not without permission. I can't drop this one without permission. Cause yo, she's going crazy. Damn, Kevin. What's up with that 1% though? What's going on there? What's really happening? I'm trying to figure it out. What's good, y'all? How you doing? How you be? What's popping? Hope everybody's been doing good. Yo, listen. I saw the Mario movie yesterday. Holy smokes. Master, they really swung back in for round 2. You said you got another email account to lock it back in with your boy? I just saw it today. Rin. Is it as bad as I've heard? Okay. I'm going to preface anything I may say about the Mario movie today, obviously no spoilers, by saying that I had fun. Okay? That's what I'm going to preface. If you go to watch that movie for plot, don't do that. Because the plot, I mean, one kind of exists, and there are lots of things that they do or say that could suggest that maybe they were going to do something bigger with some of the things they mention or do or whatever. And then nothing happens. So, you know. Mortal Kombat is a terrible film, but it's so much to watch. Yeah. If you're a Rosalina fan, I don't know if you've heard anything, but you, as a Rosalina fan, you're getting cooked. Okay? Oh my God. You're getting cooked. I'm so sorry. Like, yo, I'll also say it like this too. And this is also gonna be kind of crazy to say, but like genuinely, aside from like one scene, I feel like I would be able to go to all of the trailers, right? All of the trailers that they put out, and I could reconstruct the movie for you off of the trailers. That is how much of the movie is in the trailers. Like, I was like, whoa! Like, literally, the mid-credit scene is in one of the trailers. The only reason why Galaxy is in the title is because they do go to space. Like, that's it. Because otherwise, yo, oh my God, Heather. Yeah, I had a fun time with the movie for real. What did they do to the number 1 princess? No, see, I don't know if I'd be calling Rosalina number 1, dog. I'd be so honest. I don't think so. But yeah, if you didn't watch a single one of the trailers, you'll have a blast all the way through. If you watched the initial trailer they put out, you should still be all right. But if you know anything else about the movie, or you saw like everything before you watched it, yo, holy smokes, Blue. Nah, you're sick, man. Did you get snacks? I did, brother. Yo, I had a Slurpee, I had some popcorn, and then Denise went to Bulk Barn and got a bunch of like chocolates and stuff. Granted, none of that was eaten. Had me bring it for no reason. Oh yeah, no, Kevin, I was. I'm not gonna lie. They did one thing. I will say right now, I loved right about it is that the composer. I'm mad I'm forgetting his name. Hold on, because I actually ended up liking. Oh, Brian Tyler. Um, him and his orchestra or whoever he had like on like for the music, they cooked. Like I'm actually so happy I didn't hear any like I guess like Hollywood, you know what I mean? Like listen, love Take on Me. I don't want to hear that in my Mario movie. You know what I mean? So it's all like just familiar music throughout like most of the movie if it's not just the instrumentation I guess of the orchestra like for whatever is going on in the scene. You'll hear the familiar jingles, you hear all the familiar sounds and like that actually meant a lot to me as somebody who pays attention to those details. Also, hi, Hawaii. You saw it in the midnight release. It didn't have to go that hard. Yeah, hey, W midnight. I saw it yesterday at like our showtime was at 7. Yeah. Take on Me was in the movie in the first one. I think it was Take on Me. If not, it was like some other like again like just popular but really old song. And I was like, hold on. But yeah, there was none of that in this one. And that made me very happy. I was like, thank God. Only 20 people in your theater, no kids either. Oh, lit. We had one kid in ours, but he was cool. The other adults in there though, listen, man, some of the corniest jokes would pop off on screen and you would swear that they said the funniest thing ever in the movie with how hard they were laughing. I was like, okay, let's relax. Like it was funny, but it wasn't that kind of funny. He agreed, Rat Knox. Are you serious, Zeller? That's hilarious. Hi, Chloe. I saw our theater like 30 showings per day. God dang, Kev. See me inside. There's maybe like 10 people max in the IMAX you were at today. Really? You got lucky. You got lucky. Ours wasn't a full house by any means, but yeah, no, it was cool. Inside, this is serious now. I promise you. I promise you. Hold on. What is this? Yo, Tati is goofy, man. Oh my gosh. You replaying Super Mario World? You never beat it? Now you have to? Please do. It's so good. Catch you in the Rivals practice rank, Storm v Storm. Now, you setting yourself up for a victory right there. There is no way. There's actually no way. This song is giving me PTSD, by the way. But yeah, the Mario movie was cool. You know, see it however, whenever you can. And if you do want to avoid spoilers, avoid socials, because honestly, I walked out of the movie, opened up Twitter, and even like the post-credit scene is already on there. And I was like, holy smokes. So yeah, there's that too. Heather, I agree. He actually did really, really well. Yeah, I'm not surprised either, but I'm also like, why would you do that? You know who has more decorum when it comes to that stuff? The Sonic fans. I'm not saying they're crazy. I'm just saying the Sonic fans know what's up. But yo, we have story time to get to today, by the way. Where was it? Was it in backstory in here? Yes, it was. The 3 and 9 novel. We got some reading to do. Are y'all ready for it? Because honestly, I'm not. Ross was popping. Tati, you are so funny. And yo, I told you, Zeller. I told you, bro. You just needed break time. Oh, actually, let me go sit on this side. And then do this. There we go. I got to sit down and like figure out this camera thing at some point. I don't know this for y'all, but apparently there was I think like a Yoshi one here, Blue, but I went to like an indie theater. I didn't even go to like one of the main like commercial theater or the commercial theater here because I already knew what it was going to be. It was going to be kids and obnoxious people all up in the theater. So I'd much rather the experience that I ended up having yesterday, honestly. Yeah. Where's your glasses? I won't need them. Yeah, and I had to do it, Blue, because for the first one, bro, we went and there were kids, I shit you not, like running up and down the stairs in the theater and stuff, and I was like, hello, like, and I could tell that the kids weren't with their parents. They were with like, I guess like a sort of like daycare group or something like that. And so like literally off on one of the sides of the theater, they're just running up and down the stairs and like giggling and making noise and shit. And I'm like, dog, I looked at Denise and I said, listen, the next time we pull up to one of these movies, which obviously was now yesterday, I was like, we're not, if we can see this shit in VIP, I'll shell out the extra for it. Cause like, nah, there's no way. Yeah, Astra, yes, I did see that they did that too. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, nah, Shy, I was not going. Like, yeah. Yeah, Blue. Yeah, it was one of those. I was like, No way. That man, Bossu. Bossu, how was Tekken today, bro? Yo, W tutoring. I'm not gonna lie, be seeing you out here. I'm trying to get like you when I grow up. What's the freaking word? Welcome in, everybody. Those of you coming on in with Bossu. If we're just now meeting for the first time, what's up, what's up? My name is Felix Wind, Variety Caster here on Twitch. And we're live today. About to get into some of the Legend of Heroes Trails into Reverie. I have to do some required reading though. I read the first chapter of this earlier and I was like, no. I actually think I got to see the rest of this on stream because I was blown away off rip with the first chapter. So we're gonna get into that in a second. Yeah. It's audiobook time. Hopefully I can read today, Radnox. It might be cooked though. Yo, Blue of the satirical variety. What's the word, homie? How you doing? How you be? And Tino, my guy, y'all, Tino, this man Tino cooked again, y'all. You'll see it at some point, I'm sure. This man Tino cooked. Is that Bach Nows? What's going on, Bo? How you doing? How you be, bro? It's good seeing you. What's the word? It might be, man. It might be. And much also probably to your surprise, we're out of CS4 because I think I was still there the last time you were here. May we know peace. Hi, Electrolysis. Yeah, Astral. I saw because I looked up the book on the wiki. And I read the first chapter on there. And then I saw, like, as I was like getting to that section, I guess, for it, that like, yeah, it was available in CS4 as collectibles. And low key, I think during my playthrough, I might have picked up one or two of the chapters and I was like, okay, well, thank God I didn't like, well, in a way I was kind of kicking myself for like not finding all of it, I guess, during CS4. Because like, if I could have read it coming into this game, cool, right? But having not, and also knowing that it was like scattered all over the place, again, you can't buy them. Like, I was like, oh crap, maybe I'm thanking myself right now for this. Hi, Sax, what's going on? Ario saying he wished he read this as he went along the game. Yeah. It would have been easier to digest, I think, for sure. Yo, Bo, it better. If it doesn't, I'm screaming. Are we ready for story time? Because if so, that'll happen in about 60 seconds. I'm gonna run this raid video for the raiders real quick, and then we're diving in. Good afternoon, passengers. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream. Oh. Oh my. I promise. Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Danger. Beyond this edge is the volcano. Beforehand, but it's... He's dead! We're through the worst of it. For my raiders, if you're still here after watching that, thank you very much for hanging out. You may now enjoy yourselves a little bit more here on twitch.tv/FelixWind. And also, we are sponsored, by the way, y'all, by Opera GX for the entire month of April. Shout out Opera for real. The stocks. You know what I'm saying? ! Opera GX for more info, sign up link and whatnot. Literally, the only thing you got to make sure you do, besides downloading the browser, is you make an account from that link specifically. And for full transparency's sake, for literally every sign up, you actually drop a couple of dollars into the pockets of yours truly. So if you want to help me out, that'd be deeply appreciated. And thank you, Stefan. Yo, a round of applause and congratulations for this man, Stephon Sway, because I don't know who you think you are. Go ahead and fix it, big dog. Our latest Twitch partner is in the chat. What are we saying? What are we saying? Come on now, Stephon. Yo, we've been new. I think I literally said it the last time you were here. I was like, yo, Stephon, listen, dog, I heard you put it in the app. You got it, dog. It's in the bag. And here you are. Like, what are we saying? Yeah, there it is. Don't hide that badge for nothing. All right, big dog. Not a damn thing for nobody. Because I know there are people that find themselves insecure in the presence of a Twitch partner for some reason. Let me tell you something, dog. Yo, what are we talking about? They better fix up. Hey, yo. You blew, you see it. Not for nobody. Hold on. ADL saying to get to reading so Duvally can drop an S-Craft on you? Yeah, you know what, DB? See me outside, bro. See me outside. Because what are we saying here? You expecting it next week? Yeah, honestly, I will say in the grand scheme of things, they've definitely gotten better at getting back to people faster, which is awesome, honestly. Because way back, Stephon, like we're talking 4 years ago and before, like they would sometimes take months, like plural, to get to people. Imagine. And what's even kind of crazier to me about that too is that I think their team was bigger. Like I think the partnerships team at the time was bigger. And then there were also fewer partners, but like, yeah, like it's nuts. So I mean, I'm very, very happy that they got to you when they did. We started in April off right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let's get it. Y'all, this story, legit, this first chapter alone. Oh my God, y'all are not ready for this shit. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. May bestie, what's up? You're crying for now? Oh yeah, no, I believe it, yo. I believe it. Shit, I broke down too. I get it. Oh my God, this whole stream about to be just reading. DB, it's cooked for us. Buckle up. Also, let me turn this fan on low key. It's actually kind of warm in here. All right, there we go. 5 weeks until the international holiday? Hold on, 5 weeks. Oh shit. Let's relax. Off rip. Time for Bessie to be an audiobook narrator? Don't do this to me. All right, I'm about to. Anyways, we'll see. You remember that time Felix cried? Here goes freaking agent over here. What's popping, homie? We can't? Look, just cross it off your calendars. What you mean? What were we relaxing for? Oh my God. A single passenger ship of prodigious size lay anchored in a port town in the northeast of the Principality of Reverie, extravagantly crafted from top to bottom, a single glance was enough to discern its intended clientele, the privileged few among the society's upper crust, among society's upper crust. True to appearances, the passengers boarding the vessel that day was most certainly fit the bill, each smartly dressed and adorned with conspicuous opulence. Well, I'll be. Yo, Tim, maybe that was because I was just busy being mad at the cast. You know what I mean? I think that's what it was. I was just mad at the cast, bro. I was like, what? Like, what's really going on? Even among such guests, however, two stood out. A young lady possessed of regal air and the butler at her side. Judging from their dress, behavior, and linguistic register, they suited the setting to a prim and proper T. The single factor that set them apart from the other guests was their ages. Neither looked to be much older than 12 or perhaps 13 years old, making them mere children in the eyes of most. Irene's still your goat, though, and that's the problem with society. Because what are we saying here? Just one moment, my lady. The young butler labored to keep pace with the young lady as he dragged a large suitcase behind him. Despite this, she continued to stride forward, not slowing her pace in the slightest. Exhaustion creased his weary brow. His attire was proper, as befitting his station, but his unkempt hair, grown out long enough to completely obscure his eyes, was another story. On top of that, everything about his demeanor screamed that he was timid and weak of spirit. Snap to it, you dullard, the young lady brusquely shouted, now several paces ahead of the struggling boy. If you can't make those legs move any faster, I'll cut them off and feed them to the hounds. Oh, shit. She continued to increase her pace while assailing her butler with an unending string of contemptuous words. Her arrogant, haughty demeanor stood in stark contrast to her graceful appearance. Dressed in a lovely, black frilled dress, her blue eyes shone like a pair of sparkling sapphires, and her twin pigtails curled slightly in perfect arcs. Most eye-catching of all, however, was the 50 rag stuffed bear that she held close to her chest. Though it was large enough to draw attention, it didn't look out of place in the arms of a girl such as her. Ah, please, my lady, forgive me. In response to the girl's tirade, the boy miserably sputtered excuses and breathlessly, pled for leniency as he summoned his remaining strength to pick up his pace. After a not insubstantial trip, the two finally arrived at the ship's boarding gate. May I please see your invitation and boarding passes? The crew member working the gate asked, smiling politely. Up close, the ship was even more opulent. A prized possession of the Verne Company, its main route was between Reverie and the Calvert Republic via Lamelin Bay. For this particular trip, the entire ship had been reserved by one Haldor Barn, a wealthy merchant from Calvert. Passengers hoping to board required both a standard boarding pass as well as an explicit invitation from Mr. Barn himself. However, as each invitation included the room information for the guest in question, the boarding pass was strictly a formality. Gray, the girl called the boy by name and gestured with her hand, implicitly ordering him to present their credentials. Yes, my lady? What do you require of me? The boy asked, having completely failed to grasp his employer's unspoken instructions. You cannot possibly be this dense, you stupid worm, she snapped. Oh, I'm so sorry, my lady. I beg your forgiveness. Cowering before the young lady's vicious glare, the boy stuttered and stammered 1,000 apologies. Silence! The invitation and boarding pass! Now! Right away, my lady. The boy began busily rustling through the contents of the suitcase, frantically searching for the requisite papers. Yet his haste quickly proved to be his downfall, for no sooner had he located the pass than a sudden gust of wind blew past, tearing the paper from his hand. Oh no! He exclaimed. The boy instinctively threw his arms out, stretching them to their physical limit, but his efforts were in vain. The boarding pass fluttered down to the bottom of the harbor, coming to rest gently on the water's surface. As though that wasn't bad enough, misfortune continued to hound the boy as a number of silhouettes swiftly appeared beneath the waterlogged document. A school of fish jumped into the air with a splash, spraying water all about. They then descended back into the harbor's depths, taking the hapless butler's boarding pass along with them. Yeah, this man is cooked. No! The boy's grief-stricken cry resonated throughout the harbor. Trembling with fear, he turned to face his master, prepared for an eruption of anger, followed by a vicious tirade of abuse. Yet it did not immediately come. The girl simply stood there in silence. She stared long and hard at the boy, her face betraying no expression whatsoever. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke. Yeah, at 1,000 degrees is real. This was the calm before the storm. The boy began spitting out apologies, tripping over his words as his voice grew weaker by the second, like a short-circuited radio warbling its death knell. His body seemed to shrink and his shoulders slumped like a criminal awaiting judgment. You're absolutely useless. The girl's anger finally burst forth in one violent blast. Despite the ferocity of her exclamation, she managed to save enough breath to launch a sharp kick at the boy in the same moment. The well-aimed strike sent the boy flying farther than her petite frame would suggest was possible. He seemed to hang in the air for a brief moment before resuming his journey downward off the edge of the pier, reaching a frigid end as he broke through the water's surface with a splash. As soon as he returned to his senses, he began violently thrashing his arms about, pleading for aid between coughing up mouthfuls of cold water. My lady, please help me, he begged, his thrashing growing more desperate and frantic. You're going to find that pass, and I mean now. You're not leaving the water until I see it in your hands. But I can't swim, he burbled as his head began to slowly sink beneath the surface. I'm well aware. Hanging in the air? Could you imagine getting kicked so hard into the air that you literally hover in the air before you fall? It's truly chalked, and I knew these were coming. Appreciate you, Agent. Enjoy that lurk. Yeah, you see it, Astro? It's part of why I didn't want to read on stream. Because I knew I was going to get bombarded with these, rightfully so. But I knew it. He's straight baked. I promise you he's cooked. Please, my late. His words were cut short as his lungs filled with water and the rest of his head bobbed below the surface. His thrashing ceased and the silhouette grew faint as he quickly plummeted downward toward the bottom of the bay. With the situation having reached an unacceptable level of risk, several onlooking crew members ran over to rescue the waterlogged butler. The moment the boy made it out of the bay, however, the still enraged girl tried to kick him right back in again. Miss, please, you must calm down, the crew member at the gate said, trying to pacify the young noble. How? How can I be calm about this? My father wasn't able to attend, so I am here in his place. There are important business discussions taking place on the ship that I cannot afford to miss. And now, thanks to a certain someone's rank and competence, that is exactly what's going to happen. Kevin, there's no way, right? And the girl gave the boy a menacing glare so virulent? Words. It could have stripped the paint room and the paint from the entire vessel. Tell me, Worm, how exactly are you going to take responsibility for me being unable to board? And this is what's it called? W illustrations. New one for me, that's what I'm saying. Though the boy was still coughing and violently spewing water, his already pallid face managed to lose what little color remained in it upon hearing those words. There we go. Feeling pity for the boy, the gate attendant stepped in. Well, for the time being, may I see your invitation instead? The boy moved to comply with this request, but was stopped dead in his tracks by the girl's menacing scowl. She produced the invitation herself and roughly shoved it at the attendant. The attendant read over the paper, then went through the list of names on the guest list. This invitation is for Baron Chris Reinhardt, who I can confirm is indeed on the guest list. Might I presume you two are his daughter and her attendant? You presume correctly. I am Baron Reinhardt's eldest daughter, Celia Reinhardt. The gate attendant made a respectful bow before continuing to speak. Then there'll be no need to further concern yourself with the matter of the boarding pass, Miss Reinhardt. You may proceed. Oh, we may? Full of malice? Ah, that makes sense. Strictly speaking, a decision of this nature required approval from a higher-ranking employee, but in this case, the gate attendant decided that swift action was the best way to provide a peaceful solution to the rapidly worsening situation at hand. It seems as though you'll live to ride another day, you useless worm. Count yourself lucky. The girl boarded the ship, still staring icy daggers at her butler. He dragged their luggage on after her, still wheezing and dripping wet from the events of the past few minutes. He effusively expressed his gratitude to the gate attendant as he passed, receiving a sympathetic smile and a few words of encouragement. Poor butler indeed, Tim. Poor butler indeed. Having finally boarded the ship, the two youths immediately headed for their room. Their pace was quick, as though they already knew the way, and not a single word was exchanged between them as they briskly walked down the halls. Once they arrived, they gave the room a quick yet thorough search. Infiltration complete. DB, it doesn't even exist, could you imagine? The girl broke their silence, suddenly speaking in a sleepy drawl. Her eyelids drooped and she let out a mighty yawn, not a trace remaining of the tense, high-handed young lady from only a few moments ago. I'm beat, S. Think I'm gonna take a nap. She tossed her plush onto the bed and immediately launched herself after it. She dove under the covers with childlike exuberance, befitting someone her age, perhaps even younger. In contrast to her whimsical new demeanor, the boy remained completely expressionless. Don't let your guard down. The mission begins now. His voice was alarmingly calm and terse. As he brushed aside his bangs, still wet from the frigid water of the harbor, his now visible eyes were cold and sharp. Beneath that, however, was the gleam of a hunter fixed on its prey. Each and every region of his body exuded composure. The flustered, stammering butler from before was nothing but a memory. And though the girl's transformation was strange, the boy's sudden shift in personality was nothing short of jarring. Yo, Lord Jadrick, what's the word? You'd pay to see Felix try a high-pitched voice? I've done Princess Peach before. It definitely exists. That wasn't really your best work out there, ass. Far from it. She spoke nonchalantly, rolling around in the bed as she critiqued the boy's performance. He remained silent for a moment before her speaking, almost as though he agreed with her assessment, at least in part. It didn't affect the mission. But you overdid each and every reaction. It's not easy to match that without seeming unnatural, you know? You hamming it up like that made us stand out more than we needed to. Despite her words, the girl's half-hearted tone took the bite out of her criticisms. These were the duo's true personalities. The upper-class young lady and her bumbling butler making a spectacle at the boarding gate were simply elaborate pageantries, acts necessary for gaining entry into the ship and nothing more. Any other method of infiltration might have raised suspicion, endangering their mission. Thus, they chose to board under false identities. Hey, nah, Kevin, it's cooked, bro. Good luck. Exclamation mark VODs. They had made clever use of the organization's info network beforehand, ascertaining which of the invitees would be unable to attend. Armed with this bit of intel, they created their personas. The invitations required for boarding were printed on high-quality paper, but ultimately different only in name. Using the same layout for each invitation was the logical choice for a merchant looking to pinch mirror wherever possible. Logical or not, that particular decision had made the necessary forgery a walk in the park. The boarding pass, on the other hand, was a different story. The Verne Company was known to employ cutting-edge technology to prevent forgeries. Attempting to use a fake pass to board was an act accompanied by a considerable amount of risk. This is why the two engineered the dramatic performance that took place at the boarding gate. The boy dropping their pass was, of course, an intentional act. Both the gust of wind and the timely group of fish were the result of a battle ornament the girl had kept hidden in her stuffed bear, a clever method that she had used many times in the past to cast arts unnoticed. All of their hard work had paid off. The infiltration had gone exactly as planned, and it was yet another successful infiltration for the boy, known as 3 of Swords, and the girl, known as 9 of Swords, in their life as professional assassins. Let me tell you right now, I woke up today and the first thing I did was pull up this chapter and I said, what? When I finished reading it, I said, nah. I gotta get on stream and read the rest of this. Cause what? Yeah, I said, hell nah. Crazy work. We have more though. All right, 3 and 9. In chapter 2, and there are 10? Yeah, 10 chapters. We're about to be here for a minute, y'all. Lock it in. At its scheduled time, the ship departed. As you watched the shoreline shrink into the distance, 3 of Swords spoke in a cold, flat voice. Target presence confirmed. Have we pinpointed enemy positioning? Is our route prepared? Yep, we're good to go. The young girl known as 9 of Swords stood behind the boy, answering in a relaxed drawl, the polar opposite of her partner's icy tone. Having been dispatched by the organization, the two laid the groundwork for their mission. The assassination of the man responsible for this voyage, the wealthy merchant, Haldor Barn. Oh, shit. Yeah, Kevin, it's over for me, dog. Trust me. The organization was not particular about how they dealt with their targets. Whether in swift silence or via raucous violence, their only real concern was making sure they did not draw the attention of the Bracer Guild or the local police. As a hard rule, 3 and 9 would always select the most efficient method available to them. In this case, their mission was to prevent the ship from arriving in Calvard with Haldor still alive on it. Haldor had strong ties with Hayway, a sizable criminal organization in the Republic. Should he make it safely to his destination and take refuge under the protection, his extraction and subsequent elimination would prove an exceptionally difficult task. Interesting, okay. See, now I gotta start thinking as I go, because this is all new to me now. I'm sick. Aside from the engine area, the ship had 3 main floors. The lowest housed a considerable number of general passengers. Naturally, this is where 3 and 9's room was located. The second floor contained a hall used for parties, banquets, and meals, as well as other such events. And finally, the 3rd floor featured luxury rooms prepared specifically for noble use. At present, however, the entirety of the floor was reserved by Haldor, who was enjoying the comforts of the room in the farthest back. 3 and 9 put their equipment and tools in order and then sprang into action. Their plan was to head to the hall on the 2nd floor, but not before leaving a little gift on the 1st. The hall would be packed with passengers once dinner service began. Given that only the ultra-wealthy and those of noble status were in attendance, the menu was likely to be suitably extravagant. Yet, once they arrived, they found that Haldor had not elected to appear, an act of caution, perhaps. This was expected, however, and the two took their planned positions in a central area of the room. It's time. What up, Ivy? How you doing? How you be? 3's quiet murmur was immediately followed by the din of an explosion from the floor below. Oh, this is how we doing it? The passengers began to panic, but their fears slowly subsided to uneasiness as the security personnel deployed and headed to the 1st floor to investigate the situation. In truth, the explosion had been caused by a small makeshift bomb that 3 and 9 had planted in an unoccupied room. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but it was enough to ignite a number of small fires in the area. Their goal was to lure out security, and in that regard, the bomb had more than served its purpose. The plan was progressing apace. Yeah, we on chaos, apparently. I was over here like, maybe we're gonna poison his food, you know what I mean? But nope, apparently we're setting up bombs. Guess I'm up, 9 said in her usual lackadaisical drawl. She gathered up the edges of her skirt in her hands and gently swayed it back and forth, resulting in a number of black spheres thudding down onto the floor. Wait, what? A series of muffled pops reverberated throughout the hall, heralding a cloud of smoke and tear gas that quickly filled the room. What's going on? I can hardly breathe. Ah, my eyes are tearing up. The gas wasn't especially strong and would have no lasting effects on its victims. However, it was more than enough to send the already uneasy group of elites into a full-blown panic. The 3 and 9 then began the next stage of their plan, their infiltration of the 3rd floor. Currently, the bulk of security was on the 1st floor, meaning they wouldn't have to pass all the way through the 2nd in order to respond to any emergencies at the top of the ship. The large numbers of panicking passengers on the 2nd floor wouldn't stall security for long, but the situation would still buy 3 and 9 all the time they needed. Or they would need. So far, the assassins' plan had gone flawlessly. Still, that didn't mean killing Haldor would be easy once they had reached him. The two hid themselves in the stairwell on the 3rd floor and scouted ahead. 2 more there. From what I can see, it looks like we left 5 to deal with. 9 shared her observations with 3 in a hushed tone. He silently nodded in acknowledgement. One look at the men standing guard ahead was enough to tell them they were neither typical passengers nor ship security. They were well armed, and their combat experience was practically carved into their hardened faces. Ex-Jaegers, huh? Tsunami, I almost called you Tsunamo, golly. That's about to be a nickname for you now. Okay, finally off work, can you start over? It's a good thing Twitch has a rewind feature, lock in. What are we saying? It was clear they had been hired not to protect the general guests, but to personally attend to Haldor. Given that his room was located in the very back of the ship, it meant that the only way to reach him was through the battle-hardened veterans that currently barred 3 and 9's path. Avoiding a fight simply wasn't in the cards this time. Freaking Tati, yo goofy ass. She said finally off work like she wasn't over there playing Pocopia. Goofy. I'll take a lead. As she said this, 9 began to casually walk forward, her posture relaxed. She made no attempt to hide her approach, and even when the guards heard her soft footsteps and turned to look, they didn't register her as a threat, an advantage afforded her by her candy-sweet exterior. "Little lady, you're not allowed up here without permission," one of the guards said in a gravely voice. "Yeah, we know there's been some kind of disturbance downstairs," another chimed in, "but this ain't an evacuation site. Get yourself back to your room." Their tone was a bit harsh, but considering they used to be Jaegers, their attitude towards 9 was almost amicable. She gestured towards Haldor's room. "But I want to go in there. Pretty please." "Oh, that's called multitasking? Yeah, lock in. All right, multitask on these notifications. How about that? Crazy work. Hi, Shrimp. What's the word?" 9 wasn't putting on the spoiled noble act she had used to sneak aboard the ship earlier in the day. This was probably as close to her genuine, sleepy intonation as she would allow during a mission. "You want to meet with Mr. Haldor, do you? Well, today ain't your lucky day, kid, because we got strict orders not to let anyone in this room." "Got your noties right here? Hey, let me find out." "And there's nothing I can do to change your mind?" 9 tilted her head as she spoke, her presence beginning to unnerve the guards. "Nope, nothing," one of them finally responded. "Oh, I see. That really is too bad." Despite her words, 9 didn't seem especially disappointed by their response. Taking her plush bear in hand, she suddenly thrust it out in front of her. There was a flash of silver and a loud whip, followed by the thud of 2 of the guards collapsing to the ground. Their necks had each been pierced by 2 needles, which had been tipped in poison, a specialty of 9's and her mainstay in combat. Aw, shit. Well, ordinarily hidden within the bear, the needles could be used to quickly disperse various types of poison throughout a target's body when thrown at a vital point. 9 would typically carry up to 10 types of poisons. What? Each suitable for a different situation. Depending on the circumstances, she would even use poison-free needles on occasion. This time, 9 had struck the 2 bodyguards with a neurotoxin that robbed the body of its ability to freely move. While not strong enough to kill, it was definitely enough to immobilize someone of substantial size for a good while. What the? Having sensed something amiss, one of the remaining bodyguards down the hallway turned to see what was happening. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure quickly moving in his direction, but before he could figure out what was happening, however, a blade flashed before his eyes and he was on the ground, incapacitated along with his comrades. Yeah, 10 types is insane. "You're at work?" "Hey, as you do, Shrimp, as you do." The swift takedown was executed by 3. He wielded a long sword with a thin blade that appeared sharp enough to cut the very air around it. Its construction resembled that of traditional Eastern swords, albeit with a straight blade instead of the typical curved one. Okay, interesting. Its design was surprisingly ornate, and curiously enough, it seemed to be missing a hilt guard and part of the blade near its base. The two remaining bodyguards had seen what happened, and each had already dropped into a fighting stance. No matter how youthful their opponents, it was clear they had no intention of pulling their punches. "You little bastards!" yelled one of them as he began swinging his axe downward. The three met the attack with a sword, locking the assassin and the bodyguard in place. Seeing an opening, the other bodyguard drew his sword and attempted to stab 3. While still holding the axe in place with his right hand, 3 quickly drew a short sword with his left, using it to deflect the second bodyguard's attack in one clean motion. The short sword resembled the long sword in nearly all aspects but length. Unlike the long sword, it had a hilt guard. However, it seemed incomplete somehow, as though it was missing a piece. Oh, this is about to be a freaking fusion weapon or something, dog. What the hell is this? Let's see. It was much less an offensive weapon than the longsword, being mainly used for defense. Despite his best efforts to fend off the attackers, it seemed as though 3 would quickly be overpowered. Even for him, it was difficult to hold back the weight of an attack from a grown man with only his right hand. Sensing that he needed to do something quickly, 3 intentionally stopped pushing back on the axe, deflecting it harmlessly to the side. Hey, yo, that is not the look of a 13-year-old right there. Like, whose kid is this right here? With his remaining strength, he whipped around to face his staggering assailant and plunged his short sword deep into his torso. The other bodyguard quickly launched a flurry of attacks, but 3 pushed the critically wounded axe wielder into his comrade. The sword-wielding bodyguard was momentarily taken off guard, and 3 capitalized on the opening, cutting him down with both swords. Right, that should be... The 3 turned to notify 9 that the guards had all been dispatched, but as he did, he saw the door to the VIP room open behind her. Out stepped another ex-Jaeger, weapon drawn. He ate his Wheaties, you see it? You see it? Damn, 30 of them things, shrimp? Let me find out. His sights set on attacking the defenseless 9 while her guard was down. Too much space separated them for 3 to warn 9 in time. He pushed off his back heel with all his might, but stopped his dash a split second later, as did the final bodyguard. My, you're pretty sharp. I was wondering how long it'd take you to catch on. 9 lazily turned on her heel and cast a derisive glance over her shoulder. Her expression remained unfazed as thin red stripes appeared over the Jaeger's arms and legs, blood beginning to trickle out like sanguine tears. Ugh. Or tears, maybe? Sanguine tears, though, I'm assuming. Better not move. Wriggle too much and you'll be leaving in more pieces than you arrived. Her sweet appearance made her remarks all the more disconcerting and ghastly. The ex-Jaeger understood that this was no empty threat. He couldn't afford to take another step. The cause of his painful predicament was a web of superfine steel threads surrounding him. Thanks to their special processing, the threads were roughly as sharp as a drawer full of top-end kitchen knives. Ugh. We'll see you soon, shrimp. Enjoy the rest of your shift, and odds are I'll still be here by the time you're done. 9 had laid a trap outside the door, one that an unassuming person would have been hard-pressed to detect with the naked eye. Any unfortunate soul who had tried to pass through the area with any degree of speed would have soon found themselves the centerpiece of a grisly, blood-splattered tableau. Ugh. Homie is about to look like cubes. The threads were connected to specially designed needles 9 used as her main weapon. Such thread was notoriously difficult to use, and it was rarely regarded as being sufficiently powerful to use as one's only means of attack. While there were rumors of true masters who needed no other implements to eliminate their target, 9 had yet to attain such a level of skill with them. That said, she was still a menace in her own right, and a fiendishly clever master of traps besides, as the ex-Jaeger had just learned 9 had tossed a poisoned needle at her immobilized foe with minimal effort, and her hapless victim collapsed to the floor. She tilted her head to the side as she noticed 3 staring at her. "What, is something wrong, S?" she asked, using the nickname she preferred to call 3 by. She would often refer to herself as N, which 3 took as a shortened version of 9. But when she spoke with 3, she would use S instead of T. He had assumed it to be short for swords, despite the word being part of both of their names, but he had never bothered to ask. Deeper meaning there, for certain. Nothing at all. 3 tersely responded as he turned to face the VIP room door. At last, the pair stepped into the room housing their target, Haldor Barn. Aw, snap. Your boy got food. Thank you, Denise. But I'll be eating that after. All right, the assassins on the target. Chapter 3, we're going right in, no breaks. What are those? Inside. Wait, sorry. Chapter 3, the assassins on the target. There we go. What you got? We got some Pizza Hut. You know what I'm saying? We got some Pizza Hut. It looks like Denise also got waffle fries and what are these, boneless bites or something? What's good, Quay? What's the word, homie? I see you're here for story time. Yes, sir. Inside, the room was opulence made manifest. The best of the best. Enough to make the wealthiest noble envious. In the center of its spacious layout sat Haldor Barn, reclined on a sofa. He had brought a glass of wine to his lips as his feature twisted into in a wry, unpleasant expression. Y'all been listening? Hey, Pizza Hut low-key gas ain't nothing low about it, Bo. I promised you the highest of keys. Yo, Quay, you got that Opera GX or what, man? Asking for a friend. I'm trying to see something. Also, speaking of trying to see something, I don't think this timer has worked at all, has it? Let's see. Can I edit this timer? Type 1 in the chat if you want to see Felix read for audiobooks. Yeah, all right. Hold on. Whoops, I actually didn't mean to hit test there. I mostly wanted to edit this. How do you edit an existing timer? Boo, 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 boo. But it is telling me that it's, well, me hitting test there made it work, but we'll see if it comes back, I guess. Hello, Jack. Aren't you supposed to be, hey, hold on, bro. Oh, you rated out. I'll crash out right now. W. Isaiah. I was like, how the flip? Listen, that would require me to be able to read first. All right, but thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Very much appreciated. Let's see. Absolute incompetence. Such a simple job, and yet apparently one completely beyond them. Mr. Barn had fully grasped the situation. He had given the order that no one be allowed in, but now there were 2 children standing before him. Given the commotion outside, it had been easy to guess what happened. Though their appearances made it hard to believe, the 2 standing before him were no doubt professional assassins here for his life. Expedition 1T1 is crazy, bruh. Hey, that's true, Astra. That is very true. I read lines over and over again, drive myself mad. He'll never want to read again, they said. Still, Haldor maintained his composure. He kept his realization hidden, refusing to allow so much as a hint of panic to creep into his features. The source of this confidence was a certain colossal machine that sat on the floor before him. Its mere presence made even the impossibly spacious room feel cramped. It towered over the 2 arch in height, with 6 spider-like legs protruding from its body. Its humanoid upper half stood erect, with 4 menacing arms stretching out from it. The entire machine emitted an eerie glow, making for a most intimidating sight to behold. Ew, you know who bro looked like? Expedition 3 and 9 is insane. Also Moors? Lundy. We're back at it. What's the word? Nah, you're good, Meteor. Welcome back, welcome back. A bear? Yeah, no otter for you. It's cooked. It's truly cooked. How was the, you've been back on the crocheting tip, right, Lundy? I think I like came across like maybe the past couple nights. I've like kind of skated on by. You've been working on something. I know you've had like videos up while you've been doing something. Are you back on the crochet? Damn, yo, Kevin, 2 for 2, bro? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That's actually kind of crazy. You're 99% triple dab. Only one way to find out, bro. I don't feel like this is gonna say, what's up? Oh! Yeah? This is what we're doing, huh? Had to work on the sub blanket. Okay, good. I'm like, I better not be tripping. I'm pretty sure you've been crocheting. Took you 3 days. You had to have 43 colors. God damn. You might have decided for me what game I'm gonna get with that Nexus link. Oh, let's go, Jack. Or Mouse PI. I actually wonder if it's on Nexus. If it is, I can add it on there for you too. So if for whenever you want to grab it later, just let me know. Because I learned when I set up the Nexus that I can only fit 20 games on there at a time. So you know, since we started playing Star Force, of course I tossed that on there. I tossed on most of the other Mega Man collections as well as like, you know, Monster Hunter, because woohoo, Capcom, right? And Street Fighter as well. So that's all there for now. But like, if there is a game anybody is curious about, like, and they do want to support me, like, just reach out, let me know, and if it's on Nexus, I'll put it on there for you. Yodel Nexus. Oh, you see, you're thinking of Nexon. And shout out Maple Story. Did you know Maple Story is like coming back or whatever, Lundy? Yep, RE9 is on there as well. Hey, no, don't worry about it, because honestly, I was calling the Nexus as a kid too. I promise you. Yeah, so let me know. Hi, Tink. Welcome to Story Time. It's good seeing you. Also, excellent stream. I don't think it was last night I caught you. I think it was the night before. Time is a fake concept, but I know I definitely had you up for a bit the other night. Because actually, I think it was Tuesday. Yeah, because I was gonna raid into you, and I got caught up in whatever it was I was doing, so I couldn't raid you before before you raided out. But it's good seeing you. Yeah, y'all make sure you go tap in with everybody getting shouted out, honestly. But Tink's a newer friend, and she is awesome, y'all. You're not gonna have a bad time over in Tink's. Actually, hi Key Lundy, yeah, you might want to go tap in with Tink too. Listen, if you as a fellow girly pop want more girls in your corner, Tink, I'm so serious, is dead ass right there for you. I'm so serious. Wowee, that's a big one, 9 remarked, glancing up at it. An archaism, 3 exclaimed, immediately shifting to a battle stance. Huh. This beauty is a new favorite of mine, a rather fruitful find at a recent back alley auction I happened to attend. And it wasn't cheap, let me tell you. But no, I didn't stop there. I'm a man who doesn't do things by half measures. I paid a princely sum to have it outfitted with the most cutting-edge technology available. Mirror well spent, in my opinion. I dare say it has enough firepower to easily wipe out an entire platoon of soldiers if I wanted it to. Not Tink you trying to flirt. Girl, if you don't... You're sick. In fact, it'd be mere child's play. Barely able to contain his smug grin, Haldor looked at, like a boastful child showing off his expensive toy at school. So the bums outside were just bouncers then. And this monstrosity is what's actually here to protect you, 3 deduced. Oh, a sharp one. That's precisely correct, Haldor said gleefully. As long as I have it by my side, my safety here is guaranteed. And once I make it to the Republic, I'll be untouchable. He let out a long laugh, his voice rising higher and higher, echoing endlessly throughout the gaudy chamber. It's shockingly stupid. He really is an idiot, huh? The duo's comments weren't born from simple overconfidence. Even if they did somehow fail in their mission, even if Haldor did somehow manage to make it to the Heiwei territory, he had already been marked for death by the organization. They would pursue him to the bitter end, to the last man. He had 0 chance of survival. Attack! At Haldor's order, the archaism lurched into action. It set its sights on 3, charging straight for him. 9 took the opportunity to begin casting her arts. While her partner specialized in close quarters combat, she was a force to be reckoned with when it came to orbital arts. As she began the charge, however, one of the archaism's arms rapidly folded out into a gun, the muzzle pointed in 9's direction. Without delay, it sprayed a hail of bullets at her. Whoa! 9 evaded the gunfire by a hair's breadth, but was forced to abandon casting her art. The archaism focused its attention back on 3, who was busy fending off its melee attacks with his longsword. 9 sprinted to the other side of the room and started her cast again. The machine's aim was too adept, however, and she found herself unable to escape it long enough to get an art off. It appeared that their foe was equipped with a powerful arts detection sensor, one that allowed it to identify incoming orbital attacks and counterattack before they could be launched. Forced to abandon her casting yet again, 9 screwed up her face in frustration and suddenly gripped her plush bear. This thing doesn't play nice. I quit, she said in a huff. It was a fair point. Poison-tipped needles wouldn't have been particularly effective against the steel plating of a machine, and without the ability to cast her arts, Nine found herself at a loss. Excuse me. Ilk, you just might be, bro. Go ahead and tuck yourself in. It's time. I'll be doing well today, Tink. I'm gonna grab a little shut-eye. Wake me when the fighting's over, okay? Nine said as she flopped down on one of the room's sofas, using her bear as a pillow. Nine? Cut it out. I need you to stay awake. 3 shouted from across the room. Despite this, Nine didn't react at all. As she dozed, the archaism seemed to disregard her as a threat and fully focus its attention on 3. What the flip, bro? Yo, Kevin, you see it, bro? Listen, man, we about to see these 2 in this game too, and that's why I know we gotta read these, man. Like, we about to see these 2 in these games, and you know, the cast are gonna be like, wow, look at these kids, and they're probably the most deadly people like on this side of the world, man. What's good, Black? What's the word? Black, we out here reading, man. So buckle up, strap in. It's our time. Okay. 3 leapt out of the way as the machine's arm or sword arm cut an arc through the air, only to then see the lance rocketing toward him. He narrowly avoided it, but his escape path was blocked by the mighty swing of the axe. This thing is using everything. Reading is what? Fundamental. You ain't even lying. And also, I can't do it. You hear me stammering? I'm sick. Meanwhile, the archaism had its gun trained in Haldor's direction. Even in the heat of combat, it prioritized protecting its master against any approaching threats. Hi, Rio. It's okay, me either. I'm telling you, because like, whoever invented reading, like, first of all, thank you, you're a genius, but also, damn it. You know what I mean? Rio, what's the word today? Swift movements and deft sword play were the foundation of 3's combat style, but they were little use against such a powerful machine. The archaism was simply too fast, and its attacks were both explosively powerful and aimed with deadly precision. Further, its 6 legs afforded it perfect balance, and its multiple arms allowed it to launch attacks faster than 3 could keep up. To his irritation, 3 found his skill set completely useless against the metal monstrosity. Sure, he was a better fit for the task than 9, but only by a slim margin. As soon as you go hit live, you actually forget how to read. I approve. Yes. No, see, you get it. Because what? I literally read one of these chapters in bed, and I was like, haha, tee like, this is great. And then I got on here and started reading it, and I was like, what are words? Language doesn't make sense. Yo, DB, let me tell you something. As the further we go, the more tempted I am. But that's also why I'm trying to read fast at the same time, because I'm not trying to burn myself out. Also, I guess in a way, technically speaking too, I do it for multiple hours every stream because I read y'all. It's not as much text, but you know, same deal. Hey, you're not even lying. I'm here. Who let that happen? Marcus, what's the word, homie? How was your week? Regardless, he continued to fight, both blades flashing as they moved to intercept his foe. The sheer number of attacks coming at him forced 3 to focus entirely on defense. He parried, dodged, and deflected the relentless wave of strikes, biding his time, waiting for the machine to leave an opening for him to strike with his longsword. You know something, DV? I got an S-Craft for Duvally right here, bro. How about that? How about that? Yeah, I think it was Trails to Azure. I do think that was a great time. And I think I did it one more time in another game, but I think it was a Cold Steel. If not, it was like 2nd chapter of Sky. Maybe. Yeah. One of the 2s for sure. That's crazy. Okay. The violent dance continued on for some time. 3 had managed to land a number of blows to the machine's body and arms, but each had resulted in no more than a metallic twang as his blade was repelled by its solid metal armor. It's no use, child. That armor was specially commissioned, and your pathetic little butter knives don't have a snowball's chance in Gehenna against them. How far back did the Gambler Jack novels go? Well, shoot, for me, I read them in Sky 3rd, but I think they existed at least by 2nd chapter. Yeah, but I definitely read them in Sky 3rd. That's crazy. I don't know why y'all beefing for yet for real. Hey man, lock it in. Haldor's mocking tone grated on Three's nerves. It was made worse by the fact that it was clear he wasn't lying. Three's attacks had been completely ineffective so far. Still, Three had yet to suffer any wounds. Given how things were going, though, it was only a matter of time before he was slowly worn down. Analysis complete. 9 suddenly began speaking, apparently having woken up from her nap. Still lounging on the sofa, is she AI? She continued, her voice flatter and more precise than usual. Thank you, May Bestie. I got you. Arms, joint 1, down 5 reach. Joint 2, up 3 reach. Waist, rotation axis center. Left side of chest, up 2/5 and left 1/5. Damn, we still reading? We have 7 more chapters, Bestie, so strap in. Okay? Strap in. Who let Marcus in here 20 times in a row? We gotta fix this. The first to respond was not 3, but Haldor. You little wench, how did you do that? He was flustered, clearly shocked by that 9 had figured out the Archaism's structural weak points. 9 slowly rose from the sofa and reverted back to her usual drawl, sleepily rubbing her eyes as she spoke. I could tell by the sound. It takes a bit of concentration, though. Yeah, yo, Jack, I'm not gonna lie, bro. We'll see you on Dark Cloud 2 tomorrow. Pure disbelief was etched into Haldor's face. 3, on the other hand, looked as composed as ever. He had known from the start what 9 was doing. He was simply buying time until the analysis was complete. Now! Right. 3 readied himself and rushed the Archaism, his sword placed swifter than ever. A veritable tornado of slashes and stabs. Each of his attacks hit upon one of the weak points that 9 had pointed out. He suddenly switched to his short sword and performed the same volley of attacks, hitting each point a second time, but the result was the same as before. Nothing save the high-pitched metallic sound that rang out with each hit. It didn't appear that the Archaism had been damaged in the slightest. Not this man laughing. Ha 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 ha! It's a bedtime story. You're gonna close your eyes and see what happens? Hey, honestly, we have a nightmare. Good luck. Yeah, honestly, Astra, I'm trying to get ears like hers, because what are we saying? Haldor was beside himself with laughter, relishing watching the young assassin struggle. What a joke. You can swing those little swords of yours until the palms come home, but you're never getting through that armor. All part of the process. Letting the simple reply linger in the air, 3 lined up his short sword with the empty section in the base of his long sword. Yeah, see, there it is. The 2 blades locked into place, becoming a single weapon, their sharp edges lining up perfectly. At first glance, it would be difficult to tell the 2 were ever anything than a single sword. Haldor watched the process with interest, then burst into mocking laughter a moment later. Proud of your pocket knife, little boy? Do you honestly think that'll be your ticket to victory? Truth be told, even in its combined state, the reach of 3's sword hadn't improved any, nor was the weapon sharper or faster. The slightly increased weight of the blade may have provided some increase in power, but certainly not enough to break through the Archaism's thick armor. Given the opponent at hand, the weapon truly seemed a little better than a toy. Uh-huh. LOL, wow. Hey, listen. You see the joy I brought him? Yeah, heck yeah. I'm glad I make him happy at least. Yo, you so freaking delusional, man. It's crazy. But I gotta give you your props for that. W delusions or something. Also, Jack, if you can still hear me, if you run into any issues for whatever reason with the command, let me know, and I should have you. 3 chose to remain silent and let his weapon do the talking. He swung it at the weak point on the Archaism's leg, the same spot he targeted before. This time, however, his strike was followed by a loud explosion, and the Archaism's leg flew across the room. The blast seemed to have come from within the Archaism itself, and was powerful enough to have blown its limb clean off. Bro got a bomb sword now? Like, what are we doing here? Hold on. At a glance, it seemed similar to a fire element art, but neither 3 nor 9 had appeared to have cast anything. Even if they had, the Archaism sensor would surely have detected it. What the? Haldor stammered, his face twisted with shock and fear. Another swing by 3's sword. I see, Jo. Followed by another explosion. The second of the Archaism's limbs was sent flying into a corner of the room. What the hell is going on? Haldor screeched, no longer trying to hide his panic. His tone quickly deteriorated from alarm into abject terror. This is no ordinary sword, 3 began to speak, his face devoid of expression. It's fully integrated with the battle ornament, forming a single weapon. Well, Strictly speaking, I suppose it's closer to an ordinary orbment than a battle orbment. The location and timing specifications were complicated, as was the use of the specialized orbment in conjunction with some automated processing. The end result was an instantaneous cast time, however. If the wielder was skilled enough, they'd be able to launch powerful arts attacks without the need for any charge-up period. Boy, what the It was in this ability that the true value of 3's weapons lay. There is no way, bruh. Yo, Marcus, you see this behavior, man? What the flip? But having suffered an enormous amount of damage from the rapid art strikes unleashed on it, the Archaism began throwing sparks in all directions. It began to dawn on Haldor that victory was no longer an option for him, and he began desperately looking for a means of escape. Stop fighting and get me out of here, now! He ordered the Archaism in a shrill yell. Reacting to its new orders, the machine quickly rotated its torso and began moving at him. I don't think so, a lazy voice called out from across the room. During the commotion, its remaining spider-like legs had been bound with a complex web of steel thread, rendering it immobile. This is the end. The 3 quickly struck its remaining weak points in rapid succession. The resulting series of explosions tore the machine to pieces, littering its surroundings with burnt steel and charred components. When the smoke had cleared, the room was so filled with broken parts, it was more scrapyard than sweet. What remained of the Archaism's body ceased all functions and collapsed, its chassis mangled beyond recognition. I was thinking about that. I was like, who else can pop like arts that fast? And Toval, I know, has the reputation for it. And then I think like with like Tio, she's got to tap in with her what's it called? Her what is it, like the Aeon system or whatever it is, in order to cast arts that fast, right? Like, bro, what are we saying here? Let's see. 3 definitely wove his way through the junk scattered at his feet, silently moving towards Haldor. Stay back! A pitiful squeak escaped Haldor's throat as he scrambled backward, away from the approaching assassin. There was nowhere to run, however. 3's mission was nearing its end, yet he didn't feel happiness or even relief. He took a step closer. And Tio needs Wi-Fi available? Real. Aeon system, right. I know it lets her hack and do other tech stuff fast. Okay. I guess I was conflating the two then. He felt his sword suddenly grow heavy in his hand. He forced himself to take another step. His legs felt like they were encased in concrete, and his whole body felt like it was desperately rejecting his advance, trying to pull itself away. Another step. This was how it always ended. All that remained was for him to fulfill his role. It was nothing but a tool, a machine. This was how it's supposed to be. And 3 took one final step forward. There's no need to share any details with you. Still, I figure you at least deserve to know who's ending your life. To know, 3 thought to himself, whose named a curse as you burn in the fires of Gehenna. I am 3 of swords. He plunged his blade deep into Haldor's chest, piercing the man's heart. I'm an assassin for the organization. By this point, the panic on the second floor had largely subsided, and the ship's security guards were finally starting to move up to the 3rd floor. Picking up on this, 3 and 9 quietly broke open the window and jumped through it to the sea outside. It's a good thing this mission wasn't on an airship. That would have made escaping way more of a pain, 9 remarked. Agreed. She was right. Escaping from an airship would have necessitated a specialized aircraft for the operation, as well as forcing the 2 to leap from ship to ship in midair. It wouldn't have been entirely impossible for the young assassins, though, and surely someone in their wide world had carried out such an operation before. 9 softly called out the 3, again using her preferred nickname for him. He was a corrupt man, an evil man. The 2 of them looked back toward the ship. There was no need for further explanation between the 2. Yeah, 3 said quietly. I know. He had been through reading through the mission dossier and knew that 9 spoke true. Haldor was a bastard through and through, one that had performed all kinds of horrible acts in the pursuit of Mira. His mere existence sullied the world, and society was better off with him no longer part of it. Not that it matters either way. And when it came down to it, a hit was a hit. Target could be a person with the purest heart on the continent or the scummiest bottom feeder imaginable. If an assassination order came from the organization, 3 and 9 followed it. That's how it always was, I guess. 9 went silent. She took something out from her plush bear and began blowing into it. It gradually took the shape of an inflatable raft big enough for one. Nine climbed aboard it and flopped down, once again using her bear as a pillow. I'm gonna catch another few winks. I'll leave this part to you, S, okay? This part meant for 3 to swim them both to shore. Your legs work just fine, he retorted. Do it yourself. Despite his words, 3 felt a twinge of something resembling affection in his heart. He and Nine had been operating together for over a year by this point. She was a little younger than him, and he sometimes found himself thinking of her as more little sister than just his partner. Their natural rapport aside, she was also someone he could truly rely on during their missions. Despite this, 3 understood the situation. He understood that Nine, even if Nine was his partner, even if he thought of her as a little sister, he can never let his guard down. He can never truly trust her. Damn. I wonder what, jumping from airship to airship? That part? Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of scenarios where I'm like, well, like I registered it had happened before, and then I'm like, wait, between like who? And I mean, immediately the only people I can freaking think of are like, I don't know, freaking Joshua, Ren, potentially even like Shara, but Shara's a bracer, of course. Who else? Kevin, man, let me find out these fucking clowns are part of the church. Oh my God. Kevin? Yeah, bro, you got me sick. Chapter 4, 3 of Swords. They haunt me relentlessly. All the people I've murdered over the years. I've cut off their heads, carved their hearts from their chests, sliced their torsos right through the middle. But no matter what I do, an army of corpses continue to pursue me. I see them every time I close my eyes. The politicians, the nobles, the merchants, the rich and powerfuls. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Damn. Trauma. I frantically swing my sword at them. I cut and cut, bisecting them, slashing them apart, but they don't relent. Chunks of flesh and bone, viscera and intestines, lungs and brains. They gather into a writhing mass that comes crashing down on me like a gory wave, threatening to swallow me whole. Get away, get away, get away, get away, get away! AW med check, it's your time. I try to escape, but they corner me again and again. My victims staring at me with hollow eyes, accusing me. How could you do this to us? How? They throw themselves at me, their decaying fingers gripping my neck, trying to rip the life out of me just as I did to them. Let me go! Let me go, let me go, let me go! I frantically thrash and struggle, but no matter what I do, I can't break away. Rotting blood and bile trickles down my body, dissolving my skin. The wave finally swallows me up. I just want a normal life. I just want my humanity back. I woke up from my nightmare, my breath short and ragged. My entire body was soaked in a horrible sweat. I fought back the rising urge to vomit. The night after completing a mission was always like this. The only difference was seeing one more face in the crowd. Even after years, my disgust for murder had never abated, not even in the slightest. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't rid myself of the scars left in my mind by the terrible acts I'd performed, and yet I had no choice but to continue. Nine and I were nothing but tools. Oh, I just had a thought, but it's way too soon to freaking guess. Okay, it clicked. No, I don't necessarily think so, but like something is stirring. I'm gonna see where the story goes, of course, before I share thoughts, but don't let me forget that I had thoughts on this chapter. All right, cause okay, all right. 9 and 9 were nothing but tools. Our individual thoughts and ideals had no meaning. They were completely unnecessary. All the organization required from us was a skillful capacity for murder and unquestioning subordination, to kill as we were ordered to. Our entire existence boiled down to the singular point. To reject an order or escape, or attempt escape was tantamount to suicide. The organization, to even speak its true name, was forbidden. It was a group of professional killers that existed in the shadows of society. Its core business was eliminating marks, but its true objective likely lay elsewhere. As a low-ranking member, I was simply one of the organization's weapons. There was no reason for such info to be shared with me. Most members of the organization had served it since they were children. Children deemed to possess oh my God. Oh, okay. All right. All right. We're kind of leaning towards some of what I was thinking already with this. Children deemed to possess special potential. Wait. Yeah, okay. Were made to undergo combat instruction and exercises in a place known as the factory. The majority of children who would enter the factory would never again see beyond its walls. Unable to endure the merciless training they were put through, it would become their tomb. The lucky ones who did survive, however, were officially recognized as entry-level members of the organization. That's what happened with me. I was forced to abandon who I was when I first passed through the factory's doors at 7 years old. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that is interesting. Maybe that part of it doesn't match up with what I was thinking, but maybe it doesn't matter. Anyone who dared utter their former name would be subject to severe punishment. There was no concept of individuality. Life in the organization meant being nothing more than another tool in an arsenal. It wasn't until I graduated at the age of 10 that I was given a name. It only served to solidify my status as a weapon, however. Our names, more like titles, are based on tarot cards. In my case, the moniker I received was from the minor arcana, the Three of Swords. It didn't even have the slightest bit of humanity to it, but it was better than having no name at all. Both the higher-ups and the small fraction of the very best candidates were given a name based on the major arcana. Everyone who survived training and made it in was skilled, but in terms of combat ability, the major arcana could run circles around the rest of us. Rumor had it they were even more powerful than top-ranked bracers. I left my room and peeked into the neighboring one. It seemed like Nine was still sleeping. It was time for my report, so I headed out on my own. Yo, you know what's gonna be nuts? Listen, if there's a twist, I don't think these two are gonna turn on each other, or at least not permanently throughout the entirety of this. Behave yourself. But like, I off rip don't trust Nine sleeping. And if she's sleeping in the room next to him, then she's already spying on dude. You know what I'm saying? And that's gonna come into something at some point. Or she's gonna pull up and be like, yeah, listen, I know you got nightmares at night. You know what I mean? I be hearing that shit. Let's do something about it. That's one of two ways that this can go. Calmest behave yourself I ever heard. Next time you won't be so lucky. All right. It was time for my report, so I headed out on my own. Lower level members of the organization generally are operated in pairs. My partner is Nine of Swords, a girl 1 year my junior. Nine was a natural genius. She graduated from the factory in a single year, despite the fact that the average kid takes 3 to 5, if they even make it to graduation without dropping out, that is. From gathering info to analyzing battle situations, acting abilities to infiltration tactics, she was top class in a multitude of fronts. That's to say nothing of her combat style, which made use of needles and thread, allowing her to control the field of battle and dominate her foes. All in all, her abilities were far better suited to assassinations than mine were. It was a bit awkward for us when we were first paired up, but after working together for a year, I can honestly say she was the best partner I'd ever had, and the most reliable. Because 789, see me inside. This man dropped a 6 afraid of 7 joke in 2026. Tsunami, you gotta get drop kicked, bro. They like I might have to hire 3 and 9 my damn self and come cook you, bro. There's no way. At the same time, she was also the person I needed to regard with the most caution. The reason why the organization used a partner system were twofold. The obvious reason was that it helped facilitate missions, but it also forced each partner to monitor the other. In the organization, betrayal was swiftly returned with death. A tool is doomed to serve until it breaks. As such, we were expected to be part of the organization the entirety of our lives. As a general rule, we were afforded no freedom. There did, however, exist special rules. If one were to sense that their partner was scheming to betray the organization, they could sell them out to gain their own freedom. All you had to do was make your report, present sufficient evidence of your suspicion, and then you were given the task of eliminating them yourself. If you succeeded, you were free. Simply running away meant resigning yourself to looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. The organization had eyes everywhere. Anyone who wanted true freedom was better off waiting for the chance to turn their partner in. There was another problem too. The worst of the worst would actually fabricate proof of their partner's betrayal in an effort to earn their own freedom. Thus, the person you needed to regard the most cautiously was not an enemy you'd face on any mission, but the partner who was always at your side. You needed to entertain and accept the notion that you could be betrayed at any time. Members did not turn their backs on the organization. This is an absolute requirement for survival, and a lesson I learned very early on through personal experience. 3 years ago, I tried to escape. Well, I suppose it was more we than I. At the time, I was partnered with another boy, one known as Ace of Swords. Boy, who the is that? Kind of crazy. So we just snitching out here? Zeller, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I have a feeling you're somebody who definitely would have dropped out of this organization. Ace was a year my senior, and he was a pretty good guy. We got along well enough, and he quickly grew into an older brother figure for me. He wielded a giant sword with ease, one as long as he was tall, and he used it both to destroy our enemies and to protect me. He really was an ace when it came to battle. In that sense, his name couldn't be more appropriate. One thing Ace and I shared was contempt for the murders we were forced to perform. I can't remember how the idea of escaping the organization came up initially, but I do recall that neither of us objected to it. Running just like your ancestors. Holy smokes. I almost said something crazy to you, bro. Yeah, you got it. As I mentioned, the system was set up to prevent individual members from betraying the organization, as they could be sold out by their partner. We figured the best way around that was to simply work together and escape the organization as a team. With our objective decided on, we began planning in earnest. We quickly decided we needed to execute our plan as far away from the other pairs of assassins employed by the organization. The first part of our plan went well enough. Ivy, just know. Even you realize that was out of pocket? Don't worry, bro. The response I immediately cooked up for you was probably equally out of pocket. Trust me. We entered Erebonia thinking that it's a considerable distance from our normalcy of operations meant that we can enjoy a certain degree of safety. That was a severe misjudgment on our part, though. The organization had eyes there as well. We were approached by other pairs of assassins twice, and both times ended with combat. We managed to fend them off, however. Ace and I were partners for a reason, and we fought well together. The third time, however, it was our overseer who paid us a visit. To say that his power was overwhelming wouldn't do it justice. It was like trying to fight a force of nature. We barely managed to escape with our lives, suffering heavy wounds in the process. With nowhere else to go, we huddled together in a cave, conscious of the fact that our next encounter with the overseer would surely be our last. There was nothing more to be said about the situation, and for what felt like an eternity, we passed the time in silence. Hey, Ace? I began speaking, believing that it would be the last conversation we'd ever had. What's up, buddy? I just want to say that, all things considered, I think everything could have went a lot worse. What's that supposed to mean? He struggled through the pain to force out a little smirk at my comment. Don't get me wrong, I have plenty of regrets, but still. Ace waited in silence for me to continue. Being by your side all this time, well, it made my life so much better, Ace. And even if we're fated to meet our deaths here, it's a million times better than spending a lifetime as just another tool. The fire flickered. Our shadows danced on the cave wall. And finally, Ace broke the silence, his voice a mere whisper. The three, thanks for everything, man. And you too, Ace. Thank you. I had said what I needed to say. He's about to kill this man. I felt that if our opponent were to arrive at that very moment, I'd at least be able to give my whole soul to the battle. But then, if that's how you feel, Ace started. Suddenly the ambiance in the cave completely shifted, like some horrible hallucination. Ace's icy voice pierced through me, chilling me to the bone. Then die, buddy. Die for me. Is Zeller being Zeller again? Oh yeah, you already know. My first reaction was slight confusion. I actually interpreted it as a clumsy way of saying that we had faced our deaths together. I turned to face him just to clarify, and what I saw next was Ace's massive sword speeding down toward my head. Dog, what the flip? I expected this low-key to be the other way around, man. This is insane. I immediately dodged his strike, and the ground where I had been laying only a moment ago had been shattered into rubble. Excuse me. Yeah, you see this? Like, hello? Ace? Or Ace, what are you doing? I cried out. You can't figure it out on your own? Have you forgotten the final rule for those who betray the organization? Final rule. I hadn't forgotten it. I simply hadn't given it much thought. It seemed irrelevant to our situation, but everything clicked into place then. When two partners betray the organization, the only way for one of them to gain its forgiveness was to kill their partner and present the organization with the corpse. And that's how he gets back in. God damn it. The idea behind this rule was to force escapees into a sense of desperation, then push them into killing each other, taking care of the problem so the organization didn't have to. So, if I had to sort of assume here, my guess is that because he, I guess, misinterpreted what 3 was saying, Ace is about to try and kill 3 to get back into the organization and then create another escape plan with somebody who he probably is now deeming isn't stupid. This is crazy. Interesting. Very interesting. To my absolute shock, this was precisely what Ace was trying to do. I understood what was happening, but all I could do was ask why over and over again. Ace, why? Why are you doing this? You know, buddy, becoming partners with you was the only bit of luck I've had in my whole goddess damned life. Goddess damned is real. I really did want to be free together, to get our humanity back together. Then why are you? Because I need to survive, he said, his voice dripping with desperation. I can't die like this. Screaming wildly, Ace swung a sword at me again. The same sword that had been used to save my life more times than I could count was now being used in an attempt to end it. Just die, he screamed. I tried to scream back. The horrible knot in my stomach and the storm of emotions in my heart ensured that the only thing that came out of my mouth was a meaningless warble as I met his sword with my own. Engulfed in despair, I surrendered control to my instincts and engaged this enemy in combat as I would any other. Damn. Only 20, oh my god, 22 pages of reading? Yeah, no, there's more. 7 out of 50? I wish it was 7. Also, it's like 4 out of 10. But carry on. I don't clearly remember what happened from there. All I know is that I was overtaken by rage and sadness and became a slashing, screaming monster. I was finally brought to my senses by the sounds of Ace's body collapsing to the ground. That's how I managed to survive. How I won back my position as one of the organization's tools. And that's where I'd been ever since. Imani! Hello, queen. You were close? I'ma clap you up and show you how close you were. Hi, Imani. How you doing? How you be? How's your week been thus far? What's the word? What's the word? You already know what it is, y'all. Tap in with my girl Imani. And if you don't, we're beefing. Good luck. All right? Marcus, I'm looking at you. Clown. Unbelievable. Our escape was a deadly failure that laid bare my inadequacies. I still hadn't given up on winning back my humanity. But I'd be damned if I was going to trust anyone else ever again. How do you look? Ugly. How about that? Goofy. How's everyone? Honestly, doing good. Big chillin'. Surprised my voice hasn't already tried to give out on me, but you know, we're here. There's still time for it to happen because I still have 6 more of these chapters to read. And I think this one, I was going to say, I think this one's the longest. Yeah. Sick. This is some Kevin style trauma story, but do you see this? It low-key kind of is. It also reminds me of oh my god, I don't think it was a Kevin story. It could have been, but I swear there was another story we read that was equally as crazy as this. I'm trying to remember what the heck it could have been called. I think we read about it during Zero or Jour. Probably Zero, as I think more about it. Because I think it wasn't until Azure that I was like, hey, find these books. I think. Carnelia for you? Yeah. Yeah, Carnelia was cool. But damn it. And I feel like the story I'm thinking about was like vague too. Oh my god, I'm so sorry if this is like useless information for you Trails fans. But I think it was the story that like was it a little girl or a boy like living with a parent in the woods or something like that? That parent is killed somehow, and I forget what happens to that kid. But like just the vibes from this so far, like, or at least that section of it kind of reminds me of that story. I'm so mad I'm forgetting what the heck it was called though. Yeah, they were living with somebody in the woods. Or the person in the woods was like that they supposedly lived with was fake. I think they lived near a village. Maybe that parent or whatever they were was like a doctor or something, somebody important to the village. Yeah, I feel like I'm approaching like conflating territory though, because I could have sworn in that story as well, like the main character you're reading through the POV of was like told several times like not to go into the village or something like that, or become close with people there. And that got them in trouble. That's kind of what it reminds me of. I don't know why it brought my mind there. Mark. Yes, that. For some reason, my mind is there. Back with Mark. Yeah, that was the story. Yo, that story had me tripping. I don't remember that one being messed up. I do think it had a solid conclude. Actually, no. I think it was kind of twisted because And again, maybe I'm conflating the information from that story with another one, but I could have sworn that there was like some sort of other character they kept mentioning, like a Henry or something like that. And then it turns out like either Henry like died or Henry was like fake. Oh no, wait. No, I'm conflating, because then there was the story, I think, of a Henry that was like, Omi is a bot this whole time. Which of the Deep Forest is one of the reasons why some think the Gagar trilogy is really is directly connected to Trails? Really? Oh wow, that's crazy. And yeah, I definitely was conflating stories a little bit right there, but I could have sworn which of the Deep Forest was like it had a crazy twist at the end. I gotta go back and read those again. I enjoyed reading through those. Chapter 5, the Overseer and the Report. The town was practically empty, and the first rays of dawn were only just beginning to pierce the dark sky above. Stepping out of the inn, the three inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the chilly air in an effort to dispel his drowsiness. The prophecy of the Moonlight Witch. Hey, you see it. Interesting. Yo, do your thing, Meteor. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Enjoy your time. The town, known as Luzent, I was about to say, have I seen that name before? Was located on the border of Calvard and Remeferia. 3 and 9 would often undertake missions in both countries, making the centrally located town a perfect base of operations. East of the town was an official border crossing into Calvard. In stark contrast, westward lay a mountain road known only to a select few. It was a treacherous path to be sure, but also one that facilitated entry into the Republic without the need to go through the official channels. 3 headed to the designated rendezvous point, a small hill surrounded by weathered boulders. My God. The site was deep in the mountains and therefore free of unwanted eyes. There, he found a black silhouette waiting for him. It was a man hidden in shadow, wrapped in a tattered black cloak that obscured his face and body both. Despite his bedraggled attire, his presence had an insurmountable weight to it, instilling a primal sort of fear into any who laid eyes on him. I'm here to make my report, said 3. That was like 7 books in a drawer, so I don't know which. Damn, 7 is crazy. Surely I didn't read all 7. Golly. In response, the cloaked figure uttered only a single word. Speak. The man, known as the Overseer, was one of the higher-ranking members of the organization. He was given the name of Emperor from the Major Arcana, but those who served under him only referred to him simply as the Overseer. As his title suggested, he watched over 3 and the rest of the organization's tools. He was the one who provided mission instructions and received the reports. 3 relayed the details of the Haldor mission to the Overseer. As he finished, the man spoke again. Next. Right, regarding Nine of Swords. As part of their debriefing, every member was required to report on their partner's activities. Each of the pair would separately describe what they did and what they observed their partner doing. Even the slightest discrepancy between the pair's reports was regarded with suspicion. The objective behind this requirement was to instill them with fear. Fear that any plot they may hatch to betray the organization would swiftly make its way to the ears of their superiors. That is all, 3 said as he finished his report. Very well, the Overseer said. You'll be contacted with instructions for your next mission once they are ready. Understood. Marcus, come get clapped up, man. The 3 turned to head back to town, but as he did, the Overseer spoke again. It was a little more than a whisper, but it was delivered with a weight that froze 3 in his tracks. Stop. The 3 slowly turned around to face the Overseer. As always, his dark hood completely covered his face. It's been 3 years now. You've not been designing any more plans, have you? The 3 felt a sudden chill shoot down his spine. The Overseer's suffocating gaze was laced with a powerful malice. There was no need for 3 to ask for clarification. He knew the Overseer was talking about his escape attempt 3 years prior. The Emperor had personally conducted many of the organization's purges of runaway members. As their very lives became threatened, many lower-ranking members would find themselves overwhelmed by fear, rendering them powerless before the merciless Emperor. Thus, even within the organization, a cruel place in its own right, the Emperor had earned himself a reputation for his savagery. He was also the very same man who had tracked down 3 and Ace during their escape attempt. Had he already picked up on 3's new plan to escape? No. 3 found the thought absurd. He had taken every step with the utmost care and prudence. Further, if the Emperor had obtained some proof of 3's wrongdoing, the young assassin would already be dead. This was a test. If 3 wavered here, even in the slightest, it would mean his end. I'll never again attempt something so foolish. I'm a tool of the organization, nothing more. My sole purpose is to take lives of my targets. Really, Rad Knox? What the hell? Wait, that's crazy. The way he casts his eyes, his calculated and practiced manner of speech, his natural breathing patterns, the 3 had pulled it off to perfection. Silence hung heavy in the air between them for a moment, and finally, the Emperor spoke. I do hope that is the case. The murderous presence faded from the air, as did the tension that had been building in 3's chest. There are certain expectations riding on your shoulders, the Emperor said. I will fully devote myself to meeting them, 3 said in the same practiced tone. He moved once more to return to town and was not stopped this time. He bought it. Back at his inn's room, 3 let out a sigh of relief as he collapsed into his bed. Nothing had really happened during his exchange with the Overseer, but nonetheless, he had felt completely drained. Without exception, each interaction he had with the Overseer was psychologically exhausting. This was to be expected, however, as he was indeed hiding his true intentions from the organization. In truth, 3 had been planning a second escape attempt. The past 3 years had been grueling, but it did nothing to quash his fervent desire for freedom. If anything, his resolve to reclaim his humanity had only grown stronger by the day. However, each day also saw his blood-drenched hands growing yet heavier with sin. He was a mere tool, human in physical form only, with what few shreds of humanity still remained in his heart he feared would be forever lost before much longer. Each new day that dawned could be the day that he finally slipped away into being a little more than a device, one whose only function was assassination. Put simply, a cold-hearted monster. That was the terrifying future he had dreaded above all else. I absolutely need to succeed this time. I need to get out. His plan had 2 requirements he absolutely needed to meet in order to succeed. Oh, really? You're working on porting them? That's interesting. What? That's cool. First off, he needed to avoid a direct confrontation with the Overseer. Second, 9 could not find out about his plan regardless of their partnership. He had to be careful to avoid giving them the impression that he longed for freedom. Of course, this meant that 3 would be forced to abandon 9, someone who had fought at his side through countless life or death situations. The girl was even younger than he was, but for all her genius, there seemed to be something off about her. Nonetheless, whenever 3 thought about the moment he would pull the trigger and finally put his plan in motion, he always felt a strange sensation welling up inside of him. Strangely enough, it was a desperate urge to fill her in. There were a number of times where 3 had tried, actually, but before he could even get the first word out, however, memory of Ace's sword speeding down toward him had flashed through his mind. In the end, he always remained silent. I can't take this anymore. I can't let my scars define me. I know what I have to do. There's no other way. 3 shook off the thoughts plaguing him and returned to focus to preparing for his escape. The only person I can trust is myself. The rest of the day went by quickly, and before long, dusk began to settle on the town. The day saw 3's diligence pay off at last. His final preparations had gone as smoothly as he could have hoped for. The time had finally arrived. He would set his plan into motion that night. Once 9 fell asleep, he would leave town via the mountain road. Once in Calvert, he would be traveling by car. He had already arranged for a rental to take him up north to a certain city. Once he arrived, he'd promptly set off for Liberal, shout out my dogs, via one of the international airship routes that regularly departed from the city. He had yet to decide what to do after that point. He could stay a night or 2 in Liberal, perhaps head over to Lemon. In any case, he needed to get as far away from his current location as possible. He may have been in the lowest rung of the organization and had little idea of what went on among its upper echelons, but he was determined to show them all that he was capable of casting off the shackles they had bound him with. Not the crows. His rising determination was interrupted by a crow flying into the room. It made a few circles in the air before landing on the table. What the? Taking a closer look at the bird, 3 noticed a specific crest adorning one of its legs. As he did, his face twisted into a grimace. It could only mean one thing. This was the method the Overseer used to communicate. Now? He wants to meet now? It hadn't even been an entire day since 3 had delivered his report. The briefing for the next mission, maybe? Even as he said his words, he was gripped by an indescribable sense of dread and anxiety. However much he wanted to simply ignore the summons, it was not a luxury he could afford. The only chance his plan had of succeeding was if he was able to put a good amount of distance between himself and his would-be pursuers before the Overseer had realized what happened. Were 3 to ignore direct order, however, the organization would immediately recognize it as an act of rebellion, one that would inevitably lead to his death. Mentally preparing himself for another encounter, one he could not avoid, 3 set out for the meeting location. The rendezvous point was the foot of a small hill deep within the mountains, the same site he had been at just that morning, in fact. There remained no trace of the ominous, eerie stillness that had pervaded the place before, however. Bathed by the light of the setting sun, the weathered boulders seemed breathed in brilliant flames from a distance. Oh, seemed. I was like, hold on, not they set the rocks on fire. But okay. 3 arrived to find 2 figures that were already waiting for him. The first was the overseer, draped in the same tattered robe as usual. The thought occurred to 3 that it made the man look more the part of the hermit arcana than it did the emperor. At the man's side stood a young girl carrying a large stuffed bear. 9. Oh boy. Her attire was more or less the same as what she wore on the Haldor mission, with a few alterations to make it more functional and mobile. Her presence there did not cause any alarm for 3. After all, if they had been called to be briefed on the next mission, it was only natural she would be summoned as well. Hi, Kim. What's going on, Dapatia? W Workout Podcast, because low-key, I'm really out here in audiobook mode reading. Lock it in. You have no idea what's going on right now, but it's your time. I hope your day's been good, bestie. Let's see. Something felt different, however. The 3 couldn't put his finger on why, but anxiety began gripping his chest. So you've arrived, the overseer said as 3 approached. Yes. What is my task? The initial exchange was the same as it always was. What happened afterward, however, was decidedly not. Make your appeal. My appeal? 3 said slowly, anxiety in his chest rising. I've received a report detailing your treachery from 9 of Swords. I don't... 3 stammered. He was at an utter loss for words. He had calculated each and every outcome that could potentially happen, going over the steps in his head time and time again. And the absolute worst one possible is now playing out right before his eyes. A wave of despair washed over him. Could this really be happening again? Had 9 betrayed him just like Ace? It wasn't possible, 3 thought. He hadn't told her a thing. He knew that their relationship was strictly professional and he could not, under any circumstances, trust her. That was just how partnerships in the organization worked. How could she have known? It didn't make any sense. There's been some kind of mistake. And 3 attempted to defend himself, knowing full well it was a futile endeavor. You can't talk yourself out of this, S. No, 3 of Swords. 9 finally spoke, but her usual sleepy demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, her voice was crisp, her eyes alert. She had removed a scrap of paper from within the bear and showed it to 3. This is your ticket for an airship voyage to Liberl, the one you booked for noon tomorrow. Holy smokes! And 3 felt the ground fall out from under him. Amidst his shock, a small part of him wanted to yell out that the ticket was fake, that he had the real ticket. But to do so would be tantamount to suicide. 9 continued speaking, as though directly responding to 3's unspoken questions. The ticket you have in your possession is counterfeit. I swapped it for the genuine one while you weren't paying attention. Fresh from completing a mission that had utilized this very same kind of forgery, the 3 now found himself the victim of the exact same trick. Holy smokes, bruh. Yeah, it's cooked. By the way, the name you used to acquire this ticket was Rhines Fogger, a student of Genus Royal Academy, correct? Oh shoot, we know Rhines, right? Hold on. That's the same name you used, oh wait, what the flip? Sorry, I'm out here tripping. That's the same name you used for your false ID on one of our missions last year. That would mean you've been planning this for quite some time, wouldn't it? Despite the immediate threat to his life, 3 couldn't help but admire 9's genius, strangely enough. 3 decided he wouldn't even try to come up with an excuse. 9 had clearly seen right through his plan. She'd seen right into his mind, really. There was just one part he didn't understand. Even if it was her duty to sell him out like this, even if she was a genius, he had been so cautious and prudent in every step of his plan, yet it all had been laid bare, seemingly without a trace of effort. How the hell had this happened? I take that expression to mean you're no longer trying to puzzle out how your whole plan or entire plan was exposed, 9 said, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. It was clear to 3 that she was toying with him now, mocking him. You do realize I've been watching you the whole time we've been partners, right? You've been my only target, right from day one. See, I freaking knew it, dog. Her tone was merciless, her words dripping with thinly veiled venom. Yes, I've been watching you 3, inspecting, observing, The only real challenge was remaining patient as I waited for you to slip up and finally show your true colors. It's been that way since the moment I became your partner. The three struggled to wrap his mind around what Nine was saying. The fact is, you did attempt to betray the organization, but even if you hadn't, I would have falsified whatever I needed in order to ensure your demise. She continued to speak, leaving nothing unsaid, despite the overseer's presence. With each word, Three felt more and more baffled. He could understand her observing him to the degree that their job required, but where was this malicious hatred of hers coming from? She'd felt this way from the start? Why? The overseer, who had been silent for some time, let out a low, derisive laugh. I take it you have yet to figure it out? Who she is, I mean. Three could not, for the life of him, figure out what this was supposed to mean. He looked over at Nine, searching for some sort of clue. All he was met with, however, was a glare of pure hatred, one that made him shudder in fear. He had never seen her look that way before. Do you remember Ace of Swords, your former partner? Oh my God. She began before her voice gained a measured, deadly weight to it. The one you murdered? He was my brother. Yeah, bro, go ahead and pack this chapter up. Go ahead and pack this chapter up. It's cooked. It's cooked, dog. Bro was set up literally from jump. What? It's over. Bro, hold on. Where's this button at? I know I have it on the soundboard somewhere still. Or maybe I did delete it. Oh no, there it is. You just won yourself the stupid prize, bro. Or what are we saying with this? You're cooked. Literally won yourself the stupid prize, bro. Yeah, Zeller, honestly, that one is appropriate because what? Three's world began spinning. He started to feel violently ill. His mind went, is that H a little more? No, never mind. That's just my TV, I guess. I was like, is that H in his right there looking a little more bold or what? Can I assist you, young lady? Crazy. His senses dulled. His mind went blank. It became hard to breathe, as though he were being pulled to the bottom of the sea. The air crushed out of his lungs by its unrelenting pressure. Does look more bold to you as well? Okay. And OBS, like my preview in OBS is not showing that, but okay, cool. I'm glad it's not just me tripping. Let's see. Now, after all this time, I can finally avenge his murder. Three barely heard Nine's words as his head swam with thoughts. Ace was Nine's brother? She'd known everything from the start? She'd been biding her time, hiding her true intentions from the moment they'd first met, always keeping a watchful eye for a suitable opportunity to arise, an opportunity to claim her vengeance. The three stood there dumbfounded, as though he had lost the ability to speak entirely. I see no need for you to sputter through an excuse, the overseer said, reading the shock clearly written across Three's face. We have all the facts we need. You'll be purged from the organization. As per our rules, your partner, Nine of Swords, will now end your life. So what happens if he wins? Anyways, hearing the overseer's words, Nine stepped forward. If you wish for assistance in this task, he said, turning to her, you will not be penalized. The reward will remain the same. The only condition is that you must be the one to deliver the final blow. Once you've eliminated him, your obligations will be cleared. Though I admit, the idea of losing such talent pains me. Damn. The reward. The right to one's freedom, gained by uncovering and then executing a partner who had betrayed the organization. Man, the yearning for this freedom had dominated Three's existence for years, and now Nine would be the one to gain it in exchange for his life. Allow me the honor of doing it alone, she responded. I'll avenge my brother's death with my own hands. She took another step forward, producing a number of poisoned needles from inside her bear. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched them at Three. He instinctively drew his sword and battled the needles out of the air. The combat tactics that had been drilled into him dictated he close the distance between them, and yet he didn't take so much as a single step. His parry was purely reflexive, programmed into his mind through years of combat. He had no intention of truly fighting back. Perhaps it was partially because he didn't want to hurt her. More than anything, however, it was because he knew there was no point in resisting. Even if he did manage to best Nine, he would need to take on the Emperor afterward, and he knew that was a battle he had no chance of winning. Three simply accepted his fate was to die here and then, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Damn! He has parries programmed into his mind? Yeah, I promise you, bro. Word to Ultra Instinct. He's got it in his body. Nine pulled out roughly twice as many needles as before, and again launched them at her former partner. In response, he automatically drew his short sword and used both blades to swiftly deflect them. In Three's mind, the thought slowly began to sink in. This was his retribution for killing Ace. Nine leapt at him, closing the distance, and began attacking with an even greater intensity. Someone like me, Three thought, someone who slaughters a friend to preserve his life, doesn't deserve freedom. What the heck was that sound on your soundboard? Oh, it's been there. Trust me. I also have this one too. Yeah, this macro running? Yeah, you see it. Someone like me doesn't even deserve to live. Nine continued her assault, attacking with both her needles and her thread. Were this an ordinary situation, there was no chance she would be a match for Three in a close quarters fight. However, his heart was not in the battle, causing a significant shift in the balance of power in the fight. Eventually, Nine managed to decisively gain the upper hand, successfully looping her thread around Three's neck. I'll die for her vengeance, he thought. Maybe that's the only outcome that makes sense. Maybe that's the end I deserve. Nine deftly moved her fingers and the steel collar tightened around Three's neck. This is the end, she said in a flat, rigid tone. And Three knew what would happen next. He closed his eyes, choosing to await his end in silence. But the cold embrace of death did not come. Yo, having Three of Swords and then Nine of Swords be separate chapters, you know what I mean? With that, hey, kind of crazy. Yeah, look, the both of them about to run off, dog. I promise you. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Yo, Kevin, you see it, bro. You said it's chalked with a capital C. It might be cooked for me. My mother died soon after I was born. From that point, it was just me, my older brother, and our dad. And as far back as I can remember, my dad was a monster. He took the mirror Mom left us and used it entirely for himself, spending each day drinking it away. He made no effort to put it to good use, to do anything that might help our family. And when he was in a bad mood, what little safe haven we had was violently wrested away. My brother acted more like a parent to me than Dad ever did. Whether at home or out somewhere else, he always protected me. I really hated that house. But I always felt like it was bearable when he was there by my side. Those days didn't last long, however. I was still quite young when the household ran out of money and Dad decided to put us to work. There weren't many options for a child to earn much mirror though, and even between my brother and I, our income barely made a scratch in the mounting debt. One day, my brother vanished and Dad announced he had let him spread his wings. In other words, he had abandoned him. It was at that point that I stopped thinking of that monster as my family. Even in such an awful situation, I still held on to the idea that my brother would come back to me one day. That meant my only option was to stay there until he did. Damn. 3 long years later, I finally received a letter from him. He wrote that he was in a miserable place, but he was managing to stay alive. I was able to send him a reply via the same method, thrilled to have a connection with him once again. I eventually found out that he was being forced to work as a killer for a shadowy society called the Organization. Yo. The things that he said he had to do were awful, inhuman. Just from reading his words, I could feel his pain as though it was my own. He said that the organization was nightmarishly strict and that it was only thanks to his partner that he was able to send me letters in the first place. My brother wrote a lot about his partner, describing him as a true friend, almost like a younger brother. This was the topic I saw him writing, where I saw his writing soften, where he seemed happy. Naturally, I found myself wanting to meet this person. Well, that was impossible and I knew it. I couldn't even meet with my own sibling, let alone his partner in some secret assassin cabal. Is there 13 members? See me inside. Hi, Ram! We continued exchanging letters like this for some time, but even that came to an end. The household ran out of mirror again and I knew it was coming. I could tell it would soon be my turn to leave. I wrote my brother, telling him as much. He wrote back, telling me that he and his partner had decided to escape the organization. I could sense from his words just how resolved he was to do it. He had followed his declaration with a promise to come for me, to get me out of that hellhole of a home. What followed, however, at the very end of his letter was a grim note. If this escape somehow ends in failure, I'm going to prioritize my partner's life over my own. If it comes down to it, I'll sacrifice everything to make sure he at least gets out of here. You can trust him. If anything happens, you can rely on him to help. Did Ace set himself up to die, bro? There's no shot, right? There's certifiably not a singular shot that he did that. Yes, Isaiah, I am, bro. Just like you read through all of Pokemon Legends ZA. Ain't no way. Ram, let me freaking find out bro's a clown. Both in life and the afterlife. Oh my God, bro. That was the last letter I ever received from him. In the end, he never came back for me, and our dad kicked me out, just as I thought he would. He had become a slovenly mess. From the looks of it, he had gotten himself addicted to some especially nasty substances, the kind that tend to quickly drain one's finances. I knew they were destroying him physically as well, but I had stopped caring long ago. I was done with that disgusting scumbag I once called my dad. I used an intermediary to secure an opportunity to join the organization. It was right as I was entering training that I learned of my brother's death. I was told he was killed by his own partner. It was then that my world began to fall apart. I threw myself headlong into my training, not thinking of anything else. I was distraught and trying to escape reality however I could. I ignored everyone around me and even myself. I let my soul slip into hibernation and assumed the role of one of the organization's tools. During the day, I would follow orders, not thinking for myself. But then night would come and I'd had nothing to distract me. My mind would be tormented with thoughts by my brother's passing. The realization that I was now truly alone in the world shook me, as did the notion that my hands would soon be irreversibly stained with blood. Once the fear set in, there was no escaping it, and I gradually lost the ability to sleep properly. The body does have a limit, of course, and I'd eventually fall unconscious for about an hour a night. 2, if I was really lucky. But it wasn't sleep, not really. It was far too shallow for me to physically or mentally recover much, and what little rest I did get was plagued with nightmares. Even after I had woken up, those bizarre, horrid sensations remained. Damn. No, you think I beat it? Yo, no, man, you read it. I know you did. Isaiah saw curry croissants and got fed up. Ew, honestly. Yeah, this image here. Yeah. In knowing that she was unable to sleep. Yo, TD. Holy smokes, what's going on, big dog? Yo, how was Life is Strange? Shout out to the remaster. I know many folk have been on their Life is Strange kick as of late. I'm pretty sure there literally was like another entry or something, right? How you doing, TD? Welcome in. And everybody coming in from TD stream, what's up? My name is Felix Wind, Variety Caster here on Twitch. And we're live today, reading a story of our own called 3 and 9 as part of a larger thread of a series known as The Legend of Heroes. A Spook Seti, hello. What's going on, TD? How you been? What's the word? How was Life is Strange today? Are you making good choices? Because I promise you, people in this story did not. I got you, DB. I'm sure nobody wished nightmares on 9. Yeah, nah. Hey, look, nobody would wish nightmares on 9 or 3. On you though, Marcus, can't lie. Yeah, probably. But for my raiders, I got a quick raid video for you right fast, made by a member of the community. Yeah, you know, it'll show you a little bit about all the things we've gotten into here on the channel and all that good stuff. Such a huge mindfuck? Yeah, I bet. Because you toss in the rewind feature and you're like, okay, so did this happen? Did this not? I got to keep track of this. But I'm glad you had a good time. Y'all make sure you go tap back into TD. I actually had no idea you streamed. Welcome in, everybody. If we're just now meeting for the first time, what's up? My name is Felix Wind. I'm a variety caster here on Twitch, and we're live today. About to get into some Dragon Quest, some Ghosts of Yotei, some Dynasty Warriors, getting into some Courier Riders.
What music is that I hear?
Something trying to make you feel at home.
I think we won that fight.
That's my gambit.
Let's go! Oh, we are so back. We are so back. I'm about to. Yeah, at this point, it's almost like a pity award to give them. We need you punching. Let's try a whoosh real quick. I think we got. Oh, never mind. Be easy.
I'm having fun.
Oh, that's crazy. Let's relax. Come, bro.
You won't have to use all them, but
Easy! Hey, yo. If you're still here after watching that, thank you very much for hanging out. You may now enjoy yourselves a little bit more here on Twitch. Twitch.tv/FelixWind, excuse me. And also, thank you for that hydrate, by the way, DB. Definitely took big gulps of water behind the scenes. And also ate a little bit. We're here. Bro started a war adding that clip. Nah, man, you started a war. All right? You. Because you made the request, bro. You stoked flames that didn't even need to be stoked. Take responsibility for your actions. Because now I'm personally on my way to come cook you, bro. Good luck. W community made raid video. Shout out Tino for real, man. That man got into his editing bag. He said, you know what? Maybe I can do a little something. And now we're here. Yeah, welcome to story time. So to give you the briefest of synopsis of what we're reading currently, the story is called 3 and 9. And we're reading the story of two, I guess, like teens. And they were given code names. Being three of swords and 9 of swords. 3 is a young man about 13-ish years old, and 9 is this young lady you see on screen here with this giant teddy bear, and she is just slightly younger. The story opens with the two of them basically, well, not even basically, assassinating somebody and then going back. And the organization's rules are that like they work in pairs, mostly as a means to keep track of each other and keep each other accountable for actually performing their duties as necessary. And if either of them turn traitor, then the partner is sent to kill the other. 3 attempted to escape the organization with his partner about 3 years ago, and due to circumstances, he ended up being forced to kill his partner. That partner happens to be 9's older brother. And so right now what we're kind of reading is 9's backstory, how she kind of wound up in the organization herself, and she started getting her revenge just now. I wouldn't have made the request had he not added that clip. So again, like I told you last night, dog, it's not like I said, hey, put that clip in there, make sure you get the Be Easy in there. Your beef should have been with him, not me. But see, here's where we separate it, right? Here's where we start separating it, and that's why I gotta go at you, because you made the request to add that particular clip into your video. It could have been all fine, hunky dory, but you made the request. So now I gotta personally come out of my video editing retirement, you know what I mean, and come cook you in a raid video. So all I have to say to you, Isaiah, is good luck. The war is on. I explained it all to you last night, because that had nothing to do with me, you know what I mean. So now we're escalating to the moon and stars. Exactly, Kevin. Isaiah tried to be like, yo, it's fair now. Like, I got one video with some, you know what I mean, a moment of me in there, and you got yours and whatever. And I was like, yeah, you're right, it is even. But that's the problem. So now I have to come cooking, bro. This is just like Drake and Kendrick. Well, I'll tell you right now, bro, I be moving like Kendrick out here. He said Kevin's fair. Yeah, for sure. But also, hello? Hold on. There's no way. There it is. I saw that pop up before the alert played. Chorn, are you kidding me? Don't let me interrupt. No, not at all. Not at all. I'm over here roasting Isaiah right now. So honestly, he did the interruption before you even did. Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance is nuts. Yo, listen, for the next half of a year, enjoy yourself a little bit more here on Twitch. And that sweet ad-free viewing. Seriously, thank you so much. Felix a fucking menace? Nah, TD, what you mean? Listen, TD, look, if somebody pulls up on you, you know what I mean, and you are the bear, unprovoked, right? I've been provoked. Like, I gotta fight back. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Thank you, Chorn. You're on Isaiah's on this one? Of course you are. You're never on my side. So like, tell me something that's new. Tell me something that's new. You sicko? Crazy work. Deep down, you enjoy fighting back? I mean, like, yeah. But like, just because I like it, Kevin, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean I want to, bro. You know what I mean? It's like the Mario movie. It's like, I had fun, but is that movie good? Probably objectively not. You know what I mean? Like, it's that. Yeah, bro. On top of all this chat, he said Daisy is better than Rosalina. Yeah, 10 toes down on that. What? Am I supposed to flinch and be scared that you expose that? I'll say it right now. Listen, Daisy is absolutely better than Rosalina. Be so for real. I tried to tell you last night, bro. Don't let the little, you know what I mean, half-covered face freaking fool you. But alas, Snow Bunny mind control got you in a blender. It's all right. It's all right, bro. May you know peace. Is there a trailer of you boxing Isaiah that spoils the war? Oh, trust me. The footage exists, Kevin. The footage exists. And in the next video that I'm cooking up, bro, y'all might see something after this weekend. The footage exists. Let's see. Let me let me go back to reading this. Snow Bunny mind control took me at alert. Ivy, Isaiah's a victim to it, yo. Man saw Rosalina and he's just jaw dropped, gobsmacked. You know, taken aback. All that. I'm just like, you poor unfortunate soul, man. Ivy saved me. You know Ivy is one of the last people, sorry, who's gonna save you, bro. Good luck. Cause you think Ivy's already forgotten about the torment during his partner push? It's over for you, bro. Daisy is number 2, dog. In a world where Daisy is number 2, Peach is number 1. So what are we really saying? What are we truly saying right now, bro? Nothing. I'm going back to reading. Good luck, Isaiah. That's all I got to say to you, bro. Let's see. Once the fear set in, there was no escaping it, and I gradually lost the ability to sleep properly. Okay, right, I did read that. Right, I went back for the illustration. There's nothing wrong with being number 2. Oh, absolutely nothing is wrong with being number 2. But I'm just saying, in that world, Rosalina is not number 1. So I don't know what we're talking about. Let's see. A year passed like this with no improvement whatsoever. Despite that, I was able to graduate from the factory at an exceptionally fast pace. That was when I finally had a chance to meet him. The boy who had fought alongside my brother as his partner. He had just finished his own re-education, a consequence of betraying the organization. As fate would have it, we were assigned as partners. He was the one who had stolen my brother from me, so I was resolved to despise him from the moment we met. I quietly kept a close eye on him, observing each and every one of his movements. Before long, though, something unexpected happened. Perhaps all my pent-up fear and exhaustion had finally boiled over, and then perhaps it was just my instincts telling me the truth I had been ignoring. Whatever the reason, one day, we were out on a mission, and I found myself able to sleep when I was next to him. I mean, actually sleep. Deeply and soundly for the first time in an entire year. There was something about his presence that gave me a sense of security. It wasn't unlike how I remembered feeling being next to my brother, strangely enough. Yo, it has you with that want to punch something from anxiety and anger type energy. Me with half of this plot. Let me freaking tell you. But I know that Life is Strange is very heavy-handed when it's ready. Oh my gosh. Like, yeah, Life is Strange hits you with so many heavy punches. Alongside what bits of Layla I've been able to catch, I've been watching another friend, Imani, or Exo Mars, kind of do her first run through of the first, 2 games and some DLC, I think. And revisiting so many of those things and watching her reactions as like the plot developed. Beautiful, honestly, truly beautiful. But like, wow, were we all probably collectively ready to swing at something. When I woke up from this much needed rest, so many things came rushing back. Suddenly, without warning, I found myself bawling. And as those tears came pouring out, the chains that had sealed away my heart slowly began to loosen. I started feeling human again. I could feel my emotions for the first time in what felt like an eternity. So when's your playthrough? After we get your account banned on Twitch. As soon as he saw me crying, the boy quickly came over to console me, but that just made me sob harder. I quickly discovered that my new partner really was the person my brother wrote so fondly about. Blunt and a little awkward, but overall a deeply kind person and very thoughtful partner. Despite being shackled to the organization and forced to kill for years, he had yet to fully surrender his humanity. He did seem to be bearing a great sorrow, one far more intense than anything my brother had described, and I could tell he wasn't the kind of person capable of betraying and murdering a friend to ensure his own survival. Only 3 episodes into the first game and has you so mad, like what the fuck are those endings? Yeah, that's one thing too that those freaking writers at Square Enix were terrible for, because the endings were freaking horrendous in, like, you know, that heartbreakingly painful way, and not only that, well, they're cliffhangers. Like, what do you mean you're leaving it right there? And oh my God, TD, even worse when like you had to wait for those episodes to drop, because if memory serves, I think when the game was like new, they didn't drop them all at once. They'd maybe give you like a couple, and then they gave you 2 more, and then they said, okay, we're dropping like the finale later or something like that. I think they were like packaged separately. If not one at a time, it was maybe in like duos and then like the final. And I was like, yo, you're sick for this. Out here moving like Telltale Games. Given my brother's letter, it wasn't hard to work out what had really happened. After making their escape, the two were backed into a corner and their prospects were grim. Rather than the both of them being killed, it was better that at least one of them survived. The only way for that to happen was for one to kill the other, to gain forgiveness in the eyes of the organization. My brother knew his partner would reject the idea outright, and that even if he did accept it, he would insist on playing the part of the sacrifice. I was absolutely sure of that much. That's why my brother ended up feigning betrayal in order to get his partner to fight back and ultimately kill him. Yeah, I'm sick. I could have never waited. I'm saying, I'd have rage quit. I'd have been like, what are we talking about? You should hear how mad I was at the end of tonight. If you have VODs up, I legit am about to pull you back up and go see, cause I am curious. It was a plan that would spare his partner's life, but also deeply scar him in only the way an unexpected betrayal could. From that point on, being near him was the only way I was able to feel secure enough to sleep. And sleep I did, every chance I got. Midday, during our missions, if there was even the slightest opportunity, I was out like a light. After all, I needed to catch up on the year of rest I had been robbed of. It was a truly surprising turn of events for me, to say the least. I soon learned the boy was tormented by constant nightmares. I freaking knew that she would have become aware of the nightmares. Okay. I imagine the incident with my brother played a big role. There were so many moments where I saw how he was suffering and I wanted to tell him the truth, but I would always stop myself at the last second, telling myself the time wasn't right. You archive them? Excellent. You, TD, are winning at this content creation game, let me tell you. I have something from back when you started because you're a psycho? Not a psycho. Honestly, if anything, I admire you doing it because you are smarter than I was back when I started. I have old like clips from my earliest days, but I do not have the VODs, and I'm sick, honestly. Hold on, yo, is that the Felix, bro? Can you sign it? Hey, I got you on a signature. I'm not gonna lie, I thought you were about to say giveaway, and I was gonna be like, hold on, bro, what you mean a giveaway? But also, hey, Troy, what's the word, homie? It's good seeing you. Yes, sir. Welcome in, and I got you. Slide me the Sharpie, bro. I got you. I got you. Yo, Troy. This story, bro, we're back on trails, as you can obviously see, I guess. This story is nuts, man. Coolio! What's the word? Yo, that Astro Bot emote? Oh, that is so cute. That is a game I have to play still, by the way. Don't tell Jasic. I still gotta play it. All right, DB. Can you sign my Duvalie propaganda? No can do. Slide me the Sharpie so I can toss it out. How about that? The famous wind in the flesh? All right, here go Isaiah. Don't you got a Switch to give away, bro? Telling Jasic immediately? Jack, I expect that from Isaiah, not you. What's the word? Crazy work. Should I nap? You know you're going to anyways. Yo, somebody stop me from suplexing Denise real quick. How much I gotta pay for a Felix Sig? Don't do this to me, man. $0. Just slide me a Sharpie. 5 hours? Say less. Say less. Why would I tell Jay? Man, you know what you are, okay? I don't need to put the label on for you. You know what you are. Okay? You have a lot of hatred in your heart. Who are you, 9? Bro, if you don't figure it out, Riku, dang. Where was I? Oh, okay. Our missions were occasionally called for performances of a sort to deceive onlookers. He was always pretty terrible at it. It was hard to say exactly why that was, though. His movements were fine enough, as were his facial expressions. The factory emphasized all those things in his teachings, so he had received ample instruction there. It was just that he always seemed to overdo things, or drastically underdo them. I wondered if it may have had something to do with the unshakable seriousness he always seemed to have about him. It could be a real problem sometimes, even to the point where he would become more of a liability than an asset. About to boot this up boot up this practice ROM for this no-hit run I plan on doing. But oh yeah, you did mention you were going to do that. Good luck. How much drama did you miss in the last 10 to 15 minutes? All of it, bro. Good luck. Bro's trying to paint me as evil? You are. Think you're safe after Jack, you know what I mean, raided into you and everything, bro, and y'all had a little moment of camaraderie? You think you're safe? I promise you, you're not. Good luck. Figure it out. Me when I had to read after I didn't read all the books over the years in the Trails game. Yeah, then it ended up being peak. Bro, you didn't read them when you were going through them? Holy smokes. I usually will read them based on community suggestion. Miss K, hello, hello. Jacek, I've come to bargain? Yeah, block me back, bro. Block me back. I'm gonna remember this when we're playing Risk of Rain, dog. Which, by the way, is on my Nexus page. I'm gonna remember this when we're playing Risk of Rain. Okay? Just know. I'm on my way, Jack. Say less. Put him up? Holy smokes. She really out here confusing me for sensible. Listen up. My lady, what's the beef? Because if you want beef, we can have beef. Felix has a hit list, and I do. What's the word? What's the word? It floats like a butterfly, sings like a bee. Yo bumbly ass. Block me back is egregious work. It has to be done, dog. You know what I mean? About to slide Jack some dodge. He's joining the war. He's not. He's not. Honestly, if he's really about it, like what he should do is turn his name green. Yeah, that'll convince me. And I'm on it. Run your hands. Zeller, you gotta understand, dog. I got folks like 3 and 9 on my party, bro. It's over for you. How are we feeling this evening? We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. We've been in storytime mode for the last 2 and almost a half hours, and it's been good. That's an act of war, noted. Promise you. $200 for a name color change plus tax? God. Can you buy the next high heat Jordans using your Nexus link? You just might be able to, Nix. Go ahead and pull up. He thought I was playing. Go ahead and pull up. What's good, Nix? What's the word? What's the word? What's your price? What, to change my name green? Trust me, Kevin. Hey man, as amazing as you are, bro, as heavy as the greatness is in your username, bro, you can't afford that, bro. Good luck. Good luck. You want all the smoke? You want problems always? Miss K, I think I found your next target. He's right there in all caps in this damn chat. Crazy work. Any onlooker with half a brain would be able to tell something was less genuine about his performances. I came to the conclusion he was just naturally bad at deceiving others. That's why I had to keep my plans from him, to prevent his terrible poker face from giving us away. He'd been earnestly working on his escape for a very long time. I, of course, understood the immense difficulty of this task and why he had to keep it to himself. Still, it made me a bit sad that he never spoke to me about it. He was in a precarious position, given that the organization still had its doubts about him. I wasn't about to do anything to put him at risk, of course, but his shaky acting alone could very well have led the organization to seeing through his carefully laid scheme. If that happened, it would be the end of him, no question about it. So Jack, technically speaking, in the previous game, yes, I could have collected these books, but I missed most of them, I think. I kind of just coincidentally run into maybe 1 or 2 of them out of the 10 chapters, and they would have been segmented. So what these games are good about is if you do miss them, they end up becoming available in the next game. Yeah. Just change your name to Cyan and be like, there's some green in this name. Honestly, that's 5 head. This is probably one of the first books you read in the series. Really? You read a lot of Red Moon Rose, though. I think I ducked Red Moon Rose in particular. I think that one I've not read yet. $400 because you said team funding? Good luck. Yeah, damn. See? Run your pockets, dog. Run your pockets. And also, Nix, yeah, you see it? You see it? Pragmata is on the Nexus. So, if you're trying to cop it when it's time, when it's out and everything, it'll be there, all right? And yeah, a little goes a long way. So I mean, if you're trying to support me in any way, for my gamers looking forward to anything, if you're trying to cop the newest Monster Hunter, if you know friends who are looking to cop any of these Capcom games, then let me know, or rather pull up on the Nexus. And if the title isn't on there, do let me know. And I can see if I can add it on there literally for you, okay? Ari had a time with Red Moon Rose? Really? Jackie really said collective inflation? You see it? You see it, you see it. We need some sponsors for pursuits, bro. Yeah, because he said plus tax. Like, golly. Damn, he changed his name to Blue. Oh, shit. That's a wrap, Troy. I'm not gonna lie, bro. War has definitely been declared, and it's a rap-a-dap-dap in here. It truly is a rap. No, damn. E, what do you mean by that exactly? I'm just asking. Like, what exactly are we saying? I just got here. Yeah. Hey. You hate Jack? That's your boy, I thought. What are we yabba dabba doing? That's so funny. What, truly? I don't know. Maybe declaring war. It could be that. What's the word, E? E, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I definitely sent some assassins to come bully you back into playing the series again. Gotta be honest. This guy here and they were orange, now blue. Hey man, don't you love blue? Like, what are we saying, man? Chad, I got Felix to laugh. My life is complete, bro. Yabba dabba doing is insane. Continue, good sir. I got you. Nah, you're good, Jack. You're good. You're good. You're funny. Assassins tell Kev to chill, bro. He said, Kev, listen, man. Kevin's got a righteous heart. You think I would send him? Don't worry. Don't worry. Supporting your streamers through sponsors. Do you see it? You see it? You see it? What if you just, hey, Nix, go ahead and sign yourself up for Opera GX as well. That's the big sponsor for the month. High key, y'all. And also, it really actually does not seem like this timer works properly. Let me see here. Create timer. By default. Yeah, I'm actually mad confused. I don't know what the dealio is here. Let me delete this. Let me see here. Hello? What did one of you gibbity goobs just do? Hello? Nix. What are we? Whoa, bro. Just buy Pragmata. Thank you so much for the 100 bones. Are you serious? I don't think somebody gotta come and get him, dog. Cause what are we talking about? Thank you. Seriously, yo. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you so freaking much. I can't even count that high. Yo, me neither, dog. Thank you. Thank you, Nix. And you know, I'm not sorry for the fact that we still have Kirby Air Riders beef in particular, you know what I mean? We gotta get back to that. I'm gonna let you hold it though on the Sonic Racing Crossworlds though. You don't work 80-hour weeks? Golly. 80 hours? I don't envy you, but I also highly respect that. I do. Switch won't even let our streaks get that high at one point. Yo, honestly, Troy, facts. I'm glad they fixed it up, but golly. Ooh, yikes. So you swing your switch back like two. What? Wait, are you dead ass? Are you dead ass? There's no way. What happened? Homie said, ooh, yikes. So unbelievable. Only count to one. Hey, DB, what's going on? You're dead ass. You pass out when you get home. Oh, so you just don't be playing it for real. Yeah. I understand. That does, obviously it's like sucks and it's sad for the reasons that it is, but I do understand economically why you did that. 80 hours is commendable. Please take care of yourself. Facts. Like, holy smokes, 80 hours? I almost said something crazy like hook your boy up, but then I thought about it and I said 80 hours. God. The situation hadn't quite reached that point yet, but I knew it was only a matter of time before it did. After the Haldor barn mission had wrapped up, I went to make my report. The man I reported to had an aura unlike anything I'd ever felt. He was the evil monster who managed the two of us. The organization's overseer, the Emperor. He was the one forcing us to kill. His face was always obscured by a robe, but it failed to mask the malice that overflowed from him. That day, he had a quiet, deadly exuberance around him, like a hawk that had locked onto its prey. There was no mistaking it. I knew he had caught on to my partner. He knew he intended to betray the organization again. I knew he would gleefully purge him when the time had came, and that time was getting closer with every passing day. Hi, Kenji. We have ads in about 5 minutes, y'all, so be ready for that. Yeah, I believe it, Troy. Yeah, hell nah, man. They said day one shipping, bro. Yo, you better fix up. This cat emote. If that's how things are going to be, I told myself, I would just have to get ahead of them and put my own plan into motion. The Emperor's intentions were obvious. Aware of the cruel history my partner and I shared, he had made us partners in a bid to slowly push me toward revenge. He knew I'd eventually break and sell my partner out, forcing him to go through another bitter betrayal. The Emperor was looking forward to watching it all unfold. We were both tools of the organization and personal playthings of the Emperor's. So I decided to give him exactly what he wanted to see. Once I'd finished my mission report, I told the Emperor of my partner's intent to betray the organization. I then shared my plan to lure him to a specific place where I would then eliminate him. I gave a detailed explanation, making it as enticing as possible for the Emperor. It was easy enough to gain his consent. Even with his face hidden under his cowl, he could hardly contain the excitement in his voice over the coming slaughter. The laugh that escaped his throat was a sound so vile it still haunts me to this day. Starting to think Marcus wasn't lying? About which part? Later that evening, listen, I'm only literally in the next chapter, all right, from where you joined in stream. And you see the pages and how much text is on one page, all right? Fix up and lock in, all right? I want to see you make a sound or write anything that sounds even a little bit like complaining ever again. Enjoy the reading, okay? I know you like the sound of my voice. Enjoy the reading. We might only read. Nah, I'll play it. I'll make sure we see a 3D model at least once before we head out. Where was I? Oh, okay. Later that evening, my partner arrived at the designated location, the base of a hill deep in the mountains. At first, he was horribly shaken by the realization that he'd been betrayed again. When he learned who my brother was, though, his face changed. I watched his surprise turn to despair, which in turn shifted to the absolute acceptance of his fate. To call what I saw heart-wrenching didn't do it justice. Break over back to work? Do your thing, Nix. Thank you again, dude, for swinging on by. The Nexus is dead ass there, though, should you ever want it, need it, etc. Hey, KJ, appreciate you, dog, because what the heck are we saying? And, hey, it's good seeing you. It's good seeing you. And take care, Nix. Real talk, take care, take care. I focused my efforts on giving him the most vicious glare possible. When equal parts mocking and murderous, I came up with the foulest, most malicious things I could bear to say, trying to cut him to his very core. After all, the Emperor was standing right next to me, and if I was to be convincing, I couldn't afford even the slightest hesitation. I stepped forward. I was going to eliminate him. I shifted closer to my partner in order to facilitate my threat attacks, or so I made it appear. My true objective was to put some distance between myself and the Emperor. Once I had my threat around his neck, the battle was as good as over. From there, I knew I could end his life with the flick of a finger. This is the end. I meant those words from the bottom of my heart. A transparent cord ran through the center of the web thread under my control. Manipulating this cord allowed me to set off a chain reaction that twisted it into a complex shape I would often use to trap distant foes during missions. Fully focusing on watching his toys in the throes of bloodthirsty vengeance, it was the Emperor who would relax his guard the most. Right at the climax of our battle, I seized the opportunity, and with perfect timing, I was able to ensnare the unwitting Emperor, leaving him shackled and immobile. The key was the transparent cord. It may not have had the same cutting power as a steel thread, but it was more than twice as strong. Even so, I couldn't count on it to hold the Emperor for long. Without a moment's delay, I summoned all my strength to pull on another cord. A low rumble sounded out, and the section of the rocky hill collapsed, dropping a torrent of rubble below. I had taken my time to find the perfect location, one with brittle bedrock that I could have break away on cue. The stones roared and tumbled in a huge wave, hurtling down toward the Emperor. In the middle of it all was a giant boulder more than 10 ards across. Time seemed to slow as it fell directly down at the Emperor's head, the thunder of the rock slide drowning out any other sound. And finally, it all came crashing down. The aftermath looked as though a catastrophic earthquake had just taken place. The Emperor had taken a direct hit from the massive boulder. There was no way he could have survived that. Even if he somehow had, he was now buried alive. My partner looked on in confusion, still processing what had just happened. S, I cried out, finally able to use the name I preferred to call him by. I ran over to him and buried my head in his chest. This was where I felt the most safe, by his side. I nuzzled up against him, holding him tight, never wanting to let him go. I had never hugged him before then. I'd always been too afraid to do so. I'm so sorry I said those horrible things, I sobbed. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth. There was so much more to explain, but those are the things I wanted to say to him the most. Even though he was still reeling from everything that had just happened, he was still kind enough to hold me close and try to calm me down. 9. What in the world? Before he could finish his sentence, something I never predicted happened. The small mountain of fallen rocks and boulders shifted slightly. Pebbles began to rise up into the air. It was slow, but unmistakable. Holy smokes. Liz! I hope the rest of your stream went incredibly well. I started bouncing the second I started seeing Pokemon I had not seen in Pokopia today. But all the same, had that tab up. It was a vibe. All the same. Incredibly good seeing you. Also, heard you're seeing the Mario movie tonight. And if you're not, fix that. What are we saying? Ooh, nuzzles you, but actually, hey Kenji, what's going on? Yeah, sicko. What's popping? You read it, not me. No. You the one going ooh woo over here, bro. You gotta fix up. You gotta fix up. And I hope the night's been good to you, Liz. Enjoy your lurk. If y'all don't tap in with Liz, by the way, trust me when I tell you we got beef. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Kev, Isaiah, the two of you saying that just now. Kevin, you better watch out, bro. You might end up in this video too. That's all I gotta say. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Jack, honestly, bro, today might be their last day. We're gonna have to eliminate all the green. Wow, nah, wow yourself. All right, you're not tapped in with Liz? Fix that. This is your one warning. For loving you, ooh, that's crazy. Amen. Listen, I don't make the rules, but like, you know, the rules are the rules. Tapped in with life? Oh, really? What's that like? Asking for a friend. What's happening? Dumbfounded, all we could do was look on in confusion. Is this some kind of space element art? There's no way, I mused aloud. Yo, you see it, Jack? Go ahead and screen cap that too. No, that didn't seem right. Perhaps it was some kind of device that functioned the same way as an airship's anti-gravity components? I didn't understand what was happening. I just sat there staring blankly, my mind racing for an explanation. Before I could reach one, however, my partner spoke. His voice steeped in panic. That's the Emperor's power. But that would mean it meant the Emperor was still alive. More and more rocks began floating upwards, taking their place among the ever-increasing collection gently balanced in the air. 9, we need to move. I continued to sit there, absolutely at a loss on what to think. The 3 grabbed my hand and we set off at a sprint. We were able to cover a good amount of distance before we heard what sounded like a massive explosion behind us. We turned to see the boulders and rocks of all sizes being flung upwards into the sky like a volcano erupting before our eyes. Oh boy! They're getting shorter. Oh my goodness, they're getting shorter. Life is low-key kind of hard, you heard? Well, apparently you're tapped into it, bro. So, I mean, you got to be winning at it in some capacity. 3 and 9 ducked into a mountain cave on the outskirts of Luzent. They had fled from the Emperor as fast as their legs could carry them and now were completely out of breath. As they sat there together, 9 told 3 everything she had kept from him up till then. She told him about Ace, about herself, the details of her plan, and finally, what Ace's true intentions were on that night 3 years ago. At the start, 3 occasionally chimed in or asked questions, but as the conversation went on, he fell silent. By the end, his head was hung so low that 9 couldn't see his expression. Will life low-key packing you up? Yeah, that's real. Frieza got out of the ditch? Yeah, that's literally what this is. Like, homie just got slapped up with a spirit bomb, and now he's about to, you know, he's about to kill Krillin. Because what are we talking about? Let's see. He'd been utterly convinced that his friend, his one true friend, had betrayed him, when in reality, Ace had sacrificed his life to ensure 3 would survive. And as thanks for that incredibly selfless act, 3 had not only killed him, but had spent the past 3 years despising his memory. Then came his sister, risking her life to save her killer's brother, or her brother's, oh my god, her killer's brother, her brother's killer. I can't read. Does this story explain? Oh my god, you're not the first to make that joke, bro, and I'm telling you right now, man, you're only the second, and somehow I'm still tired. If you don't fix up. Crazy work. The 3 felt his chest tighten up as a mix of wild emotions ran through his head, threatening to overpower him. He was grateful for being fortunate enough to have 2 people in his life, Ace and 9, who he could fully trust. At the same time, he felt a bottomless well of anger burst up. Anger at himself, the pathetic excuse for a human being that he was. Battered by his storm of emotions, his breathing became increasingly ragged. S, are you crying? 9 looked on in concern, having finished her story. She didn't need a response, however. 3's pained silence spoke volumes. I'm fine, he said, returning to his usual blunt tone. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better? 9 asked. I said I'm fine. Despite his words, 3's head still hung low. You're an awful actor, but you're an even worse liar when you're not performing. You know that? 3 sunk down to his knees. 9 moved over to him, taking his head in her hands. She began gently ruffling his hair like a mother comforting a child. Everything's okay now, she murmured gently. It's all okay. But I... 3 stammered, his voice growing weak and hoarse. The last bits of 3's facade broke down, overwhelmed by 9's kindness, and he relented at last. 9 was younger than 3 and definitely looked the part, But in that moment, she showed an almost motherly level of understanding and compassion. For someone like 3 who grew up without that warmth, it was his first time being comforted by someone. His first time feeling the warmth of family. I know how strong you've had to be, yes. I know how hard it's been for so long, but it's okay now, I promise. No longer able to hold his emotions back, he finally broke down. A lifetime's worth of tears came flooding out of his eyes all at once. I'm such a wretched excuse for a... He sobbed, no longer being able to control his voice in the slightest. Hot tears poured down his cheeks, staining the cool floor of the cave. That's not true. You know that's not true, Nine said softly, continuing to run her fingers through his hair. Why am I still alive? Why isn't Ace here instead? He weakly slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. Not another word of that. I won't hear it. You're the one who's been there for me the past few years. You, S. It's because of me that Ace... Listen, that just means you need to fight twice as hard. You're living for him too now. Look carefully at her hairpin. Oh, that is a familiar shape. Why do I know that shape? Oh, shit. Why do I know this shape? Hold on, because she's on this box, right? I still have the collector's box. Shit, sitting right here. It's the number 9? Well, yeah, I do see that immediately. Have we seen this anywhere else? That's crazy. That's actually really crazy. It's gold, by the way. Or like at least like a yellow. That's interesting. Interesting. That's hilarious though. Details. Let's see. Not another word of that. I won't hear it. You're the one who's been there for me the past few years. You, S. But it's because of me that... Okay, right, I read that. Three's worlds failed him as he was overtaken by sobbing. His years of pain and suffering pouring out of him. After some time, 3 was able to calm himself down and somewhat regain his composure. I'm here for you, so you don't have to cry, 9 told him. But if you ever want to, then that's okay too. So which is it then? 3 retorted, his detached demeanor creeping back. He suddenly became aware of the fact that he was in her arms and hurriedly pulled away, immediately shifting the conversation back toward exchanging information in an attempt to mask his sudden embarrassment. They finished catching up and turned their attention to their current predicament. This is a nice little thing about the character designs. That's cool. That's really cool. I got you, Ivy. So the Overseer had figured me out. He knew I was going to try and make a run for it, and that's why you moved to strike first, in order to outmaneuver him, 3 thought out loud. That's right. I've been watching the whole time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take him down. I wish you told me beforehand. Unless you spoil the elements of surprise with your awful acting skills? 9 gave her a wry grin. Yeah, I don't think so. 3's face scrunched up a bit. Both 9 and the Emperor had caught on to his plan, so there was a little room to defend himself in that regard. I chose the moment he'd be the most distracted, 9 continued, switching to a serious expression. My timing was perfect and my preparations were more than enough. But despite all that, despite everything, despite being buried under a pile of massive boulders, the Emperor was still very much alive. I appreciate you, Ivy. We're big chillin'. No matter how much she thought, 9 simply couldn't figure out how it was possible. It's likely his power at work, 3 said. He had said the same thing earlier, right as they took off running. What exactly is his power? 9 asked. I'm fairly certain he can control gravity somehow, 3 said. He did something similar when Ace and I fought him 3 years ago. But did the Emperor get new clothes? I hope not. If he got new clothes in the time it took him to try and, like, you know what I mean, break out of those rocks and chase us, hey, maybe bro got to be folded. I don't know. Kevin, by the way, I just saw what you pinged me at. Just know, you finna have to see me, all right? Yeah, you finna have to see me, Kev. Good luck. 3 wrenched open a bitter, painful memory, and he began relaying what he remembered to 9. He and Ace had been able to fend off the first 2 pairs of assailants sent after them by the organization, but when they had come to face the Emperor, even with the elements of surprise on their side, even when they coordinated attacks perfectly, facing him proved exceptionally difficult. They found their bodies heavy and clumsy, and their movements lacked precision and skill. The Emperor, on the other hand, was nimble as can be, almost inhumanly so, and the 2 were quickly overpowered. So, what do you think? 3 looked at 9, awaiting her input. He has a 3 pendant? Oh, that's cool. In the Roman numerals. Now he's bullying Kev too? He's out of control? Bro, if you don't fix up, leave Kevin alone. You know something, K? I'm dropping the miss. You know something, K? See me, all right? Crazy work. There was no sign of him casting any art starting any cast or charge up, so I doubt he's using arts, she said, her brow furrowed on thought. As for a portable gravity manipulation device small enough for a single person to carry around and conceal, well, given modern technology, it's seriously hard to imagine. He might have an artifact or something like it. I was thinking an artifact too. An avalanche couldn't kill him, and he has enough precise control to be able to move individual stones and boulders. I scratched her head in frustration. This sucks. We really don't have a lot to go on here. She paused, thinking a moment more, and then continued. In any case, unless something major happens, he's too powerful for us. Any attempt at a direct attack is going to result in our deaths. They fell silent for a time until 3 spoke up, a grave expression on his face. If the time comes when you have to choose, we're going to have to prioritize your life, 9. You need to be the one to Stop it! 9 silenced 3 with an outburst of pure emotion, far more raw than her usual self. He's gone mad with power? I promise you I'm about to go crazy. But then at least you'd be able to. If you die, I'm going right after you, she shouted. I'll do it myself if I have to. The calm, motherly figure from before was nowhere to be seen. 9 was in a frenzy now, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. Regardless of her tone, however, her words were heartfelt and earnest. I can't go back to not being able to sleep. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I can't go back to being alone. The weight of her feelings was clear to 3. Seeing this, he let out a short sigh. Yeah, you see it? You see it? Then you have my word. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. That's not what I'm asking for. Okay, you're right, 3 said, taking a deep breath. Then I promise that we'll survive this. We'll get through it together. 9 looked at 3 with imploring, almost pleading eyes. You swear? I swear, he said. Now, if we're going to have any chance at all, we'll need to do everything perfectly. Ivy, by the way, did you read this? I missed your answer earlier if you did answer. The rock slide was massive enough that despite the fact that he survived it, it's hard to imagine the Emperor was completely unscathed. If they tried to flee now, the organization would quickly find them again, and they would have to contend with the Emperor at his full strength. The pair knew that if they were going to make a move, now was the time. Let's do it then. We'll take him out. I had a feeling this was going to end with the old boy dying. Hey! Of course, TD. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much for coming through, being cool and being you. Thank you so much for the raid earlier as well. Can we get another shout out, please, for TD as they're on their way out? Please, thank you. And I look forward to catching your reaction to the end of the 3rd chapter, by the way. You did? Okay, cool. In chapter 8, we're almost there. Quick math. 22 plus 23 plus 17. How many is that? Math. That's how many more pages. We're almost there. 3 and 9 returned to the hill, or more accurately, where the hill used to be. It was now completely unrecognizable. A sizable chunk of it was gone, having been strewn about the area in the form of countless bits of rubble. 62? Golly. In chapter 8 of 3 and 9, don't do this to me. The Emperor stood right where they had left him, seemingly unfazed. As 3 and 9 had surmised, he had sustained at least some manner of injury. Nothing major, but his ever-present robe, which he had which he had hidden his face, had been reduced to little more than a shredded cape. Underneath, he wore a gold helmet bearing a crown design. In his hand, he carried a golden scepter with a spherical tip, and his body was covered in golden armor. Okay, Gilgamesh. What the flip? Look at him. The word ostentatious was insufficient to describe his heavily gilded countenance. Everything about him suggested, I'm willing to bet he got green hair, by the way. Everything about him suggested both needless grandeur and wicked condescension. I knew you would return. You two aren't complete fools after all, the Emperor called out to them. The 3 and 9 remained silent as they slowly approached. So, have you decided? Which of you two will gain the organization's forgiveness? 3 and 9 turned to each other and nodded. 3 removed his hand from his sword, leaving it sheathed. 3 knelt down and closed his eyes, showing acceptance of what was to come. In response, 9 pulled out some of her poison needles and silently launched them at 3's neck, or at least, that's how she made it appear. At the last second before the needles parted from her fingers, she deftly altered their trajectory, sending them speeding toward the Emperor instead. The envenomed projectiles whizzed perfectly through the air as ever. However, as they neared their intended target, they suddenly curved downward sharply, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Very well. I hear your answer loud and clear, the Emperor proclaimed, looking up at the pair. You both wish to die today. Please? Hey, I'm just saying, bro, he's wearing all gold. He's ostentatious, you know what I mean? And he you know what I mean? He clearly got that condescending air around him. You know who constantly has that kind of demeanor throughout the series? Not only characters like Gilead Osborne, but folks with green hair. I'm just saying. All right, anyways. They will not be named. Lovely word props. Oh, you see it though? High key. Let's see. From his kneeling position, wait. Not a chance, 9 called out, throwing another volley of needles directly at the Emperor. The trajectory suddenly shifted again, this time upward. From his kneeling position, 3 quickly shifted his stance and pushed forward off the ground with all the power he could muster in his legs. He launched himself at the Emperor, breaking into a full-on charge. We've had enough. You're the one meeting their death today. 3 began slashing away at his target with incredible speed. His lightning-quick strikes grew slow and sluggish as soon as they neared the Emperor, however. With his assailant's speed so drastically curbed, the man was able to use his golden scepter to effortlessly bat aside the boy's assault. In the same instant, 9's second set of needles changed direction midair and began falling straight toward the Emperor. She had managed to calculate the range of his gravitational field with just a single throw. Once she understood its effect on projectiles, she was able to revise her trajectory. Moreover, she had factored in the increased acceleration from the higher gravity, meaning her needles would hit harder than normal. Despite all that, however, her attack was neutralized by a flick of the Emperor's gilded arm. It was still not enough to penetrate his armor. It was, however, more than sufficient to arouse his ire. You dare defy me? Me? Livid, he swung his scepter downward. 3 immediately reacted, barely managing to block the attack with his sword. Even so, the impact alone threw him back several arcs. 3 could feel his brain rattle in his skull from the force of the blow. There was no way the Emperor's physical strength and the weight of the scepter alone could do that. It occurred to 3 that there must have been another way he was able to manipulate gravity. You will be purged, the Emperor said in a low growl. The same words 3 had heard him say a few hours ago and 3 years ago. When the Emperor spoke like this, it was nothing less than the arbitration of a death sentence. At the sound of those words, do you hear this, by the way? Hold on. No, never mind. Golly. You remember when a certain somebody asked a question? Do I do this or take a nap? And we knew what was coming? Golly. You know what I mean? Going crazy. All right. Let's see. At the sound of those words, past memories bubbled up in 3's mind and an old terror began to grip him. His legs grew wobbly and he started to stagger. Dog, Kevin, instant, bro. Instant. Sometimes I'll be calling her out. I'll be like, oh, you about to fall asleep. She's like, no. And then she turns around. Like she does this thing, dog. She turns her back. This time she's not. But she turns her back and then gone. Gone. Every time, bro. One glance back at 9 was all it took for him to restore his resolve. He forced himself back on his feet, reflexively snapping into a fighting stance, and 9 continued to provide covering fire with her needles as he resumed his assault. Their approach proved no more fruitful than before. Even so, as 3 continued to fight under such grueling conditions, he slowly became more capable. His understanding of his foe's gravitational trickery improved, and his strikes grew more swift and precise as a result. The way his muscles intuitively reacted, the angle and speed at which he swung his swords, he was slowly chipping away at the Emperor's overwhelming advantage. Though 3 may not have employed the same powers of insight his partner possessed, his skills in close quarters combat were elite even by the most exacting of standards. Somebody gotta come and get Marcus, bro. I'm about to hire somebody specifically to get Marcus for sure, honestly. Because ain't no freaking way. And for her part, 9's cover was solid and unwavering. Realizing her needles had no hope of piercing the Emperor's golden plating, she instead had begun aiming for gaps between its pieces. It was an incredibly difficult task, but as she grew more accustomed to the disrupting effects of the gravitational field, she was gradually getting closer. She began weaving offensive arts along with her volleys of needles in order to keep the Emperor on his toes. Her attacks appeared simple enough for her foe to deal with, but they still managed to pull his attention away from 3, even if only for a moment. Layla, my queen! What happens if you hire Marcus instead? I just lose. Which is why that can't happen. Hi, Layla. What's poppin'? How you doing? How you be? Hire me to bully myself? I'd be great at it? Ain't no. Oh my God, were you freed? Were you ever freed from the shackles of reading? Hell no, Hawaii. I'm still here. Cooked. Just woke up from a nap? Good morning, queen. Holy smokes. How's the day been? Also, somebody came in here, and I'm mad I'm forgetting who it was. But they came in here the other day, and they said happy TDOV, and I did not realize what that had meant. So I want to say, because I did not properly get to say, happy belated Trans Day of Visibility, by the way. For all of my friends who represent and are, we love you in here. I just, you know what I mean? I just hope it didn't look like I like ignored that. I deadass did not know what it meant, and I didn't want to seem stupid and ask at that moment. So yeah, no, shout out. I honestly didn't even realize it was coming up. I actually, for some reason, I also thought that was later in the year, like literally in like the September-ish. So when it came and passed, I said, oh shit. I took a nap too and you still reading? Damn, not you going to sleep to my voice. Yeah. Yeah, wanted to say that real quick before I let that slip my mind again. Because I'd been thinking about it since like, oh my God, since like Monday, I think. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, Miss Hawaii, let me tell you something. It's cooked for me. Remember me not as I am, but as I was. Okay? Thank you, Layla. It's cooked for me. The fight raged on, and after a bit of time, 3 and 9 began to wait. Unreadable within shadows of helmet. 3 minutes. Oh, never mind. Okay, no, this is where I'm at. Okay. Yet the Emperor did not seem phased in the slightest. His expression seemed was unreadable beneath the shadows of his helmet, but it was clear from his body language that he still believed himself fully in control of the situation. You got another Ivy. Listen to me. Here's what I need you to do. All right. I need us, if we're not already, I need us to reactivate our peripheral socials. All right. I know you got IG. I need us to tap in on TikTok real quick, and I don't know, YouTube, I guess, and just post like random ass clips from your times with their games, I guess, because there ain't no way. I high key in a sense, quote unquote, like cheated the system. Okay, legit. I think by the time they were getting ready to read them again, like read the apps, my latest like shorts, TikToks, reels were Mega Man, and like in streams were like Mega Man and one other thing, I forget what. Oh, I was in the freaking Gekishin Squadra program. So by that point, so I had like Gekishin Squadra clips, and that was like their latest game. And just have those among your latest so that they are undeniably visible, because there ain't no way. We crashing the servers? Yeah, Hawaii. It might be time, because there ain't no way they ain't bring my boy in. And if they're going through apps, that's making me want to check on Jay too, because he also let me know. He also let me know that he apped for Capcom, I think in particular. And so if they got back to you on Bandai, then the Capcom one's definitely coming back around. Oh, really, Astro? Oh my God. I got to see his reaction. Meanwhile, Captions got it before, and I'm like, Captions? Is that, I'm assuming that's a person? That's bad annoying though, because they be having you wait for like ever. Oh, do yourself another favor too, Ivy. I mean, shoot, you're partnered now, so go ahead and bolster yourself for TwitchCon this year too, because they will have reps there. Granted, those reps for those companies will not really be able to help you because it's a third party, as you know, that manages those apps. But like, yeah, still talk to them. The damn wait and suspense. Yeah, Kevin, what's maddening about the process, bro, is that they take like 3+ months to get back to you, and then they're like, yeah, we implore you to try again in about half a year. What do you mean wait 6 more months? Oh, you're not you calling them Captions. Yeah, I know, that one bothers me. Yeah, Astro, that makes sense. And I know Ari doesn't read out loud either. With no direction or insight? No, not at all. And you can ask, and they'll do one of two things: either ignore you or give you very vague things, which is why I'm saying to Ivy what I'm giving Ivy now. I was told directly from a Capcom rep in particular, like, yeah, you know, like you just have like the peripheral pages. You think he did? Oh, no freaking way. Well, honestly, he's a god for that. But yeah, they were like, yeah, just, you know, on your pages, like have stuff and like post every like couple months or whatever. But like, I think it was key for me in that time to have like those things be among my latest. Are you in Capcom? Yeah, I've been in Capcom since, oh my God, when? Hold on. Capcom. Hello. I've been in Capcom since November. Why am I just not finding this out? Nah, you're good. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, I got into both the Bandai and Capcom at the same time, or roughly the same time. Yeah, so November-ish. And honestly, for what it's worth, Ivy, at the time, shit, you were partner pushing or about to be partner pushing. So yeah. November is years ago. Ivy, if you time out Marcus, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I catch a flight to come hug you because, hey man, got your years right here. What are we saying? A hug? I'll pull up for you. I'll pull up when I hug for you. I got you. You can say any years is November. Don't enable him. Don't enable him. Oh, yo, Ivy. I hope I can do a giveaway. Actually, no, never mind. You're in Capcom already. I remember us having several talks. Did you get Star Force? Yeah, Marcus, eat shit. We got him. Ivy, say less. I got you on that hug. ASA freaking P, okay? I will endanger my life and fly into the US just to give you this hug, okay? Let's see. In an attempt to land a heavier blow, 3 launched himself into the air, intending to let the gravity carry his swords downwards, as 9's needles had. However, he found himself soaring up far higher than he had intended, and possibly so, as though he had suddenly sprouted wings. His mark completely missed. He lost his sense of balance and began tumbling through the air. He quickly realized it could have only been due to more of his foe's trickery. Reduced gravity? Expertly seizing the opening, the Emperor raised his scepter overhead and then swiftly swung it downwards. As if mimicking this motion, 3 suddenly dropped out of the air, thrown to the ground hard below like a rag doll. Ah! The air knocked out of his lungs. 3 struggled to catch his breath, spitting up mouthfuls of blood in between gasps. Get out of the way. He's not done. Saved by 9's frantic warning, 3 just barely managed to roll out of the way. A split second later, the scepter slammed down into the ground where he had just been. The gravity-enhanced scepter connected with the rocky ground below, it let out a powerful blast, leaving a crater in its wake. He's already working on MH3, but I'll get to it. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. Go ahead and cop that, okay? As a Battle Network enjoyer, it's your time. I ain't even mad. Doing it for a hug is fair. Yeah, the resulting shockwave launched 3 to the side, knocking him to relative safety. Had he taken a direct hit, he would have been completely pulverized. Though dazed, he was still aware enough to signal 9 that he was okay. He forced himself to his feet. Bumper fruit! I have a tab to close. A bumper fruit! What's the word? Scaper of land? Hold on, bro. Which lands are we escaping here? What's going on here? Lord Jadric, calm Caleb. I saw you Bumpers and Jay getting worked by a copy of yourself. I definitely was tapped in for that. I was like, hold on, what the flippity jip is going on here? Like, why are they fighting Caleb? I almost asked the question, but of course I've been here reading. It's been story time for the last while. All of them? Damn, Alexander the Great? Oh shit! That's crazy. That sounds rough. Kevin, let me tell you, they were dead ass fighting a giant ass bear, and I said they're boxing Caleb. Like, what is this? Unbelievable work. Bumper fruit. You already know what it is, big dog. For my Raiders, for those of you who I'm just now meeting for the first time, he's an op. Oh, we already knew. We already knew Jay. Trust. What's up? My name is Felix Wynn, Variety Caster here on Twitch. We're live today, playing The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold oh my God. Almost said Trails of Cold Steel 4, dog. Are you kidding me? Trails into Reverie. We're also reading a story that'll be important for, I guess, the game's narrative. It is a JRPG, not a visual novel, despite the fact that we have a bunch of text on screen. It's a vibe. Caleb's been cursing our runs intentionally for months. I fully believe that. And I appreciate that follow so much. Scaper, big love to you. And you already know, it's a vibe here. But honestly, like Bumpers, we are occasionally on our shit. Not like Bumpers, though. That man is on a, I don't know, it's love. That man's on a different wave. Jack, welcome back in, big dog. I see you change your name color back. Not the bear lip? Promise you. Evil laugh? Bro, I got your evil laugh right here. Good afternoon, passengers. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream. Oh. Oh my. I promise.
Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
Danger. Beyond this edge is the volcano. Land, but it's... He's dead! We're through the worst of it. Hey, yo. If you're still here after watching that, thank you very much for hanging out. You may now enjoy yourselves a little bit more here on twitch.tv/FelixWin. And if anybody has to raid and run, bumpers, yourself especially, shoot, Jay, Caleb, both of y'all were in VC with the man for hours. So if y'all need to do any post-stream care, maybe buy yourself some Mario movie tickets, by all means, do your thing. I'm here. It's story time. And I appreciate you. Y'all make sure you go, by the way, you make sure you go tap in with Bumpers. Bumpers is now come back to streaming. He's settling into a new spot. And so he'll be here for varying hours of varying days. And you're not going to want to miss the vibes in there, because I can't lie, despite everything I could probably tell you about it, it is still funny. All right. Just like the freaking Mario movie. Yes, sir, Bumpers. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I'm on page 13. All right. The battle had completely changed. The Emperor had begun manipulating gravity levels on a constant cycle, and 3 was forced into a defensive position. Whenever he managed to get a handle on his foe's barrage of attacks, he found the gravity level altered yet again, forcing him to start back at 0. It was impossible for him to fight in such ever-changing conditions. Yo, and the same goes, Bumpers. Always, man. Always. The situation was taxing for 9 as well. She found herself forced to constantly recalculate the field's range and gravity value, severely reducing the number of effective attacks she was able to launch. Despite their bleak outlook, the two of them continued to hold out. Even when pressured, 3 served as an excellent vanguard, consistently denying the Emperor any opportunities for a decisive strike. 9, meanwhile, continued to back him up flawlessly, acting with a surgical precision that ensured no opening went to waste. S, she called out to him as he leapt back, putting some distance between himself and the Emperor. I think I figured something out. Let's hear it. And 3 waited for it to continue, keeping his guard up and watching closely for any sign of attack from the Emperor. Have you noticed anything different from when you and Ace fought him before? Was he carrying anything in his left hand back then? The 3 glanced at his foe's left hand, seeing it empty. He thought back to 3 years ago. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure he had an orb with him, purple, with a golden sculpture of a crow on it. The battle back then was completely one-sided. Just as I suspected. 9 nodded. The 3 had also sensed something was different, but had simply chalked it up to the Emperor toying with them, as he didn't consider them to be a true threat to him. Factoring in what 9 had pointed out, however, cast things in a much different light. Oh, so you've realized. The Emperor paused his onslaught, as though in recognition of 9's keen observation. You see the implements he has on him now? I suspect at one point he had 4 different artifacts that let him control gravity. 4, huh? 3 said, taking note of the Emperor's equipment. Right. A helmet with a crown motif that increase or reduce the overall level of gravity, armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they're received, and a scepter that sends out a devastating gravitational wave when it makes contact with its target, and an orb with a crow perched on it that allows its wielder to alter gravity on a target-by-target basis. Brother, what does bro have going on? 9 paused her explanation for a moment as she looked defiantly at the Emperor. The reason he had worn that tattered cloak was now clear. If someone were to wield so many artifacts at once as he did, it would be necessary to conceal them. A failure to do so would surely attract unwanted attention from the church. There goes part of one of my theories. Now that you mention it, this time around, he hasn't been moving faster while slowing us down at the same time, the 3 said. When we fought him before, we couldn't even touch him. It was true that in their fight against him, the 3 and Ace had been struggling under different levels of gravity than the Emperor. There was no doubt he was toying with them in the present, but at the very least, both sides were battling under the same levels of gravity, constantly shifting though they were. As such, the pair's odds of winning were much better this time around. Yeah, like what the heck? I think he either lost the orb at some point or it was destroyed or at least damaged in the rock slide, 9 explained. Oh, hey, GG's to the crow. Imani, you enjoying the story time? I know you got no idea what's going on, and for that, I'm sorry. The pair realized that if this were true, now was their best chance to take on the Emperor, once and for all. A talented tool indeed. The Emperor's voice was low, tinged with a hint of perverse delight. The artifacts I wear are collectively known as the Monarch's Regalia. I'm surprised you're able to analyze their capabilities in such a limited amount of time. You, Nine of Swords, are truly outstanding. I don't want your praise, you freak. Ignoring Nine's retort, the Emperor continued on, his exhilaration giving way to a violent savagery. But even the greatest tool is worthless if it will not submit to its rightful place in my hands. His body began levitating, broken chunks of earth underfoot rising upward with him. With all the force he could muster, he swung his scepter into a nearby boulder. And worthless tools must be disposed of. In that instant, the boulder shattered into shards of all shapes and sizes that were sent rocketing toward Nine. Watch out, 3 cried out. The shards flew like a salvo of bullets from 1,000 different guns, all of them pointed directly at one target. It was a grim sight, not unlike a single soldier standing before the assault of an entire army. Any Final Fantasy VII fans in here? Panicked, 3 rushed into the line of fire. He brandished his swords and did everything he could to prevent the shards from reaching 9. He deflected and broke what he could, using his body as a shield for the rest. But there was a considerable distance between him and 9, one he could not cover easily. By the time he had leapt in the way, a great many shards were already too far ahead. Damn, yo, that's a shard? This is a shard? Yeah, okay. Good luck. 3 was too late. 9 had no realistic chance of avoiding the entirety of the attack, and instead devoted her efforts to simply avoiding the worst of the pieces of stone flying at her. There were far too many, however, and one managed to slip through her defensives. She suffered a direct hit to the abdomen, and a red mist sprayed from her mouth as she crumpled to the earth. Oh dear. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, that's straight up like, where is it? Oh dear. 9. 3 ran over to her, his voice hoarse with agony and grief. Impalement. Yeah, looking like Neji near the end of freaking Shippuden. Golly. Man, it was cooked. It's the same fist that I kind of gutted Ace with? No, that's fucked up. That is fucked up. His voice hoarse with agony and grief. Her forehead, hands, legs, her entire body was stained with blood, dripping from 1,000 scratches and cuts. It was a fate far too cruel for such a young girl. No matter how many times 3 called out to her, she didn't respond. He had sworn to protect her. He had promised himself, promised her. But now, not the Neji mention? Yeah, may Neji's spirit find everlasting peace, man. I miss that man. 3 felt himself overcome by shame and regret. I'm too weak, he thought to himself. Too weak to help anyone. Too weak to save anyone. As if to seize upon his distress, the Emperor spoke once more. So one of you made it. Now, be wise and stop this here. Deliver the final blow and be spared, just as you did before. At those words, 3 felt a creaking in his mind. It was harsh, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. Surely a girl like her would derive a warped satisfaction from being killed by the same one who took her brother. The Emperor's mouth twisted into a perverse smile, the depravity in his eyes clear, even through the shadow cast by his helmet. It was then that something snapped inside of 3. How many chapters? 10. But they're like, you see how many pages it is? Freaking 20 plus. I think only 2 of them are below that. It's nuts. And we got some sick illustrations, you know what I'm saying? Ah, die! He exploded, as if the boundless rage coursing through his veins had at last found an outlet. His legs and arms snapped into operation. A primal rumble burst from his throat. His bones creaked and his blood boiled. Pure fury ignited his entire body, inciting it to action, and before he knew it, he had launched himself at the Emperor. He unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, his strikes faster and more powerful than ever before. The Emperor met the charge head-on, altering gravity as he went, but 3 adapted to each shift almost as fast as they came. His body was running on pure instinct, honing his senses to a razor-sharp edge and giving him almost preternatural adaptability? Golly, that's not a word I come across often. The Emperor, on the other hand, he found himself working harder and harder to handle 3's hail of blows. Enjoy your lurk, Shanti. He managed to block the oncoming strikes, but his attacker showed no sign of slowing down. Like a wild dog, the Emperor sneered. A tool with a will of its own is a useless thing, to be sure. But seeing you foaming at the mouth is like this is pathetic beyond measure. You truly are fated to die as you lived. A mere thing. Yo, honestly though, considering Duvali herself was a tool, you know what I mean? She would. Matter of fact, she was doing some of the packing up herself when we packed up her old squad that she's now again teamed up with. Could you imagine that? Unbelievable work, let me tell you. And then conversely, she would also get packed up. It's true. Let's see. Even in the face of Three's enraged onslaught, the Emperor had hardly taken any damage at all. He still held all the cards. Three was a little more than an annoyance, like a flea biting a wolf. Three's thoughts bubbled back up to the surface. He found himself remembering something that Nine had said. It was his natural sense of composure that allowed him to recall such a timely memory, composure he did not possess 3 years ago. He continued to let his anger drive his body, but maintained a calm mind, not allowing his thoughts to slip away in his rage. He could have stopped himself at any time, but he found his rage beneficial and wielded it ably, as though it were simply another weapon available to him. Three himself was unaware of this, but such an ability to not only control one's emotions, but then turn them into power was rare indeed. Exactly, Coolio. See, Coolio knows. You know what I mean? DB, go ahead and do your research, bro. Jex is sleeping the whole time y'all duking it out. Yeah, she wishes. It was a skill that did not come easily to even the greatest warriors, yet Three had managed to master such a complicated concept at his young age. Bro actually has Ultra Instinct, by the way. Armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they're received. That was how Nine had described the Emperor's armor. Sure enough, just as she described, no matter how many strikes Three launched, nothing seemed to get through. It was then that realization dawned on him. If the armor was immune to external force, then what he needed to do was induce internal force. Anyone else may have given up at this point, but Three could scarcely imagine a more suitable target for his unique skills. He combined his blades into one, squaring off against the Emperor yet again. The defining characteristic of Three's weapons was their ability to internally induce an arts-based explosion in their target. To do so, he needed to strike the same point with each blade separately, and then a third time in their fused form. By this point, he had already landed a number of hits on the Emperor's armor, and, luckily for Three, a decent amount of those hits overlapped. All that remained was the final step in the process, making contact with those intersecting points using his fused sword. This drunken fist is like bushy brows. Yo, you see it though? Yeah, that's exactly what I was likening it to in my head. Soy phone. Yeah, that's crazy. Every time I think about her, I just remember how much shit she's over there talking. Yeah, every time. Like, ayo. We call her goofily here, I promise you. Not to be mistaken for stupidly. She is goofily. I promise you. Let's see. Three attacked the Emperor with the same rage and power as before. This time, though, he failed to land a single hit. He was just a hair's breadth off every single time. The first steps in his weapons process were relatively simple. He simply needed to strike or land a strike with each weapon, creating two perpendicular lines that would paint a target for the orbman. The next part, however, was far more difficult. He needed to use the fused blade to hit the precise point where the two lines intersected. This was a much smaller target area, making that task much more demanding. Still, Three was confident in his aim and knew he had the dexterity to pull it off. In spite of his skill and confidence, however, he continually found himself failing to land the decisive hit. Goofily for real. Kirito, we know that's you. Yo, you see him though? Who are these people you're naming off? Her sisters, cousins? No, her. Period, bro. Just like how we got, you know, 9, 3, and how S is also 3. Goofily is doofily is stupidly. You know what I'm saying? Lock it in. Go ahead and internalize that real quick. The Emperor cackled in delight as he watched Three struggle. To him, Three's plight was nothing short of pure comedy. Pick a name and stick to it. I mean, you know, like in a perfect world, we would be doing that, right? But you're out here with Zeller Knox and Zeller Knox 2, among others that I haven't seen yet. So like, is that not hypocrisy, Zeller? Or what are we saying? All right, then. I rest my case. Dooley is Dooley the Dooley. That's hilarious. Goofily is Doopily is Doopily. Hey, you know what I'm saying, Jack? You know what I mean, bro? Go ahead and post the GIF, bro, of just, you know what I mean, riding with the flames, bro. We penned that. The name seems situational. And this is why Scaper is one of the OGs now, because he gets it. Let's see. I know my tools inside and out, he said, a dark grin spreading across his face. Your methods of attack, how your weapons work, I understand these things even better than you. As if proving the Emperor's point, Three's next attack fell short as well. The Emperor launched a counterattack with his staff, swung at the perfect angle. 3 had figured out his foe's tricks. Right before each of his attacks would land, the Emperor would make a subtle change to gravity. His timing was exquisite, and the trick was executed in such a way that 3 had no time to correct the angle of his sword. Further, the gravity wave emitted by the Emperor's scepter did nothing at all when it failed to connect, but if it did, the resulting damage would be enormous. Thus far, 3 had been able to evade or turn away each incoming swing, but he knew it was only because the Emperor was allowing it. You know me by 1, I know you by 2, if we get hyper technical, okay? And I don't think that's all that matters, because the point still stands that, or actually, sure, that's all that matters, because the point still stands that there's more than one. Got you. You're up. He had yet to land a single effective attack, and the wear on both his weapon and his body was steadily mounting. The outcome of the battle seemed clear, and by all appearances, there was nothing that can change its course. Thanks to his impeccable defense, the Emperor was nearly unscathed, whereas 3 was barely holding on, looking more and more like he could collapse at any moment. But she's not gay or hey, true. Throughout the bands and alternate accounts, you alone or Zeller Knox. Yeah, okay, bro. Okay, bro. In between clashes, a momentary calm settled over the battlefield. As 3 was weighing his options, a voice broke the silence. It was a lazy drawl, one that 3 had heard many times over the past year. Analysis complete? Oh, shit. Oh, nah, this dude is gonna get cooked, bro. Analysis complete is insane. Zeller cooked with that? He's not Gojo, DB. Don't enable him. 9 struggled to her feet, looking as though she could fall back down at any moment. How? The Emperor's genuine shock escaped his mouth in a low hiss. 9, you're okay, 3 exclaimed. At once, he understood what had happened. 9 hadn't fallen unconscious. She had simply feigned doing so in order to analyze the Emperor in secret. She had given 3 no indication of her plan whatsoever. After all... Nice, man. Oh, how's it feel to get slapped, DB? Good luck. Hi, devils. Welcome in. Appreciate you swinging by. Yeah, I'd run too if I were you. 9 hadn't fallen unconscious. Okay, yep. After all, she had she done so, the Emperor very well may have caught on to her plan. Just fine, she responded. I used my thread to cushion the blow of the boulders by shredding them into smaller pieces. In the end, the rocks barely scratched me. Okay. DB out here saving you. Look at that. Judging by the amount of blood that had covered her, it would have been clear to anyone that this is far from the truth. The fact remained that she was both alive and conscious. 3 disengaged from the Emperor and moved closer to 9, making sure to keep his eyes trained on his foe as he did so. There's a moment where he is unable to respond to anything, she explained. That's his power's fatal weakness. Second time's a charm? I mean, nah, Zeller, it's not redemption for you. I'm sorry. He was the one who did the delivery. You were just the recipient. Come on now. Yo, Coolio, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, that's such a gamble. But I guess it also goes to show just how well they trust each other, right? Oh! And DB, today might have to be your last day.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Unbelievable. It's not 3 and 9 for no reason? Yeah, you see it. She definitely have faith in him? Yeah. Let's see. What do you mean? His gravitational manipulation doesn't require casting like an art would, but after he uses it, there's a period of time for about a second before he's able to use it again. That's why he wasn't able to immediately prevent the falling rocks from burying him earlier. But the way he's changing gravity is so precise, 3 said, thinking back on their battle. How could you have managed that? He was just reading your movement, S. He knows how you fight like the back of his hand. Wait, what? 3 exclaimed, the surprise in his voice clear. It's true, 9 responded. The way he manipulates gravity is determined before you even start your swing. He knows you well enough to straight up predict everything you'll do. Is that even possible? Asked 3, his mind racing. It sure is, 9 continued. And he's not using an artifact for it either. His mind just works that quickly. He's a total monster through and through. The Emperor let out a low chuckle. A sound analysis, but it'll avail you nothing. I know your techniques inside and out. The same speed, the same power, the same angles, each and every time. There's no possible way you can undo years of the habits we so painstakingly carved into you. S, 9 looked up to him knowingly. Right, he acknowledged. Let's end this. The duo nodded in agreement and turned to face the Emperor once more. 3 charged at him again, renewing his previous assault. He raised his sword overhead, attacking at a high angle. The Emperor dodged it effortlessly and sent forth a counterattack. You're twisted. Their deadly dance continued as before, but as things were, both sides knew where to ultimately lead. The Emperor sensed an incoming attack and prepared to manipulate gravity. Just as he predicted, 3 attacked a half step faster, aiming for one of the spots in the armor that had been previously marked. As the sword raced toward its target, gravity shifted towards the sword's trajectory and was altered. Despite this, it somehow continued on its original path regardless, as if the altered gravity had been predicted and compensated for. Impossible, the Emperor muttered under his breath. He hastily jerked his body out of the blade's trajectory with hardly a second to spare. The 3's movements had changed somehow. As the Emperor mulled the changing situation over, 3's next attack came speeding in. The Emperor again predicted the speed and trajectory and manipulated gravity accordingly. However, boom! A muffled explosion rang out, and the Emperor felt his armor crack and pain course through his left arm. Boom! Wait, what? Another flash. Boom! His right leg was now damaged as well. The Emperor was at an utter loss. Had 3 managed to correctly predict his spatial manipulation? How was he suddenly able to alter his strikes to compensate for the gravity? Had the analyzer been analyzed himself? Cursing 3's name, the Emperor's thoughts grew frantic. As he desperately looked around for a clue, he realized what was actually happening. He glimpsed a number of barely visible cords extending from 3's body. Naturally, 9 stood at the other end, controlling them. She wasn't pulling him to and fro like a marionette, but was instead nudging his attack slightly, guiding his direction, timing, and angle to create the perfect strike. Oh, shit. Yeah, nah, DB, bro. You're gonna have to start taking some accountability for your actions. The Emperor may have been predicting 3's attacks and making adjustments, but 9 was doing the same to him in turn. It was her guidance that allowed 3 to score direct hit after direct hit. Her superior intellect was, of course, a major reason why this was possible, but her relationship with 3 was their true secret weapon. The two knew each other better than anyone in the world, which allowed her to predict his reactions and movements with incredible accuracy. She used her natural understanding of her partner to help him adapt his combat style to fit the situation at hand. In that sense, the secret behind the upper hand they had suddenly gained was as simple as could be. You little wench. Once again, he was in that W word, man. He got to get packed up. Now we got Puppet Master Jutsu here. Yo, you see it. This is crazy. The Emperor let out an enraged growl laced with bitter hatred. Neither 3 nor 9 had ever seen him like this before. He had tried to launch the same rocky onslaught at 9 that he had before, but found himself bereft of munitions. He could not be sure of when it happened, but at some point, the duo had led him to a different part of the area, one where he could no longer weaponize the terrain. With furious bloodlust, he lowered the gravity near him and rushed at 9. And finally, she smirked. I've been waiting. A giant boulder appeared in the air above the Emperor, likely due to an art 9 had cast. The Emperor was unimpressed, however, at being subjected to the same attack twice. This time around, it even lacked the elements of surprise. He easily shattered the incoming boulder with his staff once it entered his area of reduced gravity, but it was this flippant display of arrogance that sealed his fate. As the pieces of the boulder rained down around him, he found himself face to face with a plush toy rabbit, one that had been hidden within the boulder. No, he exclaimed, knowing full well it was no mere toy. His realization came too late, however. With a massive bang, the rabbit detonated. Light and heat washed over the Emperor, and his legs buckled under the force. Just then, another explosion went off at his back. The 3 had landed a solid hit on his chest armor, and the resulting blast had blown it clear off his body. This is the end, 3 said, quietly. The black-hearted Emperor's armor had now been destroyed, and 3's blade had found its bloody mark. Oh, cooked up! Yo, Kai, like, if this ain't some shonen shit, we have one more chapter. One more. Got a quick vid to send you, Felix, fresh out the oven. I'm terrified for my life. I'm terrified for my freaking life. Send it my way, brother, man. Was the word. What is this, bro? Oh no, hold on. Let me mute the game real quick. Who are these people you're naming off? Her sisters, cousins? Not her. Period, bro. Just like how we got, 9, 3, and how S is also 3. Goofily is doofily is stupidly. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, I gotta run that back. Who are these people you're naming off? Her sisters, cousins? Not her. Period, bro. Just like how we got 9, 3, and how S is also 3. Goofily is doofily is stupidly. You know what I'm saying? Jack, on God, bro. block me right back. There is no way. Shout out Duvally. Shout out Duvally. If I got rickrolled, I'm gonna be so honest. Yeah, Jack would definitely be getting blocked today. I promise you. I promise you. What is this? All right, that's for later me. That bear looked like Cone, not Cone. Yeah, you see it though. High key. Hey, listen, the bear is an op. Don't get it twisted. You gotta rickroll Felix at 8-bit. I'd shed 3.5 tears if somebody did that to me. There is no way. But hey, goofily is stupidly is dooley. You know what I mean? That's just it. S and N, by the way. The last chapter. We're here. And it's short. Look at that. 17 chapters. 17 pages. We're here. We made it. All right. Chapter 10. Let's lock it in, gamers. The Emperor had fallen to his knees, 3's sword protruding from his chest. He looked up at the sky and gave a dry, bitter laugh. Found some humor in your end, have you? Asked 3. To think you two would best me, the Emperor said, his voice weak. Ha, I admit it. I underestimated you. You are by far the most masterful tools I've ever had the pleasure of owning. Enough. We're not your tools any longer, 3 said, gripping his sword, preparing himself to silence the Emperor forever. So he thought to himself, the moment had come. Wait, the moment to kill had come again, or yet again. The thing he hated most, the thing he would never grow accustomed to. Things were different this time, given that the man who stole away his humanity in the first place now sat at the end of his sword. But that didn't stop 3's hand from trembling. 9 said gently, moving closer. We'll do it together, okay? You'd have been tearing his ass up every day. Yeah, honestly, like thank God the bear can't talk. Her typically light and relaxed expression was now serious and sincere. Okay, 3 responded. This was it. The moment where the two would put their tragic past to rest. 9 placed her hand on 3's, steadying his weapon. Damn, hey, yo, they raised it up. They about to do this man in dirty. Her warmth abated his trembling ever so slightly. They moved to raise their sword together, and in response, the Emperor spoke once more. Every arch of your path thus far has been stained with blood, just as the rest of your lives shall be. Your fates are immutable. Kill or be killed. Control or be killed, Control or be controlled. You'll end up no different than I. We will ever be one and the same. You're wrong, said 9. We're no longer anyone's tools and we'll never force anyone to be ours. After this, we're done, said 3. You're the last person we're ever going to kill. The two took a deep breath and spoke in unison. And farewell. Off in some far-flung region of Calvert, a horse-drawn carriage plodded along. Aside from trains, most terrestrial transportation had long been switched to all-wheel cars, so such an old-fashioned mode of travel was a rare sight to see. The more rustic method did have its certain undeniable charm, however. A boy drove the carriage, while a young girl of about the same age lazed about within. It makes you wonder how he got that way, the boy said, thinking back to the Emperor's face, the one that had been obscured by both cloak and helmet. His appearance had been a poor fit for his monstrous behavior. If anything, he had been rather handsome. Well, if you don't mind the rumors, or if you don't mind rumors and hearsay, I might have an answer or two for you. The girl's response came from within the carriage, delivered in her usual sleepy drawl. I'm listening. Well, the girl's story went something like this. In a small country in some corner of the world, there once lived a vile, oppressive king. His reign was tyrannical, his rule evil, and his people lived in fear. One day, he died, and his son, the crown prince, was enthroned. The prince, this new king, was, at his core, a kind and gentle soul who strove to govern in a fair and just manner. He was determined to avoid his father's errors, but perhaps because they were too accustomed to fear, no one met this new king's ideas with an open mind. Free assembly and speech had already been brutally suppressed in his father's reign, and the people's rage had already reached a boiling point. Violent voices grew louder and louder, eventually resulting in a revolution. The Revolutionary Army launched an assault on the royal palace and forcibly converted the country into a republic, holding the new king accountable for his father's sins. Suddenly finding his life at risk, he had no choice but to flee, leaving behind his country and his entire way of life. You're telling me this prince eventually became an overseer? The boy asked, his brow wrinkling in thought as he turned the story over in his head. Who can say? Shrugged the girl. I don't know if a kingdom like that even existed in the first place. The girl rolled over to continue dozing as the carriage bumped and bounded its way along the road. Assuming this is more fact than fiction, then what? The boy asked. He was too kind and lost control of his kingdom, so he developed a powerful desire to control others? It's hard to believe. The boy trailed off. He had no intention of giving the overseer even a shred of sympathy, but strangely enough, he did find himself feeling a little pity for the man. The boy and girl fell silent for a few moments. The only sounds that could be heard were the clopping of the horse's hooves and the creaking of the carriage. The boy broke the silence. What is it? The girl raised her head from her nap. Her voice remained as relaxed as ever, but the boy's tone suddenly grew tense. Is there any chance you could ever forgive me for what I did? For what happened between you and your brother? No. The girl's response was swift and blunt. The boy fell silent. He had no right to scorn her answer. Never, she continued, because he was my brother and I loved him. He was the only real family I ever had, so? The girl paused for a moment. Her cheeks flushed red, no shot. And then she continued in a much louder voice. So if you want me to forgive you, you can't ever leave me. We have to stick together through thick and thin. You and me. NNS. NNS is crazy. They out here calling themselves Nintendo Switch. The boy smiled, his fear a moment ago having left him. Of course, we'll always be there for each other. I'll have your back and you'll have mine. The girl could barely contain the emotion swelling in her chest at this point. Unfortunately for her, the boy continued talking. Not unfortunately. Golly, man, that's me with certain people. Isaiah. I'll do my best to fill his shoes from now on. And that includes making sure you get the education you need to grow into the best person you can be. This was, in fact, not the answer the girl had been looking for. I'm not talking about education, she exclaimed as she started violently shaking the carriage in frustration. But what could be more important? Hey, calm down. This thing can't take too much abuse. It's rickety enough as it is. If you make it fall apart, we'll have to walk the rest of the way. She'll up the tool one day? Yeah, honestly, she probably will. The girl settled back down, still not fully satisfied with his response, but resolved to leave things be for the moment. The topic changed again. So, any ideas? For the time being, their plan was to head to Liberal or Lemon, just as the boy had initially planned. But where to from there? They had yet to give it much thought. They knew they would be pursued by any number of people from the organization. Despite this, the two knew that as long as they stuck together, they'd find a way to manage. And for the moment, they reveled in the idea of an unknown future, a new path to tread that was all their own. In any case, we'll need to find some kind of work, the boy said. Anything in mind? Well, he mused, a confident smile growing on his face. When we consider our skill set, how about something in theater? What? Yeah, DB, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You definitely actually had it coming. May your spirit find everlasting peace. Not on your life, the girl swiftly retorted. Think about it, S. You're a terrible actor. Hey, I'm not that bad, and I'm sure a play could be way less pressure than an assassination mission. A tad deflated, the boy sank back into a seat, but then threw out another idea, one somewhat more plausible than the last. I know. How about we become bracers? No way. The girl rejected the idea again, but with a little less bite than before. I've heard they get super busy. No sense in escaping one grave just to work yourself into another. There was also the question hanging in the air over the Bracer Guild would even consider taking on people with the duo's unique background. All things considered, however, it wasn't the most outlandish idea. Fine. What's your bright idea then? Me? The girl yawned. All I want to do is lay around in bed every day. Just sleep. You're ridiculous, the boy sighed. His face suddenly lit up as he remembered something. Oh, right. What is it? Names, he said with a hint of excitement. I just realized we haven't shared our names with each other. Oh, right. N is short for Nadia. That's my real name. Mine's Swin. Swin and Nadia? Bro, if you don't go back to 3 and 9, let me stop. Swin? Who? The girl said, hiding a small smile. So S wasn't too far then. Pretty crazy coincidence. Yeah, There was a good reason her nickname for him had been so close to his real name. Her brother had mentioned it in one of his letters. She had known Swin's name before their paths had even crossed. After they had worked together for a bit, she decided she wanted to call him by something that resembled his actual name rather than his organization moniker. This, however, was something she intended to keep to himself, or herself, wow. Well, in the end, he'll always be S to me, and I'll always be N to you, right? Yeah, you're right. The carriage continued its slow roll forward, as did their conversation. It was profound at moments, but was otherwise silly, lighthearted, and most of all, free. The boy's name was Swin, S, and the girl's name was Nadia, N. Together, they were travelers discovering their newfound humanity. The end. Okay. Travelers, Octopath? Hey, I'm not gonna lie, let me see a Swin and a Nadia and at the end of the game and I'll crash out, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, that's a fire story. Fire story. Crazy as hell though. Let me freaking tell you. Crazy as hell. We're gonna get some of that. Like I said, we're gonna see a 3D model today. So we're gonna get some of this in. I'm going to also remove the cam for a little bit while I otherwise inhale this food that's been sitting in front of me for the past 2.5 hours. So hopefully this here is voice. Or so help me Bob. We'll be back. Oh, I'm going to see so.
Ladies and gentlemen, our day in the sun has finally arrived. And I, Grace Lynn of the Crossbell Times,
Enjoy your
am
licks,
here
keeper.
to make sure you don't miss a moment of this monumental occasion. At 2 p.m. today, the signing ceremony for Crossbell's independence will take place in this very spot. What you are about to witness is going to be historic, not just for Crossbell,
DB, I promise you
but
that's
for
not
this whole
content we want.
continent. Let's get some live reactions from folks on
Yo,
the
dead ass Ivy.
To tell you the truth, I never dreamed we would achieve independence again quite like this. It's been 2 years since we came under Erebonian control. 2 years.
I was
that
just about to
dragged on,
ask.
yet
It's
flew
been 2
by
years,
at the
right?
same
And
time.
then bro said
I
it.
struggle to describe just how moved I am when I acknowledge that we are about to finally achieve our long-cherished desire. Now, if everyone would join me. 3 cheers for Crossbell!
Hip hip.
Nervous is the short answer. We're all really busy trying to ensure everything goes ahead
Hey DB.
smoothly.
May your
It's
electricity
incredible
hold.
to think that everything we fought for is about to pay off. But I can't imagine we would have gotten this far if not for the efforts of the Special Support
Yeah, that's
Section.
insane.
As a fellow police officer, I'm beyond proud of them for all they've done for us.
Yeah, the SSS are awesome!
Hey, WSSA. Hey, somebody keep up out of that news report. You know what I'm saying? The SSS got to be gassed up for eternity. Yo, let me see Sergey and Dudley come out of this car real quick. I'm trying to see something. You know what? I'm not mad at this either.
Look,
Ellie!
Speaker McDowell has arrived on the scene. Mr. Speaker,
There was a game behind that
could
book?
You please
Hawaii,
tell us
can
how
you-
you're
can you
feeling
imagine?
with the ceremony about to begin. I'd love to hear about the relationship between your beautiful secretary and the leader of the SSS while you're at it.
Huh?
Reese.
Not you again. The speaker is a busy man, you know.
Now, I see no harm in giving her a little of my time.
You're back? Why is Felix not on the screen? Well, if you were paying attention. Let me stop.
Crossbell can only take this momentous step forward thanks to the help of all who live here.
I'm inhaling food.
And our many neighbors. As both a government official and as a fellow citizen of this great state, I
Now
am
the boring part
deeply
is crazy.
grateful to all who supported us. I hope that you will continue to watch over us as we walk toward our new future hand in hand.
We're here, Bo. We're here. I promise y'all, the way I'm eating,
The day is finally here, Guy.
y'all not trying to see me
I
on
know
screen.
it took us a while. But peace in Crossbell is finally within reach. Though, this will probably be where the real hard work begins.
Don't get it twisted. I've eaten on screen
Hearts
before,
got nothing
but I
on
be
us.
eating with like extra
So
tact.
long
You know what I'm
as we're
saying?
Together, everything's
Now?
gonna be
Hell
easy
nah.
breezy.
Inhaling,
You guys
bro. I
already
promise.
Put in 100%, and I plan on doing the same.
$110 is more like it.
Whoa!
And you can always count on me for support.
Hold on. Pause everything. Did her voice change? Am I tripping? I promise you, Coolio, that might be me.
Watch over us, Guy, Lloyd, and all of Crossbell.
All right. I think it's time we got going. You and Kia both have things on the to-do list today, don't you?
That's right. I was thinking of checking in on Elia. It's only been a month since she finished rehab, and she's already got her engines running at full blast.
I'd be more worried if she wasn't
This man Zeller said,
doing
I think her
that.
voice is different.
But yeah,
Like
I
he even
knew
knows who
she's
this
into
is.
At the guild.
Oh, yeah. She's back home after evacuating to Reverie. Well, I'm on patrol.
Shizuku's back
before
and she's
signing
part of the
ceremony
church.
begins. So I'll pop by to say hey when I'm close, okay?
That works for me. I'll see you in a bit.
Bye!
I just want to make you feel sane.
Finally be
You think I'm
independent.
looking for validation from you?
Whatever work I have to put in to keep it that way will be worth every second. I'm here, now and always, as a detective and a proud member of the SSS.
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Lloyd.
Who this?
Hey,
Oh, hell nah. It's the same? Holy smokes, that's insane. Dog, get these two out my damn face. Oh my.
so Noelle, Wazzy, what brings you here?
I'm handling security detail.
Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it.
Kia was just here, right? I bumped into her at the signing ceremony site, and she said where she'd be going.
And I've only been dragged here because Archbishop Aralda will be present.
You know when you hear a motherfucker and they just sound like they're not up to any good? Listen to this.
And I've only been dragged here because Archbishop Aralda...
That motherfucker is up to no good.
This is all unusual.
Listen,
even by
Wazzy's
the
passable,
church's
but
standards.
Mist? Hell no,
So
bro.
they
He
needed
part of
more
the church.
bodies to make the arrangements less hectic.
Ah, come on.
I missed
Don't act
Abbas,
like you're just anyone.
his right-hand man.
Feels like it's been a whole lifetime since we've gotten a chance to talk, huh? But it's only been a
My
month
bald
since
hunk
the
of man.
operation. We did meet up at the prince's wedding, but it got so busy after that we haven't had a chance to really sit down.
And all my running in and out of Arterias made me miss just being here. So, you know, it's nice to be home.
Shut up.
Hasn't been the same without you, Wazzy. And seriously, way to go, Noelle.
Goofy ass Wazzy.
Security detail for this is no small task.
Thanks. Couldn't manage it without you and the rest of the team, though.
The VA stopping was not part of the agenda. Oh, hell no. They gotta join the party? I'm about to throw up. I promise you, Kenji, that's me. God damn it. This is the worst day. The worst. All right. And we're back. Are you happy now? Let's hit the streets. It's time. Back to doing cleanup missions in the city. Bro, I'm about to crash out, bro. If I'm not back in LeBurl in this game, and just know, Kevin, the quickest uninstall I've ever seen in my life. Get something to end stream. Yeah, he said it's over. We got a peek at a 3D model and said see you later. You receive bonus items in tribute to the releases of Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure. That's crazy. Holy smokes. We're truly here. We're back. Like we never left. New clothing for Noelle. What makes you think of W costumes? My bonus was a fit for Noelle, dog. Are you McFrickin' me right now? Main character switches to Wazzy, uninstalled. Because what are we talking about? That's what I get? I got a fit of Noelle without her hat. Thanks for the bits. I don't even know where I'm going anymore. I'm just running. I'm just moving.
Fancy running into you here, Father Wazzy. And you brought a couple of friends in tow.
Unfortunately, I know this voice. This is why I don't fuck with
Hey,
Wazzy.
Scarlet.
It's a much fancier title, Sans hat. That's just French for without hat. Ivy, block me back while we're here. Block me back. I'm about to rescind that hug I owe you, because there ain't no fucking way.
If I remember correctly, she's...
Indeed. As you can see,
Bro,
I've
look, she's still a
managed to
baddie
stay
though?
away from
Hell
my duties
no.
long enough for a
If we don't
hot
get
date
Captain
with
Hook
my
out of
boy
here.
toy here. We'll be patrolling the city, so I leave the rest of our work in your capable hands.
Can you not say things that'll confuse her? You're the squire who helped us in the operation, right? Thank you so much.
Captain Hook is wild at work? Tell me I'm not wrong.
We didn't have much time for
Or
introductions
tell me I'm wrong.
then, did we? Still, I've heard plenty about you.
You're a terrorist,
They weren't
lady.
kidding about how cute you are.
What are we talking about?
Scarlet?
I'm just messing with you. Catch you later.
Hell nah. She was already part of the church, dipped because she ain't fuck with the church, got her ass kicked, and then pulled back up to the church. Like, what are we talking about here? Had nowhere else to go, head ass. Oh wow, that even made my heart skip a beat. I don't think I've ever met a sister with an eye patch before. Makes her look like she could hold her own in a fight. I promise you, even though you're typoing her name wrong constantly, you're right. She's one of our newest squires, joined about the same time as Wald, as it happens. She used to be with the terrorist organization in the Empire, even crossed paths with Thor's old Class 7, if I recall. Okay, cool. Yup. Airing out her dirty laundry right now, because what are we saying? Still, she's got a great head on her shoulders. Hell nah. Talk about a complete 180. Then again, I'm not sure what's harder, working with terrorists or working under you. She seems to be enjoying her work quite a bit, I'll have you know. With my remaining work delegated, why don't we continue into the city? Roger that. I bet. That's just called the Reen effect? Hell nah. You saying we're doing stocks against Reen? Let me know when I do, like you just did. Yeah, I got you. I got you. It's the I before E. I before E, except after C. The rule applies. Your current story objective is always yup. WW. Having to start off with the SSS or like Lloyd in general, by the way, kind of crazy. Because I'm confident the swap's later. Character tab, yup. All the tutorial stuff. Let's go. The Mines Mountain Path. When I learned that this was called Mines and not Mains, I got so mad. Like unreasonably mad. Crossbow City's over that way? Heck nah, I ain't going over there.
No reason to go up this way toward mines.
Damn. That's really called mine.
You don't need to go far in for monsters, though.
Green stocks are worth 10 million? I promise you.
Here recently.
More like negative. Negative 10 million. Yeah, I was hoping that dialogue was going to continue. And also because the Bank Arena has the highest interest rate in the country. God, that unfortunately is true. You'll understand one day, DB. One day. Let's see what these goofballs got in combat for us real quick. Hey, Reen, go ahead and slap them up real quick. I'm trying to see something. And then you still got it, electromagnetic net, smart missiles. Wild Stampede. Is that what our old S-Craft was called? We better find out. Oh.
Wild Stampede!
I hate her.
And here's the finisher!
You know what's crazy? Her voice sounds like Goofily.
My turn.
Phantom Rush and Septenary Shot. Interesting. And then you still got this. Cool. Song is called Stand Up Again and Again. Ooh.
Sapphire's seal of mine.
The crap is fire. You see it?
Bolster this arm with the strength of a giant.
Oh nah. He's about to pop this in a cutscene. Ew. Bro got a gargoyle arm. Hell no.
Akashic arm.
You know something?
Good night and
they're both
sweet
lame.
dreams
Okay.
to you.
Yes, I'm a hater. One-winged angel type vibe. You see this shit? Ooh. Wait, hold on. Yo, the battle victory theme was kind of going crazy right there. Fuck we saying? Wait a minute. I'm gonna break these. Damn, I missed this music though. I will say. Damn it!
Bring it in!
Wow. Is Eurocraft? Yeah, sure, why not? Shout out to the hands. Electromagnetic knit. Got him.
It's my turn.
And you know something, Ivy? You're absolutely certifiably right on that one. I gotta be so honest.
Okay, then.
Certifiably correct.
Arcus, activate.
No
What
problem.
art you got? You also have Golden Sphere. Finish reading. Did you enjoy the story? Oh, it was really good. Can't lie. Welcome back.
It's my turn.
It was actually really good. Yeah, Kevin, honestly, I do think that's fair. I think it's a good debate between those two. Oh, damn. If you're already just a Torbuli, it'd still be your op. That's
baby.
correct. You would absolutely certifiably be the oppiest of ops. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Leading crossbow would be valid because I mean, like,
Noel, cover me.
what's it called? Crossbow is a lot like busier, right? Like,
I'm going in.
there are a lot more kind of like places to explore, little towns hidden in various like varying locales.
Arcus, activate.
What else? You know, you get the bustling city. Whereas Liberal, like all the way around, even though again there are different locales, there's a port town, all that stuff.
baby.
Like, it overall is very like, I guess the word I might use is like rustic, you know. And so yeah, I could have faulted anybody. I could not fault anybody for being like, yeah, you know, Liberal is kind
Arcus,
of.
activate.
Yeah, DB, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, by the end of the day, man, like, I don't make the rules, but an op is an op. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, unfortunately for you, you would be on the op list. It's like Zeller and Marcus. You know? It's op list supreme.
Oh, nice. I did it.
Brave Smash 2 off rip? Holy smokes. Like that orphanage? I think I forgot downtown Liberal. Yeah. There was the orphanage right by, I think that town is that Ruin? The port town? Or was Ruin the one where you meet, what's her name, and the butler, like the mayor of that one town with the butler? And that place had a market. I remember the theme song for that town. Do 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 bump 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 bump. Bose is the town where you meet the mayor. Thank you. Wait, Zeller and Marcus are ops? Isn't that good? No, sir. And Scaper knows. Once an op, always an op. Exactly. Oh, whoops. I'm having the auto on still. The Battle Victory music is right on the mark. Oh, that's a beautiful title. That's a beautiful title. Thank you so much for that follow. Followers are anonymous, but no, I see you and I appreciate you. Didn't you used to live around here, Lloyd? Yeah, I lived in Belheim Apartments. It's vacated now, but I still know plenty of people from the area. Like Oscar from the local bakery, excuse me. Not me saying barrier. The folks at Tally's. I'd say we know them just as well as you do at this point, given how much you used to go on and on. I always confuse ops and bots and tasks and things. Yeah, as you do. Have you heard the updated town themes in the Sky remake? I've not, actually. I've not. I, unfortunately, aside from like a couple of visuals, mostly combat related, I've not really, and intentionally so, I've actually avoided much of, what's it called? Much of the Sky remake. You can see why Marcus is a op. Pizza and coffee. And it goes on from there somehow. That's just how it goes when you join the SSS. Oh, stop, you guys. But hey, since we're here and all, how about we say our hellos? The quick travel menu is now available. Open the quick travel menu with a square button, select the location you visited before to instantly return there. The quick travel menu will also display the locations of key events and your comrades. Eckert, what's poppin'? Yes, Scaper, it is. It is. This is now the proper game, book aside. Let's see. Locations you visited will appear in the quick travel menu. Okay, yep. Key events. Hold on, not Randy and Mariah over there. What's going on, Eckert? What's the word? You read the book? I did. We read through all of 3 and 9. That's what literally 90% of the stream has been. Help me. Help me. Hey, oh, hold on. Elsa, pretty sure I know you. I was so happy when my husband returned from the war that I wasn't jumping for joy. I was floating. Our daughter is doing well. Our home is gaining back its independence. This is what true happiness looks like. It was a great read, though, I hope. Oh, it definitely was. Astra said it was her favorite like story, and I see why. It is really good. It was a great ending. Not sure how it started though. The way it started was definitely a setup because of course they got to introduce characters, but it showed 3 and 9 doing like an assassination together, and it ended with us like being told like, hey, you know, despite everything, like despite the fact that they've been working together for a year or whatever, he still couldn't like trust her. And then it kind of delved into what happened with his previous teammate, and so on and so forth, and sort of just like the rules of the organization. It was really cool. We have to check this out. This series, Scaper, if you like JRPGs in general, which I'm assuming you do, this franchise is a massive undertaking, I will say, but it is incredibly accessible. And I mean, you see the writing. That was just a story.
Okay.
That same kind of like writing, Lloyd, if you don't shut up, that same kind of writing applies to literally the entirety of the series. From characters like Elsa here, like I promise you, in a previous game in this franchise, like we've seen Elsa and her family, we know who her daughter is, we know who her husband is from previous games, but it's up to you, the player, I guess, to kind of pay attention to those details, because otherwise, of course, like there's the main plot, right? And even some of the side plots, like you'll get side missions, and those stories will oftentimes tie in and coincide with events that you've maybe either heard about or seen in previous games. It's so like in depth and just really cool. I could gush about the Trails series or the Legend of Heroes franchise as a whole forever, I think. Not sure, but I'm open to trying them out. And honestly, you keeping an open mind tells me that you're gonna have a good experience. Kevin, I'm gonna upgrade your sword into a hammer, and then I need you to clap up Tiki Joe for me. Joe, what's poppin', homie? Joe, did you read 3 and 9? I'm assuming you did. That part too. There is a demo for the first game's remake. That is true.
Okay.
He said, Oh yeah, Joe. Hey man, go ahead and get to reading, bro. Because there is no way.
Is it just me, or does the city feel extra
Look at
happy?
gang. Hold on.
It's not just you. The positivity in the air is almost overwhelming.
Do it. Yeah, Scaper, for sure. All the games, coincidentally and fortunately,
Can't blame everyone.
are on PC.
Been waiting for this
so
day
like,
for a
hell
long
yeah.
time.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. We're not ending terribly soon or anything, y'all, but I want to say right now while it's on my mind. Tomorrow evening there will be another stream. I think I'm gonna reopen up Pocopia, do some work in that game, continue the story and so on. And then there also might be a bit more of Mega Man Star Force tomorrow as well, so look forward to that. We also may be able to get another stream or two this weekend, but I'll let you know when I have a better idea of what's going on this weekend. W Addiction, Zeller, I haven't played in like almost a week, bro, so like, is it an addiction for real? Fix up, bro. You're playing the new first chapter on Switch? Nice, 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 nice. I'm actually very happy to hear, because I've heard amazing things about the Switch version, so that's good. Not sure what we're talking about? Say less. Say less, Joe. Yeah, go ahead and boot this game up or open up the wiki and go ahead and read 3 and 9, bro. Because you beat this game, right, Joe? Or are you still on this game currently? Sayonara, bye-bye. Banger. Certified. He's been fiending. Sounds like you with rivals. Don't try and what's the word? Project onto me, all right? You just wanted to be able to play in bed, and sometimes that's all you need.
Now then.
I know Yu Yu Hakusho when I hear it, and Hawaii, that's why we're locked in, because you know ball for real. Like, what are we saying? Oh, you barely touched this? Oh, I caught up to Tiki Joe. It is as foretold in the prophecy. I've caught up. Let's fucking go. How long have I worked to try and do this? Now I just need to really take advantage of the fact that Aries seems to be AWOL AF. I gotta reclaim my throne, Kev. I'll call off tomorrow? Fuck no, you won't. You better lock it. You better lock it in, bro. We have DK skins to get. You use your favorite anime of all time? yo, Hawaii. So fun fact about, I guess, where I am, at least in this neck of the woods in Canada, that anime did not air here when I was growing up. I think it maybe pulled up later, but by then, like, I don't know, I was probably caught up in school or was on at an inopportune time, whatever. So that anime did not air here. I'd always known of it because, you know, I be on the internet. I'm friends with a bunch of Americans. You know what I mean? I hear and know about Yu Yu Hakusho. Shit, I watched AMVs growing up. So I would see clips of it. I been knew who at least like the main cast were for the longest time, right? A couple of summers ago, I think maybe 3-4 years ago, I randomly just kind of said, fuck it. And I was like, yo, you know what? Yu Yu Hakusho is on Crunchyroll. Like, I'm gonna tap in. I think it ended up on Crunchyroll because Funimation bought out Crunchyroll or whatever, and so like their catalog started jumping over, whatever. So I saw it on there and I was like, you know, fuck it, I'll watch it. I binged it in maybe like a week, back to front, and I said, yo, legendary. Now then. So you best believe, like, the music's left an impression on me. I mean, listen, you said you know Yu Yu Hakusho. Right? Shit, no, that button does not play that song. But I mean, like, I got this like in my likes ready for me to play at almost a moment's notice. You know what I mean? Like what are we saying here? You know what I mean? Lock it in. Speaking of AMV, does anyone know where the original End by Linkin Park? Oh, I don't know, but I do remember that exact video. Haven't started Daybreak yet? You better not play off stream. I'll cuss. Locked in, Hawaii. I said, yo, like, yeah. Yeah, nah, you. Sorry, I had to respect that part. I have to respect this part heavy. Yu Yu Hakusho music is it. A period. Yusuke is your boy? Yeah. And honestly, appropriately so. Locked in? You trying to get locked down? By who? Young lady? Fuck we talking about? Locked down by freaking who? Also, how was stream today? I saw the notif that you went up. What's the word? What's the word, Leash? Oh, what's poppin'? Speaking of trails, you got to get back into playing some more Horizon. Ooh. Yo, Coolio. Joe and I watched those 4 episodes. You are in for a treat, Coolio. Oh my God. Classroom of the Elite is popping off right now. And I need episode 5 today. Yeah. Yeah. You've not seen Yu Yu Hakusho yet? Bro, you live in America. What are you doing? Wait, there's no season? Yeah, there is, Jack. Lock it in. Just dropped yesterday. You just finished the 4th. It was peak. Yeah, it's so good, yo. My game was lagging. Turns on my PS5 and capture card. We're trying to output it as 4K. Oh, yeah. I was like, yeah, ain't no freaking way. At 4K? They out here trying you. Speaking of anime, months ago leading up to the release, Capcom released Star Force anime for a limited time on YouTube. I saw. Wait, though. Pause. It's only up there for a limited time? I did see they dropped it, but a limited time? We might have to make a Watch Force anime day, especially considering we played through that first chunk. That's crazy. Yup. Limited? Why is it limited? Leash, we've been vibing. Honestly, I'm glad you weren't here earlier, and I say that because it deadass was story time. I was out here reading a book for the last 3.5 hours. I think they did that with Battle Network. Those are limited as well? I actually didn't realize they took down the Battle Network episodes. Are you serious? Why would they do that? Are they crazy? Capcom. Keeping the vocal cords quoted? Oh, you already know. Chat was thankfully keeping me hydrated for most of it, and then we powered through. Yeah, it was crazy. We read, Lloyd, if you don't shut up. We read 10 chapters. Most of them were like 20+ pages. And I was like, okay. Hold on. Take a minute. I'm gonna look for the Battle Network. Wait, NT Warrior. That's what it was called. Hold on.
Now then.
Hold on. It's actually gone. Yeah, these are just fan channels now. Why would they do this? Hello? We might have to watch an anime or 2 on stream, I guess, because what? Or an episode or 2, excuse me. They have 13 episodes of Star Force on here.
Now then.
That's crazy. Why did they remove the Battle Network episodes? They want the commission money for putting them on other services, and they ain't even done that. No, I got beef. I got beef. New episodes every Wednesday at 1 a.m. PST and will be available until April 25th. What? Why would they do that? A leash, like, hello, like, hey, listen, I know they obviously got this channel partnered. Go ahead and make a revenue off this or something. What are you talking about? Holy bro. Yeah, we might have to watch the first like episode or two of this just so y'all could see some of what we were rocking with back then. That's so crazy, man. That's not long at all. That's literally what, 23 days? My God. That's lame. That's lame. Hey, listen, somebody get to archiving real quick. I'm trying to see some. Crazy work. All right, let's talk to these ding. Oh, it's the SSS. You guys look super busy. Hope you guys are doing okay. Why, thank you. How goes the not the junior SSS activities? Holy smokes. Battle Network Fire, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. The NT Warrior anime was lit. Why would they remove that? And then they had that, like, what was it? Like, I guess technically, like, 3rd season or whatever when they called it NT Warrior, like, Access or something. Bro, Access was fire. They were up for months to the release, and I think they released over the time leading up. That's so crazy. Bro, you see the way Lloyd be posturing? Crazy work. You glad you got the collection? Same. Oh my God, like, that's what I'm saying, Leash. It's a free bag. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah, I got beef. I'm literally about to pull up to the Capcom Creator Discord server and be like, who decided this? Not that any of the staff, well, any of the staff that should be hearing the rightful complaints of the community who will receive the message, but you know what I mean? Did you? Oh, Leash. Oh my God. Okay, so I'll say it like this. I'm gonna preface by saying, through and through, I had fun. Like, I genuinely had a blast, like, watching the movie. There were so many little, like, you know, things that like made me smile. And I was like, oh, like, this is really cool. However, if you are somebody who does like plot and you also really like Rosalina, you're gonna walk out that movie mad. Like, cause yo, like it ends very abruptly. Rosalina. But it was so fun. It was a very fun movie. Not enough Rosa? Yeah, Jack, I'm not gonna lie. I think they made the movie specifically to make you mad, and that made me even happier. Like, they make Rosalina look bad. Now, no, I wouldn't say they made her look bad. It's just that, like her game, she's barely in it. like I just, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, oop, because, yo, it seems catered to low attention spans. Yeah, and it's definitely that, Leash, because yo, they say a lot of things. They say a lot of things in the movie, or like set up like a lot of things like for your eyes to see and be like, oh wow, like this is really cool. And then none of it gets revisited. And it's like, so why'd you show me that? It's like saying Trails here, right? It's like, oh, we are learning that there's a junior version of the SSS, right? And like, you would think to yourself, oh, maybe that's going to become like important later. Like maybe these little kids are going to like, you know, grow up or like do something really cool. And then like you proceed through the game, maybe a time skip happens and then like, you know, or actually shoot, no, let me stop. Let me slow myself down. You proceed a little bit further along and then it's like, oh, here's the big bad of like the entire franchise again or whatever, right? All right, cool. Then you move past that a little bit, right? Because the big bad is just doing a setup. And you move past that, and then suddenly like other characters are at a flower shop, and you learn some interesting information about some sort of legendary flower that somebody's looking for, and it's like the one thing that can cure cancer or something. I don't know. And then you move forward again, and you're like, okay, cool, we're back to the big bad. At no point does the plot ever come back to the flower that you just learned some potentially critical information about. And two, you never revisit the kids again. Like, and it's like, why did you show me this? If it wasn't gonna amount to anything, why did you show me this? Yo, so yeah, the Mario movie is a lot of that. Like, it's a lot of, hey, here's this thing. And here's an allusion to this. I think maybe a couple of things actually do have like a full circle, like through line to them. A couple of things, but a lot of things do not. And I was like, all right. Just to see why Fox shows up. I'm not gonna lie. Listen. So a lot of people, if you've seen anybody's reception, right? How's My Son Bowser Jr.? It took a minute, like it took a minute because I feel like the trailers leash didn't really do great in like showing how well he was actually acted. But yo, Bowser Jr. stocks are high after this movie, okay? He is genuinely, I think at least, that he is the most menacing part of the movie. And yeah, of course, like in the marketing, whatever, like he shows up, he is like the initial sort of like threat. Hi, I'm Bowser Jr. here to free my dad. They did Bowser Jr. real well. He is menacing and obviously still a kid, like they don't lose that. And so yeah, like he's great. He's great. They made a game you can watch, basically, Eckerd. Yeah. And sorry, I was gonna say, for everything that does and doesn't make sense or whatever, the one thing, and I think this is why he shines, and if anybody's heard or read anything on the internet about Fox and how like he's just so cool or whatever the fuck, they integrated him really well. I was surprised. They integrated him really well. They had him do like really cool shit. They didn't like just shoehorn him in there just to shaft him or anything like that. He's really cool. Fox is genuinely, to me, and this is also in part coming from my bias as a big Star Fox fan, like to me he was the best part of the movie. And like yo, he like and the rest of the movie, again, I had fun throughout. Like I was listening for music. Yo, when I heard Star Fox music, oh my god, if it wasn't a spoiler low-key, I would be playing the movie soundtrack for y'all right now, I promise you. But like when I heard Star Fox music hit my ears, I was like, oh my fucking god, I was lit. Fun time. The movie is fun. So yeah. I walk out of it, and like, given that I am somebody who like does care about like plot, and of course I understand that the pacing of that movie is like terrible, high key, and it's only like an hour and a half long, so there's that I think also kind of hampers it, because they only had so much time to like do something with all sorts of elements or whatever that they showed off. It was like a solid 7 out of 10 for me. Ivy, did you hear the rumors? Apparently we're getting one. Apparently we're getting one this summer. Rumors though, rumors. And so I'm like, we better. Listen, I was so excited to go see this movie for Fox. You know what I mean? I was so excited to go see this movie that I dead ass scripted an entire video. I sat down on my commute. I hadn't even seen the movie yet. I wrote an entire video script on the train. Dog Kevin. High key, bro. Yo, if we could. Yeah, Jack, it was. But I need the rumors to be confirmed. Yeah, same. Like, my god. That's crazy, dog. Yeah, because he who will not be named certifiably, like what, 2-3 times, has basically killed the freaking franchise. He's been killing us since the GameCube. Star Fox Adventures. That was not supposed to be a Fox game. But they're like freaking he who will not be named. Yeah, Hawaii. Yeah, you see it. Yeah, he who will not be named was like, yeah, hey, you know, Rare, that's a really cool game that you got there. Go ahead and put that in. Star Fox Assault was going to be developed. Well, they I think the team in general had ideas for that, which is how we got the land battles and then more emphasis on Landmaster and stuff. And then Star Fox Zero was being developed, and he will not be named said, let's put motion controls and make sure that there is not a way to turn them off. And we're gonna split the screen between the TV and the gamepad. And then we're also going to make sure that you can't switch it so that the audio of your teammates can come through the TV instead of the crispy freaking mic or speaker on the gamepad. Is it obvious that I'm very mad about how they treated Star Fox since the 64? Yeah, no, it's ridiculous because it's like, Astra, like you, like unless you immediately lined yourself up for it, you couldn't like fly straight and then like aim the R-wing in order to like hit a target. You dead ass would have to like line up the R-wing with your left hand then be looking at your bottom screen while otherwise making sure you're not falling or flying, sorry, into like a wall or some shit like on your top screen, but you have to use the bottom screen to aim. And so you would legit be holding this like giant tablet, like, you know, bigger than your Switch 2, and you're going like the entire time you're playing while mashing the triggers. Like, hell no. One eye down, one eye up. You an iguana? Let me find out. It was maddening experience. And on top of that, it was just a remake of the first Star Fox game, which is a remake of the 64, which is a remake of the 3DS. Like, okay, bro. I don't need Star Fox 1 5 times. So I'm really hoping that this is not another, like, you know, 64 remake. Yo, high key, Coolio. Like, yo. That sounds like a W challenge for a stream. DB, go ahead and stream it, dog. You got it. I streamed it back then. It ain't seen me again. Crazy work. Hey, Indy, like, what are we saying? Can it be 64 too? I'll ban you right now. I promise you, bro. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Yeah. So Star Fox Zero, commercial failure. I literally... Oh, it's not here. It's over on my dresser. I bought like the collector's edition for that game, Star Fox Zero, when it dropped. I mean, the next part of the story. Oh. All right. Honestly, I don't even want that, because you know what a 64-2 means, Ivy? It means that we probably, unless they, of course, like retcon it, I don't know. It means that we don't get Crystal, okay? Because they removed Crystal when they did their little reboot with Star Fox Zero. I thought it was a new campaign, but just the same formula. No, it's the Lilat Wars again, but with like more shit. They were like, oh yeah, hey, so like, you know, we failed at making Star Fox 2 back on the SNES, so we're going to again remind you of that, and then allow the R-Wing to turn into the little chicken thing. But it was still the Lilat Wars. You still start on Corneria, and then you move to the asteroid belt, and then, you know what I mean? I forget if there's much of a, like, I guess like you know, options like the forked paths and whatever, but it's still the same thing. It's just you start at Corneria, end at Venom, clap up Andros because, you know, he killed your dad, like the same thing. And I'm like, why did we do the Lilat Wars again? And it's so crazy. I'm so passionate about this, y'all. I'm so sorry. But like, it's so crazy because leading up to the release of that game, they went so far with the marketing. They literally, who was it that animated it? They literally like create or had, I forget which like big freaking studio freaking animated. Like, and they brought back all the old voice actors, like all, like it was, dog. I was like, how did you go this far and you made it this? Like, what are we saying? What are we talking about right now? It was made by Wit Studio. Made by Wit Studio, and that should be familiar to many of you, because if memory serves for me, Wit Studio are the people who currently animate Spy Family. I think they animated like Windbreaker for those who watched it. They animated, did they animate that one for anime? Attack on Titan. Yep, they animated Attack on Titan. Like, how do you get the Attack on Titan, because at the time, you know, Spy Family wasn't out yet, whatever. How do you get the Attack on Titan animators, bro, and you make them make a genuine like masterpiece? Like, that short is gold. And then you made this game. Ivy, I'm pretty sure, we haven't heard news, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna stop because the manhwa stopped. Yeah, I said I made it. Jomar, if you come in here and lie to me again, bro, I'll pack you up. Are we clear? Oh my god. And also enjoy your lurks, Stefan. I appreciate you. What's whole body got to be hurt and just basically they made peak and then decided to ruin the peak of mid. Yeah, I don't even know if I'd call it mid. It was pain. It was true pain. Looked up your IMDb. I know damn well you ain't got a page on IMDb. Let me find out. Yep. Yep. Star Fox Zero, man. Crazy work. Crazy work. But yeah, so I'm really hoping whatever this is good. Y'all will see a video from me on it very soon, actually. Get ready. Same time I noticed this have to because they're kids. Well, I believe it. One of the reasons we were able to find Mei Ling with Reen's help was because she was After Spirit was because of you guys. Oh, true. Never really played any Star Fox games. Coolio, you gotta tap in. The franchise is legitimately like if you do the chain of playing or watching through at this point, Star Fox 64, Adventurers, excuse me, and then Assault. The plot threading is like really freaking cool, and like the way they like ramp up stakes and add dynamics to this and that, like it's genuinely really good. Me personally, I don't understand though how they can basically again remake the same plot 4+ times when your canvas is space. You are out here having characters fly through outer space, fly to different planets, dealing with aliens. You know what I mean? And you mean to tell me you're telling the same story multiple times? Listen, bro, we gotta fix up. We gotta fix up. Because there's no way. Certifiably no way. Yeah, they better not cause trouble. I'll crash out on these kids. Oh, hey. Is Randy on a date? Yo, Ivy, you said this is your favorite couple or what? Indy. Tell that man to see me. You never played Adventures, but I feel like they should do a game similar to that, but the right way. I'm in general agreement. Like, I do think that there are elements of Adventures they should keep, for sure. You don't mind this couple? Yeah, I think it's nice.
What a weird trio you guys make.
VA.
Hi, Randy. Hi, Murray. Doing well.
I'd say they are.
Murray.
Are we interrupting your date?
I'm about to lose it, man. You know a couple I do hate? Oh, which one? Because there are several I might, honestly.
Date? That's not what we're doing. I was asking for his input on today's security measures as a valued former member of the Guardian Force.
Wow.
Come on, be honest.
The newlyweds.
Just say you're
that should have been my first
you get
guess.
to spend time with me now that I've wrapped up my work in the Empire.
No! Stop making things up!
Woo, is it just me or is it getting a little steamy over here? Knock it off, Wazzy. She can't have both of you messing with her. It's like you never left. They cute, you see it, Ecker? You'll be sorely missed at the branch campus, Randy. The operation was your way of coming back home, right? Yeah. To be honest, there's a part of me that would have liked to keep on a little longer as an instructor, but that's life. My favorite Spidey villain. It's probably Venom. Honestly, probably Venom. And then after that, I would say Green Goblin and then Electro. Because they gave her the Lulu treatment and I don't like it. Yeah, that's fair. All that means that you never found another place to hold dear. That's a great thing. It wasn't without its struggles, but I gained so much by being there. Walking in, I never thought it'd become as much or as important to me as it is. Something about seeing just how much kids can grow in a year because of you is, well, it's nice to feel like I did right by them. Absolutely did. I still hate his model. Like his eyes. This almost makes me wish I could have seen you in action. Shut up, Noel! I'll bet you made an amazing instructor. Well, he did always have a knack for showing others the ropes at the Guardian Force. He might look like he doesn't care, but he does a stellar job of caring for others and supporting them in all kinds of subtle ways. If he wasn't there for me when I was under that sorry excuse for commander, I don't know what I... Wait. Too late. Secret's out now, I'm afraid. Oh, wow. I didn't know you thought about me that much. Yeah, GG's. I don't think flying through the same planets... Yeah, exactly. That's like saying that's... yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's facts. Yeah. Oh, well, okay. So I see what you're saying, and that is fine and fair. But I don't need the same story. I don't need the same story with it. Like the Lilat Wars have been told too many times. The wiki for the wiki article for the game says Nintendo says another prequel sequel to Star Fox SCS and is inspired by 1960s Thunderbirds. And honestly, that's something I need to get back to. Inspiration. We've had so many like plane/space movies since 64, even Assault came out. So I mean, go ahead and find some inspiration again, Nintendo, because hey, you gotta work on Good Friday. Oh shit! May your spirit find everlasting peace, DB. We'll see you soon, big dog. That's because I don't. I was providing an objective perspective. All of a sudden now I can't read even worse than earlier. This is crazy. Is it me or has she gotten worse at hiding her feelings? It could be because he was away for so long. It's not just her though. What do you mean by that? Every time they try to deviate, yeah, And it's funny because I feel like that's not a plot issue. That's because they try to make a gimmick out of something, right? So like in Adventures' case, it was like you went from the on-rails shooting and like, I guess, well, yeah, on-rails shooting, because even the Landmaster was like that, to straight up an adventure RPG a la The Legend of Zelda. And it's like, yeah, of course it's going to be jarring because that's not what people were taught to know Star Fox for, right? And then Assault tried to kind of come back to that, but I think Assault falls short largely in its, 3 different control schemes it had for the different firing modes that there were. R-Wing, Landmaster, and On Foot. And then it was also mad short. It was 10 levels. So yeah, so there was that. And yeah, like people liked Adventures, but Adventures I don't think sold well. Got you, DB, by the way. So there was that. And then with Command, I think Command was probably best received, but by then a lot of people had kind of given up on Star Fox. And then there was also the fact that it had 9 different endings, and everybody was like, bro, what the fuck is this? So, you know, again, it's because like they like do too much deviating between their games, and it's like, hey man, fix up. So I'm praying that this is not another Lilat Wars game. I will probably crash out if the first return to Star Fox after a decade. When did Zero come out? Because obviously we had 9 years of Switch after that. So like a decade, all right, is another remake of 64. I'ma lose my mind. I'ma lose it, dog. Yeah, and Kevin, it wasn't even like it was like a here's a false ending, here's a true ending type thing. It was straight up like you have 9 different routes to go down and you just get an ending for each one. And we won't tell you or unlock anything for you afterwards, like in terms of there being like a true, you know what I mean? It was just like, yep, here you go. And I was like, what? Blew my mind. Blew my mind. Anyway, let's all keep up the good work on the job today. So the signing ceremony will be a success. Love Star Fox though, you know? Hey, and fingers crossed that they veto fans on this one, but also, you know, if it is, I'm just gonna cry. That's all it is. That's all it is at that point. Do the Force proudly today, Second Lieutenant. Yes, ma'am. Wait, I gotta talk to you guys again? Oh yeah, I almost forgot something in all the hustle and bustle. Marine and Uni wanted me to pass along a couple of messages.
Congratulations on Crossbell's re-independence. Once
Shout
things
out.
have calmed down a bit, I'd love to be able to visit. Can't wait.
You're not allowed here, Marine. Good luck.
I wish I could be there for the signing ceremony, but good luck with security. Next time I'm home, I'll be sure to drop by the SSS HQ with some souvenirs.
Crazy work. If they do an HG2D remake of the SNES, I think that the only way it would be passable for me, probably. And then I'd probably be like, everybody buy this shit so they can make a new game, please. But also, damn, another game without Crystal would blow my mind. I'd be hurting. I do hope they intend to bring her back. That's nice of them that we got something to look forward to. I'm sure there's been no shortage of work to be done for everyone at Thor's. That's an understatement. They've been flying out all over the Empire to help get it back on its feet. Uni went back ahead of me once the operation was over. Something came up with one of her missions not long after, so she wanted to prioritize that. Una was something of an SSS hopeful, wasn't she? Yeah, she debated coming back to Crossbell for good after the operation. Ultimately, though, she wants to stay at Thor's until she graduates. They can't, Coolio? You're not even lying. Crystal Lee appears in more games than Blaze does in Sonic. Damn, and it's crazy how real that is. As a Blaze enjoyer, like, she is literally my favorite character, dog. That shit makes me sad. Because it's true. She's always been the type to see things through, so I'm not surprised. I was worried when she first went to the Empire, but it all worked out in the end. Hey, shut up, Noel! You two were pretty good friends, weren't you? Makes sense when they're so alike. You're both so earnest and sincere that I could never get bored of riling you up. Oh, hush. But yeah, I was the one teaching her how to use her gunbreakers when she was first at the police academy. We got to talking then, and it turned out we had a lot in common. Love for cute animals, biking, and even the SSS. Makes me happy that she, knowing she's found her own path in life. Same here. Hopefully she and Reen will be able to come by soon. With how hard they work, they'll get done in no time. That means we can't afford to slack on sprucing up Crossbell, though. Gotta make it nice and pretty for them. Crystal's only in Adventures, and Crystal's in Adventures, Assault, and Command. She's not in 64. You might be thinking of Cat though, which I think is only in SNES 64 and Command. But she is in, yeah, she's in 3 games. But yeah. Pain. Thinking of Cat, yeah. Yeah. Crystal debuted in Adventures. Was in Assault, and yeah, then Command. I don't think she wasn't anything else. Yo, it'd be cool to see Bill again too. Because Bill, I think, was in 64 and then hasn't appeared anywhere else. And I'm like, hello? Where's my boy
All the banners
Bill?
around town have Crossbell's emblem again.
Yeah. Makes it feel like we're back to normal.
Even I'm compelled to shed a tear seeing this.
Man, shut up, Wazzy. Ivy, come and get your guy. Talking about shedding tears. If you don't shut up. Oh, there you are. The Sonic ceremony's just around the corner. You 3 must have a spring in your step as you patrol the city today, huh? I guess you could say that. You sound like you're in high spirits yourself, Wendy. Looks like you have lots of customers coming in today. That's great. And that's because we're putting on a big sale to celebrate the occasion. Plus, this time of year is when everyone's looking for a fresh start. Suffice to say, our sales today are through the roof. Not that money is everything, of course. It's just nice to see so many happy, smiling customers, too. That's great. It really sounds like business is booming. I take it that means nothing strange or unusual has happened around here? Not that I'm aware of. Everything has been same old, same old. Guess that means you guys can't exactly take it easy and let your guards down just because the rest of us are celebrating. I get it. In that case, why not give your ornaments a tune-up while you're here? Not like you'll have time later, right? You've got a good point. We may as well while we're here. That's the spirit. Now let's see how I can help you today. Synthesize new quartz. Okay. Something I should tell you about the Arcus too. The Rhineford group recently put out a new version. Aw, shit. What'd they change? Really? Anything special about it? A lot from what I could tell. You guys should try upgrading your slots for now. You'll be able to equip stronger quartz than you've used before once you get a slot up to level 3. Give me a sec. I know I've got some test samples lying around here somewhere. Here they are. Use the Sepith to upgrade the slot and insert that quartz. It's on the house. Oh boy. You have enhanced arts now? Again? You really do spoil us, you know that? Thanks, Wendy. We'll give it a whirl. Oh boy. Anyway, I'll let you get back to it. Today's busy for us both, so here's to a smooth Independence Day, am I right? If you need me to tinker with your orbits again, you know where to find me. Repairs, upgrades, you name it. I'll handle it. I'll let you know if you need anything, or if we need anything. Thanks again, Wendy. Shout out Wendy. What he said, but I'd be fine without having to touch my orbit for today. Thank God, because I wasn't going to upgrade your shit anyways. Additionally, you can select exchange to save separate methods for good old stuff we know. Modify orbits. Slots. Oh, they already came through with this level, huh? Kind of crazy. Hikey. Let's just upgrade this one. Level freaking 3 now. Interesting. Ooh, that's a cool freaking cover. Holy smokes. Give me one of these in real life, please. That'd be great. Thank you. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oops. Exchange all of this for the dosh. Okay. Orbmont. Quartz. You have hit 1 on here. This is a new JRPG Chrono Trigger? Not you saying new. Hold on. What's freaking good? Oh, Poppy Buster. What's the word? Honestly, Lloyd, you were out here missing anyways, dog, so we might as well. Alright, cool. What's poppin'? Yo, I'm actually glad you weren't here earlier, because let me tell you, it was story time. And when I say story time, I mean I was reading a book. Watching one of your friends open Pokemon cards? Wait, that's exciting. Holy smokes. Any great pulls? Surely there had to have been at least 15. Shout out to East Street. Are we reopening the Bracer Guild? Oh, say psych, we actually...
who it is.
Oh my God.
Welcome to the Crossbell branch of the Bracer Guild.
It's Michelle. Oh, if they say his name any differently, by the way, I'm gonna be mad as shit. not Astra putting me on blast, right? Like it's true, but like no shot, I just got put on blast. Like no way. Crank to the maximum. There's no way. He got Giovanni's Nido King full art. Wait, that's fire. That's fire. That's fire. Our gay icon, not dead ass. When I saw him, I said, hold on, man. And then when it's put it like that, it's GG's, brother. Yeah.
It's good to see you looking so well, Michelle.
Thank God.
Is key.
I mean, I guess I'm putting a little bit more of like a French little thing on it there by saying Michelle, but like, yo, I guess you just say it like Michelle. All right, cool.
She is indeed. The little princesses are both over there.
Oh shit!
Oh, hey, Lloyd.
Shizuku, lady, I can see herself.
Hello. It's good to see you again.
And that's about how I expected her voice to sound, yeah.
Likewise. You look well, Shizuku.
Aw, thank you. So do all of you.
Hell yeah. It set you back $100? And you know what? That makes perfect sense, unfortunately. That's crazy as hell. Let me see that Lynn and Aeolia though. Yo, I was so excited to see them in that cutscene when we opened the game up. Oh my God, I was so happy.
I may have had to leave Crossbell for quite a while, but it's lovely to be back.
You've really grown since I last saw you.
Yeah, she is taller.
Ario said you take shelter in Reverie, right?
Yes, that was just before warrants were issued for him and all of you. I still feel awful about how easy I had it, relatively speaking, when times were so hard for everyone.
You've got nothing to feel bad about. The letters you sent us really kept us motivated when things felt bleak.
Yeah. It's like you were right there cheering us all on. So be happy, okay? I know we're extra happy to be able to see you again.
I feel the same.
True, Coolio. Oh my God, I forgot she was like that.
Oh, my heart's
There's always one in every region.
It's been a hard 2 years, but moments like this make it all feel worth it.
We couldn't agree more.
Oh, hey there.
God damn it. I was like, is that about to be Ario's? I almost said it, but I didn't want to manifest it, and then he showed up anyways. Ivy, you see it?
Welcome back, Father.
Man, get out of here, bro.
Thank you, Shizuku. And Michelle, we're reporting in.
And we're all the better for it. I take it you wrapped up all the work that needed to be done outside the city? Yep, the monsters are slain, and the jobs in Umrica Mines and St. Ursula are done. Yeah, look at my gang over there, too. Bax is all be with the Arios, not because, like, who is he? Old Kingdom Hearts background having ass. Listen, man. It took longer than we were hoping. Bro, who the f is Scott? Let me stop. I remember Scott. But, like, who the f is Scott? But now we should be able to focus on the ceremony. I'm guessing you must have left early in the morning to get all that done. You really all are all hard workers. Jesus, that's amazing. We're just doing our jobs, although I'm a little tired. Yep, but it's nothing a little love from Aeolia, or from Kia and Shizuku won't fix. Aeolia, girl, if you don't fix the up. What? I've got plenty to spare. Will a hug do? Will it ever? Report first, hugging later. Yeah, shout out Lynn, though. That's my girl. Scott was the character the lead editor of the Geofront was named after, actually. Oh, shit. Well, that's cool. Yeah, we got a lot of paperwork to do, so we'll see you all later, everyone. Okay, no, don't take me away from my darlings. Yeah, good luck. You're cooked. Finished. Finito. There's a card. Takes one to no one is devious work. Man, yo, Arios, you still owe me your life, bro. Like his username was Kill Scott Kill. That's hilarious. It does feel like a long time since the guild was able to operate here. I believe the situation started changing for the better elsewhere too. It sure has. Nowhere is that more obvious than in Erebonia, where the government crackdown is finally at an end. The guild started sending personnel from the surrounding areas there in an effort to rebuild their presence in the region. Hell yeah. There's a lot of good news coming out of the Republic too. Like the rumor that somebody might be might be about to unseat the Purple Lightning as titles the youngest A-rank bracer. If it's not Fee, I better not hear any type of shit like that ever again. There's also talk that my master, the unmovable or immovable, is that Zin? Has been recommended for S rank too. The immovable. That's gotta be Zin. Who the hell is the immovable? If that's not Zin, I'm being told lies. Wow, I'm talking about moving and shaking. S is the unofficial rank only given to a handful of the continent's most capable bracers, right? Very impressive. I'm glad the future started looking brighter for you all. We're still woefully understaffed though. I think it is. It better be. I'm about to look up his page real quick, but I'm also scared. We don't have Wenzel's help anymore now that he's been helping over in the Empire. Oh damn, GG Wenzel. Don't worry, we'll back you up to the best of our abilities. We want you to have as much time as possible to be a good dad. Dad? Wait, does that mean your child is finally born? Congratulations on the baby, Scott. Oh, thanks for the wishes. Well wishes, everyone. The birth wasn't long after Crossbow was liberated. But you're right, I can't let my wife or our kid down. Yeah, if you look up character pages for trails, I'd be scared. Yeah, it's a terrifying thing to do. You would be correct. Oh, let's freaking go. Shout out Zin, because I was like, I think they used like the same or a similar fighting style. So it had to have been Zin. I hope you'll be able to share some of your wisdom being a good father with me, Arios. I'm not sure I'd advise using me as a parenting role model. Facts! Putting that aside, it's clear that the real test for Crossbow is yet to come. Given the unspeakable crimes I committed 2 years ago, I'm not sure how much of a part it is to play in any of it. I'm glad he's being hard on himself, because I wouldn't trust him either. Now you're trying to look something. I'm not trying to look anything up. I said what I wished and knew that I shouldn't, so I did it. You know what I'm saying? That's called restraint, Ivy. You should learn it and string these games again. Swinging at me. Oh, hey. Watch it. Watch it. He said, oh, yeah. Eckerd, get his ass. Cause ain't no way. I figured he wouldn't be able to forget everything so easily. Shit, me neither. Well, if you read Tiki Joe's message earlier, nah, listen, Tiki Joe said he ain't really get all that far in this game, unless you're referring to something else, which I did read, but at the very least, Tiki Joe is streaming when he's playing these games. Okay, did I be talked about Zero though? Yo, honestly, I couldn't tell you. Probably. Because Ivy was out here streaming 24 hours straight every day with that damn game. Is back with pizza? Shy. You and I are locked in for real, because I also had pizza today. It felt weird, but we're here. You start daybreak next week? You better. Okay? You better. Shy, we're really here. Shy, you also see who's on the screen, by the way? Who let these bozos up here, bro? Like, what are we saying here? You also had pizza today, and that's why we're locked in. Ivy, did you have a pizza today? Pizza on a Thursday? Crazy? Without coffee, too. I think that's what made it even more blessed. You did have a pizza today? I know you fucking lying. No, I'm just kidding. All you've done ever since to help us become independent and free, surely you've earned a second chance? Hell no. Lock him up. Put him behind bars. There's precedent for sure. There was a coup ringleader in Liberal pardon for his help in fighting off terrorists. Of course, given the kind of man you are, I realize it's not that simple for you to reconcile for what you've done.
Let's do what we can together, Father.
Man, whatever.
I know you aren't ready to forgive yourself.
Pepperoni and some jalapenos? Okay.
I want to be the shoulder you can lean on.
Respect.
You've always been so supportive of me. So I just know there's nothing we can't face so long as we face it together.
Listen, love Shizuku, but she's saying some bullshit right now. I promise.
We'll do all we can do too.
Of course. We'll always be honored to count you among our allies, Arios. We're all charged with protecting the people of Crossbell. So let's do that. For them, and for God.
The
CGF will be right there with you too. We're all united in wanting
I just gotta give you a sage
Crossbell.
nod, niece. Or leash, excuse me. You got it. And I'm proud of you. Yeah. Shy, it's the all caps for me. I'm trying not to break.
We've all just got to do our jobs the best we can, and everything else will fall into place.
Got you, leash. Got you, for sure.
Perhaps you're right. You really have grown strong, Shizuko.
Thank you, Shy.
I almost mistook you for your mother for a second.
Mish! Sorry. I will crack when it comes to freaking Arios McLean over here, bro.
I'm happy to hear that.
Who on or not me? Ivy, that fucking emo. Thanks for the bits. Yo. Holy shit. I'm mad that got me to laugh, coupled in with the other thing. Jesus Christ, man. I can see the SSS has grown more dependable than I could have ever imagined back when you all started. I gotta get out of here. It's time. If you ever need something, hit up your old pal Michelle. You hear me? I've got your back if you got, like you've got mine, like old times. Hey, W Guild. You all. Before I even see this ceremony and get dragged into something crazy, we'll be back on Trails. I'm gonna see if I can make this video and post it Saturday and then go live on Saturday. We'll be back with more Trails. It wasn't a lot, but I did say we'd see a 3D model today, despite all the reading I just did. So I'm gonna go relax my vocal cords, pick a god, and pray, because holy shit, some of y'all need to see somebody. Some of y'all need to see somebody. You know who you are. Hold on, let me go see if my raid target is actually live. Saturday treat stream we love, yeah. And I'm also gonna be here tomorrow as well.
Now then.
Gonna be here tomorrow. I don't know around what time. I guess it kind of depends on when I wake up. So keep your eyes peeled, you know, for your Twitch notifications and Discord. And also, if you haven't already, I gotta go figure out what's going on with this this timer thing. But if you haven't already signed up yourself for Opera, we are sponsored for the month by Opera GX. Ivy, listen, I already know you made an account. I know you use the browser. Go ahead and sign up with another email. Same goes with anybody else who definitely signed up for the previous time. We're at it again with Opera, so go ahead and just, you know what I mean, make another account real quick. I'm trying to see some. Boil you some lemon with honey and some Hall's cough drops. Your throat will thank you. Yeah, I'm about to be on it, Tsunami, I promise you. Ever seen me and Q-Man in the same room? Holy shit. Ain't no way. Marcus, of course. Thank you everybody for coming through, being cool and being you. Thanks for all the love and the raids today. Nix, thank you for the incredibly generous dono today, brother, because holy smoke-a-roonies, Batman. That was insane.
Okay.
Truly, it was insane. Lloyd, I'm getting out of here. Damn. Protagonists these days. Let's see. Are y'all trying to see some rivals? Or are we trying to see... Hold on. Hold on. I literally just was hovering over their name. Wait a second. I do see some Fortnite. Okay, yeah, I think my other intended target is actually gone. Damn. Well, yeah, every freaking time. Like, relax. Oh, here it is. The Fire Emblem 3 houses. What are we trying to see? We got Fire Emblem or Rivals. Yeah. Fire Emblem or Rivals.
Now then.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I thought you yelled Fee, and I was like, yes, I'm here. That's me. What? You said Fire Emblem? Fire Emblem? Bet. Then actually, this is perfect considering we are playing Trails right now. We're pulling up on the one and only George Peter. The one on George, he is currently live right now with some Fire Emblem, 3 houses, and it looks like he's quite a few hours in. I don't know if he's maybe kind of running back because I'm looking at his save files right now. I see he's got like 65. I'm assuming this is hours on one, and then I'm seeing like 33 on another. So I don't know what's going on with bro, but we're about to go in and say hi. I don't call you Fee though, you don't, and that's why I was able to correct, because I was like, but okay, cool. Let's see what's popping to George, y'all. Oh my god, I almost typoed his name. All right, I love y'all much. I will see you tomorrow afternoon, evening-ish at some point. Yeah, yo, I'll see y'all later.